Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the day. Man made the car. Man made the train to carry the heavy load. Man made the electric light to kick us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water. Like the 7-millimeter. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. And man makes them happy because man makes them joy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
Black family, greetings. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. Excuse me, I'm your host, Che and Kruma, and we're joined with our other host, Lady Che. And we should be joined here shortly with our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankori, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhancer, which I'm the co-executive producer and co-host of. Greetings, Black family from the Mile High Income City. I see you, Twin, in the building. I see C-Roll, Reality. Appreciate y'all tapping in. Appreciate you holding it down, Twin, in the chat as usual. And we're going to be discussing several things that we didn't get to in part 2. And the first thing is Matt Gaetz calls Africans third world thugs. I'm sure about that. I have a lot to say about that. And we got Baltimore mayor falsely claims that Black women are carrying the nation on their backs. And we got disgraceful Democrats triggered as a legal immigrant found guilty in Laken Riley murder. And we got the Democrats, MSNBC or DNC, insinuates Laken Riley's killer was denied a fair trial. A legal immigrant was denied a fair trial. Then we got the insane reason Jussie Smollett's conviction was overturned. Then we got Chicago residents go off on Mayor Brandon Johnson for trying to tax them to pay for migrants. Then we got Jussie Jackson Jr., not to be confused with his daddy, Messy Jussie. Interviews Dr. Cornel West. Then we got the truth behind RFK Jr.'s campaign with the one and only Theo Wilson. Then we got Susan Lorincz will serve 25 years in the slammer. Great news. And if we have time, what comes next for the grassroots? So those are the topics. And Shabaka's in the building. Greetings, Shabaka from the Mile High Income City. How about them Broncos, Shabaka?
Man, later for them scrubs, man.
Them scrubs beat your scrubs 29-19.
Man, Raiders need to rebuild the team, man. You know, they need to fire the general manager. They need to fire the fucking coach. Half of the offensive line. All of the defensive line and let the players who ain't getting no playing time come up.
Yeah. That sounds like every year with y'all. So I just finished going through the topics.
Yes, sir.
We got C-Roll in the building. C-Roll says he's from the South, Burbs.
Oh, okay. I can't vote for city. Someone got a bad nonsense in the mic.
Oh, it's the damn fan. I'm sorry about that. Damn fan on the laptop. It's like a crack, like right where the fan is.
Yeah.
Okay, should be better now. Shabaka's in the building.
Hey, Mac 285. How you be? Definitely check with us on Tuesday night, ladies and gentlemen. We got Brother Nyanga as our guest host.
Yes, join us tomorrow. Yes.
Yeah, on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. And okay, Brother Che, I think I sent you the link to it.
Yeah, I've already been in the studio, Shabaka. All right.
Oh, okay. Okay, all right. So please take that HTTP number down there and put it out there. Okay, and I've made and I let Brother Yanga know that he'll be the guest host.
Yes.
Also,
laptop.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. He said, all good. If just the fan is better now, I'm listening, bro. All right, CRU royalty, Grand Neggers. Yes, sir. And thank you for joining us. And please share the link. Okay. And also, too.
Lady Che got something she wanted to say, Shabaka. Go ahead, Lady Che.
It's not about the ponies, is it?
It's the Broncos, goddammit. Go ahead, Lady Che.
I keep tuning in from outer space with all those sound effects.
One second.
Oh, there you is.
Sorry about that, man. We're in the same room, and the echo is like we're like literally. I'm on the desktop, he on the laptop, and the laptop is kind of cracked, so it's making a fan sound. Um,
Oh, okay.
my bad, my bad. Let me just add to this real quick about the Brother Yanga. Man, Brother Yanga, if for those that don't know, is my black nationalist revolutionary fucking father. So
Okay. Okay.
it's like it's a good thing to like I've been doing some. I've been really busy with damn Jussie work, so it's good that he's gonna be on the show. It's like kind of we since we lost access to Facebook, like certain Facebook stuff. I find it tedious. I'm sick, very sick, family, very sick. Like,
Oh, you good, C-Roll?
Okay. Whoa, Lady Che, when you say sick, you sick
like the flu.
oh my gosh. Okay, load up on your lime juice.
I'm
Go
on it, man.
get you some. Go get you some Simply
Jesse
lime
in the
juice,
same
ma'am,
room,
and drink
and
that shit like
we're
water.
first of all, Shabaka, I would never talk about the motherfucking Broncos. It's like saying the bad the it's like saying the second letter of the alphabet that I can't do. I got like carpal tunnel.
Whoa,
You know what I mean? Like it's that bad. But because got on a fucking orange polo shirt with a blue polo sign. I would say it's magnificent if you like that type of shit. But I'm just like, this is just too much. Like, I'm looking at Cuz right now, and he got a motherfucking bright orange polo shirt with a blue horse.
Man,
Look
put
at
on
that
some
blue
gray.
horse.
Put on
What the
some
fuck
gray
is
or
wrong with
black
him?
shirt.
What is
Yeah, I
wrong with
agree
him?
with you, Lady J.
Where the
That's right.
fuck did you find an orange motherfucking polo shirt? Just a regular fucking polo shirt.
I'm gonna make it work.
Yeah,
Man.
like he came in the house like that. My eyes started burning. It's like looking at red, except it's orange. It's like just my eyes started burning. I had to put on sunglasses just to be in the
Thank
same
you,
room.
C-Roll.
It's like
Let 'em know, C-Roll.
look
Those
at
are
that,
great
look at that,
colors.
look at that. It's like thank God, like right here
Boo.
with a bright orange
Those
motherfucker.
are great
Have you
colors.
ever seen a bright orange? Let's be honest, fellas. A bright orange, solid orange motherfucking polo shirt with a collar
Salute.
ever
Thank
in
you.
your life? No,
Thank you, C.
I
Yeah,
know.
when I see people working on the side of the expressway or freeway
I'm
so
ready
they
for him
don't
to
get
go
ran
to, like,
over.
get out
I
of the house.
had an orange vest somewhere many years ago. Look,
Yeah,
probably
he's
some up.
bright. Like he's bright as hell. I was like, I was just commenting about the orange shirt. Look at y'all. Don't hype him up. You're only making it worse. Don't inflate the ego. He thought he was the shit when he walked in the house the other day. He came in with all this fucking this shit. If you see the mouse on my screen, I'm just circling the him on live. He came in with all that shit on. It gets worse. There's a whole fluffy jacket to go with it.
Oh,
Scarf
there
and
it
everything.
is, twin.
It's
Okay.
a whole thing. He had on a beanie under the hat. He had on
Boo.
all this shit on. And then he finally starts to undress himself after the 15,000 layers of fucking
It's
Bronco
cold,
shit.
goddammit.
15,000 layers to go 15 minutes on the bus.
Cold.
Right? 15 layers.
It's called dressing
And then
for the
he had
conditions.
this on. He had a bright orange, solid orange motherfucking polo shirt
Where's my scarf
with a
at?
blue horse. And I was like,
Boo.
Where's the
I couldn't
Bronco?
handle it. I couldn't handle it.
Yeah.
Boo.
Like,
That orange and blue polo is high value. That's
Zero,
right.
don't do that, cuz.
Boo.
Exactly.
do
I
that.
bleed orange. That's right.
That-
What color is the Freddy Krueger sweater?
Oh my God. Red and black.
His styling of dress, man. You don't add to his ego, okay? Don't add to
Not
it.
285 says Jesse bleeds
50,000 layers
on.
of different
This is
shit.
silver and black.
I bleed
This is
orange.
silver and black attack. And keep
That's
in
not true.
mind,
I cut
the
it right now.
Raiders
He's not
is
gonna
from
do
the
that.
birthplace of the Black Panther
He's
Party.
gonna tell me don't stab my polo shirt. That's what he's gonna tell me. No, I'm just kidding. I just never seen a bright orange solid colored fucking polo. I was like, as magnificent as this is, which I have to say is magnificent. I was just like, where the fuck did you get that? Like, I just think Jussie wears sometimes. I'm just like, where the fuck did you get this shit? And who said you could wear it outside? Like, this is just too much. Solid. The texture of it is just it's miraculous. It's just It's just miraculous.
Polo shirt for a minute.
Well,
Yeah, no, I
the
got
only
sick when
thing,
Jussie came in the house. Jussie's not sick. You see, look at Jussie. Jussie's an excellent spirit. You see me, I'm like 10 shades more paler than I am normally. Okay.
okay, Lady Chat, you got to
You
get you
barely
that
breathe.
Simply lime juice, okay? It's because that's what I do. And particularly when it's getting cold out here, I got a whole bottle of the shit right now in my refrigerator. Drink it like Kool-Aid, okay?
You're telling her that, Shabaka. We usually get like the things, big old things of orange juice.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
that
we're at the end
too.
of the month, and it's like, man, I could do it. I'd just be like choosy with my little leftover little funds. Just try to get through the next fucking 8 days, 9 days.
Okay, but also too, but what you do, Lady K, is you flush
You're
it
just
with
trying to
water
show out,
too.
cuz you just trying to show out because me and Shabaka are in here. But you know, if the foot shoe was on the other foot, you would be upset because the pirates drug us. One day we're gonna go and steal the motherfucking horsey and ride it out and over to the fucking
Them
desert.
days are long over.
Yeah.
We're stealing
So,
a horse.
okay,
sorry.
so
We're
to
stealing the
the
miniature
general
pony.
manager,
We're gonna go
yeah,
take
to
your
the
miniature
general
pony.
manager of the Raiders, first thing you need to do is fire the goddamn general manager, fire the fucking
You know what,
coach,
Jussie?
fire his
So
whole
what?
goddamn staff,
So what?
and trade all them first string motherfuckers,
That's all
send
we
them
know
to
how
the
to do.
ponies, and bring the second string up. I bet you them motherfuckers will get their goddamn mind right and try to get them damn contracts.
Right.
Motherfuckers
Right.
played like
But they
garbage,
hate you.
man.
That's what
I
it-
couldn't stomach that shit.
Oh my God! All right, y'all. Enough fun and giggles. Now it's time to get to the nitty gritty.
You gotta
And
stop.
where's
You gotta
Jay
stop.
Militant and let Jay
Don't add
Militant
to
know
him.
his
Don't add it. He don't need no
49ers
more. He
today.
doesn't need no more. That motherfucker's everywhere on the internet. He's doing the most everywhere he goes. He doesn't need any more ego inflation, man. And then like you forget that I'm still here. So he doesn't need any more ego inflation. This motherfucker right here needs ego boosting, okay?
Who is this?
I would rock them too.
He said my bottle.
He said girls don't be wearing shoes in my
Girls
house.
don't be worried, sharing. He says he's just saying. Okay, that is CRU reality, grand niggas. All right, thank you for joining
That's
us,
right.
brother. And also, too, ladies and gentlemen, please call in tomorrow
I don't
night.
like shoes or clothes. And if I didn't have a brother here, if I didn't have a real brother, my real baby brother in the living room, I would be bucket naked. But now that you know you can get shot in your own motherfucking house where you call the T's, you can't. You have to be in drawers now. Like, people are not allowed to be naked no more.
Lady
Like,
J,
for real.
you
This is
only
an
call us.
epidemic. This is a thing. This is a thing. No, Jussie. People were getting shot up in their house when they're bucket naked. And like, look at the case we had with the brother trying to hold off a fucking a white assailant. He in his drawers. He can't even be bucket naked in his own house. Right? Because now we got to have clothes on. If my brother wasn't in the room, because we came out the same, private parts, my brother wasn't in the other room, it'd be bucket naked here. I don't believe in shoes. It is not cold. You don't have a problem with the heat, because you better stop.
No
Brother, I have never heard a brother say it's not cold where it's just swaying. Cause shut up.
It is cold here.
Only white folk think about that shit. But their shit just shrivel up inside.
No, I can't take no cold. I got to add me some heat. That ain't no bullshit.
Here, Jussie.
It's only warm as fucking here because these machines are on.
Oh, that's true. That's true. And like every fucking machine is on right now, currently. That's true. Got the oxygen machine, got a whole fucking respirator.
It's 33 degrees outside.
Yeah, and the window's open so the germs will blow out the window.
Damn, boy. So you all on the cusp of freezing. So do you have any?
I got a fever right now. I have a fever right now.
It snowed yesterday, Shabak. It's supposed to snow again on Wednesday.
Did we
it's
actually
supposed to snow tomorrow, actually, in the evening.
I can't
tell. For your fever, Lady Che, for your fever, get you some ice packs as cold as you can stand it. Okay.
I got an ice bottle. Jussie put these bottles for me in the freezer because my heart sometimes needs a little jump. So sometimes ice will help, right?
Yeah.
And so putting the ice right there just kind of jumps it, right?
Yep.
And he has these the freezer filled with bread and water, right?
Okay, what is the temperature now?
Right now?
33 degrees.
The temperature
No. I'm talking about your body temperature, Lady Che. Is it over 100?
I ain't got no thermometer.
Jussie said I was hot all day.
She's been hot all day, though.
Okay, you got to get that lime juice in you, Lady Che.
Yep.
You got to get it in you. Drink the shit like water. It's going to make you go to the restroom, but that's what you want.
That's what you want.
Yeah, that's what you want.
And I got the flu.
That's so stupid.
I have viral prone. I could get sick from anything.
All right. Okay, so what you got to do on that is that you got to open up your windows and let fresh air come in there and circulate to pull it out.
Yep. And right here next to the alley.
When you can, not while it's freezing, when the sun comes out there in Ponyland, because I've spent a few winters there.
Ponyland, it's Bronco country.
Man.
They're little ponies too, Jussie. It's a little pony in our mind. No. Miniature pony.
No.
The smallest of the smallest.
The best horse
it's Ponyland, Lady Che.
We ate
and these bums out here in Las Vegas.
Jussie could not be like, it's my team. I don't even like football, okay? And then it's like, I like football. I'm just a supportive girlfriend, God damn it.
Yeah, that's right, twin. They
he's always bum,
twin. They bum.
I can't let you
be to a bunch of
some young pup.
Y'all been losing to a bunch of scrubs.
Man, we've been losing to everybody.
What is our record
about? Your team's a scrub.
What is your record about?
Garbage.
Hey, look. Why?
I reckon it's garbage.
I think you're 2-9.
Which is garbage.
About anybody scrub.
Why are you rubbing it in? Just because you guys are on a hot streak right now. You're rubbing it in like fucking.
No, they need to fire the general manager, fire the goddamn coach, fire the whole goddamn first string, fire the motherfucking owner if you can. He needs to sell a goddamn team. Man, I'd be ashamed to have some shit like that.
All right, Sabaka. Now, moving along,
y'all
always go off. Y'all both do this.
Man, because you don't let us talk enough shit.
Okay,
all right.
So first topic.
Go on, Brother Paris.
Yeah, go on.
Matt Gaetz.
Hey, Jussie, I'm gonna leave it so you can hear it, so you don't have to hear the fan. Okay.
Okay, and I'm gonna mute myself off, Brother Che, as you read the topics.
He called that.
Yeah.
They already went through all that. I'm gonna have to put them in the private chat so you can hear them. I don't know what they are.
All
right. So your boy Matt Gaetz or Gaetz, whatever the hell his damn name is, calls Africans third world thugs, Sabaka.
Oh, he may kiss my ass.
That's why he ain't get the AG seat because we third world thugs.
yeah. I got some third world thugs on my left and the right.
Oh, motherfucking McCartney usually should have whooped your motherfucking ass at the RNC. That would have been entertaining. You don't know who the fuck I am. You know who the fuck he is.
Yeah. Okay. He calls Africans third world thugs. Okay, now the mayor of Baltimore falsely claims that Black was.
You're jumping ahead. We gotta stay here. Trump's pick for Attorney General Matt Gaetz calls Africans third world thugs.
Okay.
Congressman Matt, that we talked about just a few months ago,
after
he called African leaders third world thugs, and he called on invasion of Niger. That guy is now Donald Trump's pick for Attorney General. Watch this clip, just a reminder of what he was saying about African countries, specifically Niger. We'll come back and discuss. A U.S. congressman calls the Niger leaders thugs, and he also called for an invasion of Niger. Watch this clip, we'll come back and discuss.
You know what a real U.S. president would do? Say that C-130s are on their way to Niger today with the water and the medicine and the food our troops need, that they will have a full fighter pilot escort there. And if the Nigerian government or any other third world thug tries to even turn on their air defense systems, we should show those leaders and those thugs what the target package looks like on their houses and their family members, because it should not be Americans that are suffering because President Biden and Blinken are so embarrassed that their strategy in Africa failed. It started back in March of 2023. Secretary of State Antony Blinken went to Niger and proclaimed that it was a model of resilience, a platform for great democracy. It would be where America would execute its Africa strategy. 1 year later, almost to the day, there was a coup in Niger. And I know this will surprise you, but after that occurs, they say they want our bases that U.S. taxpayers have poured more than $1 billion into gone. They want our service members gone.
As you heard in the video,
right.
Congressman Matt is calling for invasion of Niger. He's actually calling President Biden for allowing this to happen, for not sending their jets and not, putting a target on these people's homes. He calls them thugs. These people that he's calling thugs are seen as heroes in their own countries. Well, that guy is Donald Trump's pick for Attorney General. And for many reasons, people are shocked that he made this decision. But for Africa, at least we know where Matt stands and how he sees our leaders. For the very first time, African leaders are standing up against the tyranny of the West, and they're pushing back and they're saying no to having their soldiers on our land, to having their intelligence on our land, to having their puppeteers on our land. Now, when we're pushing back, like a country like Niger, as you know, kicked out US troops, which is why he's very angry in that clip and blaming them, like for some reason, US deciding to spend all that money in Niger building a base is all of a sudden the people's problem. It's Africans' problem. No, it's your leadership. You did that. You took your taxpayers' money and invested it in a base, not to help Africans. We all know that. There's an agenda behind why your foreign troops are on the continent of Africa. And then the leadership puppet gets kicked out. There was a coup and the leadership is no longer the puppets that they've put in place. Now they're mad. Now they're saying, how dare you? How dare you kick our troops away when we spent our money in your land? Like, you did that. No one forced you. So this man clearly has issues with Africans standing up, has issues with US troops no longer being welcomed in Niger. So it's quite interesting to see what is going to happen if he is going to end up being the Attorney General. But anyways, fam, let us know down below what your thoughts are about what Congressman Matt said, as well as him being Donald Trump's pick. I'm Ungel Zalalam. I'll see you on the next one. Bye.
Okay, now
introducing the African Diaspora News Channel app.
Okay, Dr. Phil, we can't have your advertisement. We love you, Dr. Phil, but don't advertise here unless you mention us. One thing I want to say: isn't this here the same Matt Gaetz, man? That's a child molester.
Yes.
Allegedly, Shabbat. Yes, allegedly.
Yes, the same one.
Okay, now I'm going to tell you something. Okay, I'm going to tell you something. First place, for a man, repeat, please listen to me carefully when I tell you this.
Oh, he's running for the pantry seat. He stepped down and run for the pantry seat.
Oh, okay. Well, first place, any man who's a pedophile, there's no wrong you could do to him. However, it is even more worse to falsely to accuse a man of this. My personal opinion, I think that damn Martian-looking bubblehead motherfucker is guilty of it. He's got the beady eye. Yeah. I was about to call him a damn pinky in the brain looking motherfucker, except the brain got more sense than idiot.
Jimmy Neutron.
Yeah, you see. So fuck Matt Gaetz. More power to the brothers on the continent who are getting rid of neo-colonialism. It's an uphill battle. Okay. Fuck all tethers. To quote Jesse Paris, okay, because you fucking tethers, if you brought your black ass here in 1961, you'll be sitting at a fucking segregated lunch counter down there in Wilmington, North Carolina, too. Oh, by the way, Brother Paris, there was an older brother, older than me, man, because I'm old as shit. So this dude is at least 15, 20 years older than me, right? And he had stated that we had commented on a while back on Frontline Black News. He says, well, when we were sitting at the lunch counter begging for a cup of coffee, we really didn't know what the fuck they were putting in the food.
Tethers messed it up.
Twin. Each time Paris says tethers, man, that shit make me laugh like a motherfucker. But then, like I told that stupid ass Sarge, okay, I say, Sarge, you was on the show, Brother Paris. I said, if it was 1963, would Kamala Harris have to sit her black ass there too, in the segregated section, in the colored section?
On Johnny Quest. She would have been speaking in Hindu. They would have been like, no.
Johnny Quest.
Yeah,
man, you taking me way back to my childhood. Johnny Quest, shit. The coolest motherfucker to me on Johnny Quest was Bandit, the dog.
Yeah, Bandit was dope. I like Bandit.
Yeah, I do.
Bandit. Johnny Quest.
Yeah.
But remember, he had a friend, his Indian friend, Haji.
Yeah, Haji. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ramaswamy looking motherfucker. And also too, Vivek Ramaswamy, you no good motherfucker, you. If your punk ass is out there listening to this, the number for your bitch made ass to call in your bitch faggot motherfucker is 518-599-96.
At one point, it is so light. And I told Jussie, I was like, the sun isn't hot over here as hot as it is over there.
And now he is looking like now.
He look like
Lady J, you sound horrible.
I know. He looked like I don't know what he looked like. He looked like the light version of the people that they get all the credit out there. What do they call it? The light brights. The Brahmins, yeah. He didn't start off as a Brahmin though.
No. Because see,
I told Jussie I was trying to be funny yesterday. I told Jussie I was like, it's probably because the sun isn't as hot over here as it is over there. And the validation just shook off. Jussie said he been getting bleached and metrosexual by
that cake soap.
I was like, dude, that's a lot of bleaching. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
You see how white Sammy Soap is now, Shabaka?
Yeah, self-hatred. Hey man, now how do I search for this bastard man on Tweety Bird?
Search for who?
Rami Salami.
Oh, right. Romulan. That motherfucker, he was dark.
Wait a minute.
And I said he was dark as Jussie.
Before and after picture. Search for in 1980.
Okay, wait a minute. Oh yeah, I found this bitch. Okay,
years later.
Jussie showed it. I was
nah. Hold on, people. Now look at this shit. Now let me show you something right here. To talk to Rami Salami, you got to get verified to message this user.
That motherfucker was as dark as Jussie at one point. And then I said, because the sun isn't as hot over here.
Okay. Yeah. It says here you cannot message this asshole because you are not verified. Okay, so fuck you then. I'll talk about his ass out here on the air and made a bitch made motherfucker call in.
That's right. You can't share the screen. Shabaka, there maybe is. Jussie got to do it.
God damn it, Shabaka. What are your thoughts on this Matt Gaetz dude?
He belongs in jail in an insane asylum. Put that motherfucker up there in Napa Valley, okay? say he's insane indefinitely, and the state of California would have to have that motherfucker go through the court system to file a writ of habeas corpus or something like that. Also, too, speaking of LA County, not getting off topic, no, the Menendez brothers case is interesting. Huh?
You are getting off topic though, Shabaki.
Okay,
It's
third,
like
okay.
It's like when Pops be like, I ain't mad at nobody. But you can clearly tell he's mad at somebody.
Okay.
Yeah, he's like, no disrespect, but disrespected.
So Matt Gaetz calls Africans third world thugs. Okay, now. Okay, now, for all the house Negroes out here, when they say they call an Africans third world thugs, you know he's saying that about us too, right?
Goddamn right. He's saying that about every black person anywhere.
Those on the continent.
He thinks that of us too. He thinks that of us.
Because they see us all as one big nigga.
Right. So it's one big thug nigga. It is fine. He don't know yet. It's gonna get worse.
But he doesn't understand the delineation movement.
Hey, check this out.
But also too, just a footnote out there. My family's doing the Ancestry.com and also to Skip Gaetz. You do not have permission to have my family's intellectual property on there because Skip Gaetz, he's got it right there that if you use his shit, then your stuff becomes this intellectual property. And I'm saying it's here for in the future.
I went over this on the RBA about this.
What are your thoughts on Matt Gaetz?
Matt Gaetz belongs, and he belongs. Okay, he calls us third world thugs. So that bubblehead, brain-looking ass mutant motherfucker belongs in a goddamn insane asylum. And Matt Gaetz, you're a punk. Okay, look at the thuggery of your people. Look at the brutalization that you Caucasoids cause on us right here.
They said, "Get the hell out, United States. We don't want you here."
They were.
Yeah. Just like President Mussolini said over in Uganda that he told Biden's representative. You coming over here with gay shit, shake the spot.
Right. They were just saying it just the Americans. They told the British and the French, get the fuck up out of here.
Okay, Lady Che, let me educate you a little bit, and I know the word is educate. Okay, the colonists are the British, the French, the Belgians.
They care. They're like,
okay, and the Dutch. Okay, so this is why I was trying to tell old crazy ass Sarge. Well, Elon Musk is an African. No, he is not. He is a goddamn whore.
South African national who relocated to the United States and now
he's not American. But he needs to go with.
He is not an African because I've came across many people from Azania. Okay, we all know about Mama Africa, who is from Azania as well too, and I've never seen no African with no blonde hair, blue eyes, and straight hair. You got me fucked up.
They have red hair.
The British eradicated them. There was a whole tribe of African people that had blue eyes and blonde hair, and the British eradicated them in the 1800s.
Okay, sir. Okay, we'll debate about that later. I can't see it, but however, you are a man of intelligence. Okay, and I know you're just not going to come tell me some bullshit, and you would have something to back it up. Okay, I think what they would call those, albinos, Brother Che, if I'm not mistaken.
And they're beautiful and magical, and fucking everybody need to leave them alone.
The British killed them, Shabaki.
The black African albinos that are like most beautiful, angelic.
Well, the Tasmanians is native down there to Tasmania near New Zealand, I believe.
Better.
No, south of Australia, about the little island.
Okay.
They killed all.
Okay. So you're talking about the Aboriginal.
Let's go. Go ahead, Lady Che.
All right. Look, I don't know. Okay, look. Yeah, this is what I think. I think that I'm glad that Nigeria, glad that not just Nigeria, but Traore and all them were like, hey man, you gotta get the fuck up out of here. Like, they no more. You know, they told America, they told motherfucking the French, they told fucking British, they told everybody. And in true they let in certain shit that they had allies with. I think I was reading, like with Russia.
Yep.
That was both beneficial. There was tangibles, everything involved in both sides.
Black Jesus,
and they worship Black Jesus for real. He was in the bulk. The thing is, why Matt Gaetz would want to fucking start a motherfucking like a little miniature war right there is stupid. You see how that clip was showing motherfucking drones above them or satellite targeting? Like that is ridiculous. Just because you're upset because they don't want you there, because you're not doing anything for the people there. Your military is not doing anything for the people. It doesn't help in any way, shape, or form. You're just like the fucking police enabling fucking nothing and, you know, only making it worse for him. Yeah, get the fuck up out of there. Why would he do that? Why there's no benefit in it? And they shouldn't be, just leave Africa alone. If Africa is tired and they don't want them there and they're done with all that bullshit, that's finally them standing up. I mean, let's applaud that, because Africa's been violated so many times by so many of them for all kinds of different reasons and put in all kinds of situations. So
and now the latest exporters are the Chinese,
right? So yeah. for them to start separating and working together amongst their little states or countries, right? I think that's a beautiful thing. Get the fuck up out of there, man. Like, there's some places we're just there to cause motherfucking conflict and division and miniature shit. We don't need to be there. We don't need to be there, and we're not. We weren't requested to go there. You insinuated ourselves there, right?
Told them to get the hell out.
Right? America insinuated itself in their business. It's just like white folk insinuating themselves in all kinds of black affairs when they don't need to be insinuating themselves in nothing but their own shit. And I think that it's good. I think it's a good thing. I don't understand why he's so fucking mad. Like, you're mad for what? Like, because they told you to get the fuck out because they don't want you? Yep. You're not helpful? You're not fucking assisting in any way? But, like, count that as you're free to go and meander in other fucking countries' affairs and not theirs anymore. I'm like, just take your motherfucking stupid ass somewhere else. And what the fuck? It's not like he's gonna go fight anything. It's like he's getting on a fucking jet. He's gonna go over there and make other people do it or incite other people to go do the light work of his vitriol. It's not like he's got a personal stake at what's happening there. He don't have no interest or no benefit or no real stake in anything. He's just talking hot boy shit that anybody who has resources could just get at him in the Americas.
Shabaka always says he's emulating the ethical of the European.
Right. If motherfuckers are really they would get at somebody that they know here in the Americas and go take a walk around the block where you live. You know what I mean? And then he can really see what that looks like. You know, so it's like it's stupid. It's stupid to think that you're just gonna go and make these hot boy statements and it could start another fucking conflict.
This could be y'all next governor down in Florida.
Yeah, I don't like it. I like told him to get the fuck out, and I don't like that he got mad and made all these hot boy threats.
Mama Africa told this, ladies and gentlemen, over 60 years ago.
Go ahead, Jussie.
Yeah. Shabaka, we got to move along to the next topic, and that is Baltimore Mayor. That's the damn name off the top of my head. But anyway,
Wesley?
The brother that they just elected over there. And,
I think his name is Wesley.
Yeah, Wesley something. Wesley, no, you're thinking of Wes Moore, the governor. No, his brother, I can't remember his name off the top of my head. Sorry, girl.
Yeah,
anyway,
he's a younger brother. He's about your age, Brother Ferris.
Yeah, he is falsely claiming that black women are carrying the nation on their backs. Remember what Biden said when he got selected in 2020? I'm gonna have y'all back like you ever had mine.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we saw how that went. So once again, I would imagine that what these crackers do every election year is that they have a lottery of house niggas that they choose from.
Yeah, we covered that last night.
Over YouTube banning ad blockers. Like,
covered that with APAC.
Just like what the sister was saying last night, they got a lottery of house niggas that they choose from.
Yeah, we covered that last night. It's about them with APAC.
Chill, guys. Just use Pi. It's a free Chrome extension that's actually.
How was this commercial?
And then they sit up there.
The heartbeat of the African diaspora. Download our African Diaspora News Channel app now on Google Play and Apple App Store. Stay informed with authentic and diverse perspectives, breaking news, and cultural insights. Immerse yourself in a community that celebrates unity, resilience, and progress. Experience the vibrancy of the diaspora at your fingertips. Don't miss out. Empower your perspective today. Search African Diaspora News Channel and join the conversation.
I think I heard what he said, and I was like, man.
Right after the election, Mayor Brandon Scott of Baltimore took to the podium and said this. Check it out.
That this country does not deserve Black women or Black people, but specifically Black women. This morning I woke up and I just gave my wife a hug because I know how heavy this is weighing on Black women. And they have carried this country and saved this country too many times and continue to be the most disrespected human beings on the planet. And it, quite frankly, it disgusts me.
So as you heard him say, you know, his heart hurts, for lack of better words, for Black women, and too many times that Black women have carried and saved this country. And he is disgusting. Now, he went on to say a whole bunch of other stuff about how Kamala did everything right. No, she didn't, because she lost bigot, right, if that's even a word. But anyway, let me get back to what he was saying about Black women saving and carrying this country.
It ain't Black.
Who did they save and carry the country for, sir? They saved it and carried it for everybody else but their own community. Like, you're the mayor. I'm assuming you're smart and people like you. They voted for you and all that other stuff. But what are you talking about? Right. Do you really believe that Black women have saved and carried this country? How can they do that when they haven't carried and saved their own community? Right. But I will concede that they have saved it for everybody else, mainly that of the Democrat Party, so that the Democrat Party could save everybody else. That Black woman that you speak of, this last 4 years, she watched the Biden and Harris administration save everybody else but her. Save everybody else but her man and her children, her community. She watched them open the borders and let everybody in, and they got housing, education, healthcare, and everything else you could think of, while her people are still asking for reparations, while her people are the most homeless in the United States, while her people are the most uneducated, the most unhealthy. But yet you sitting up there talking about she's carried this country. Where? And for who? That always needs to be the question. Did she save it for us? She did not. See, and I've said this before, and I'm going to keep saying it. Y'all, and I'm going to be nice, men like you, y'all unfairly give the Black women, or Black woman rather, praise she does not deserve. Now, listen, I'm a Black woman. The Black woman is dope and dynamic all by herself, right? But she has not been operating within the last couple of decades in the best interest of her people. See, she liked that pat on the back when she's called, the backbone of the Democratic Party. But if she stopped for a minute and stop taking an accolades that she does not deserve and say, okay, I'm helping the Democratic Party, but they're not helping me or my people, maybe I should stop doing that.
That's right.
You should just stop for a minute. Stop running around in circles because people are saying, girl, you saying that you're the backbone. And she stopped and just think about it. She would be a little bit more sensible in her thinking. But stop telling Black women that they carried this country when they can't even carry their own block. Ooh. When their household is in shambles. Whereas the Black woman, for a whole host of other reasons, but even still, She is considered to be the most in single motherhood, if you will. So until she can figure out how to get a man back in the home and be conducive and build a nation, her nation, not just the United States, but her nation, stop giving her praises that she does not deserve. Yeah, and we've heard Joe Biden and a whole host of other people saying, without the black woman, we thank her, she's a backbone. Okay, whatever. If you really want to thank her, give her reparations for her people.
Right.
Make sure her neighborhoods are safe and conducive and productive and everything else you could think of. If you really want to praise her and lift her up, do that. But anything else is symbolism. No tangibles, right? So anyway, y'all tell me what you think of that. And for more insightful commentary, please subscribe to this channel and my channel, The Demetra K Show, here on YouTube.
Welcome to Aurora. I would say this. It's nice to hear little pleasantries of symbolic gesture. Of course, compliments and whatnot. However, it's true, man. We've been too busy fucking kumbayaing and fighting for everybody else's causes versus our own, and yet we want to talk about our shit only to just be dismissed by it. I think that what she said is right. Like, it's right. In any sense, if we did anything, we carried the motherfucking Democratic Party to fucking our own detriment. Where it didn't get us nothing, and then for him to talk about how Kamala did everything right. What the fuck did she do for 3 years? Because we weren't knowing. Like, we weren't knowing. If we were asking about her for 3 motherfucking years, that means she's been MIA. If we're asking her where the fuck she is right now, currently, she's not around. So where she's been a lot around. Like, I've seen other vice presidents being more, present, and she's not. So what the fuck did she do? What the fuck did she do anywhere? So we can't even go along with that. And second, the fact that black women have been the most welcoming and forgiving for no goddamn reason at all is beyond us. Like, now we're at the stage where we have to say no to everybody and focus on FBA issues and the black agenda and reparations and all of the shit that we have to focus on. It is real in the field right now, and everyone's gonna hurt they're gonna have to be hurt. But this is a chance for both black men and black women to come to unification on several things, like bettering self, building within our economics together. Educating our children without the indoctrination system, keeping our children out of fucking jail and prison by teaching them right shit, and away from the laws and things like that. This is a chance for us to really get it right for our children's children, because for example, I'll give you an example. I had children that are grown adults now that aren't on the right side of political discord. You know what I mean? And I don't like it, but that's just me. I don't have to like it, right? That's them. They live their own motherfucking lives. But I would say this, that as a person who wants to have another child eventually, I want my child to be on the right side of political discord. And meaning that you're going to have to lead by example as being black in America, being a black man or black woman in America. We have particular struggles that need to be fucking addressed now. Like, not tomorrow, not yesterday, but as we can do it right fucking now. Because we don't have any other time. Like, this election showed us a couple of things. It showed us that after all this hard work and fucking after all this hard work of getting the Democratic fucking party to come to shambles and bow down and kiss the motherfucking ring. That's what they got to do now. They're going to have to bow down and kiss the ring of FBA. We did that. That's all us, right? Just like a lot of motherfucking shit we've been doing all year long. Bow down and kiss the fucking ring. The TBA says it, we run the yard. We have to come to understanding.
Kahari's in the building.
This is a Kari. Kari. That's it. That's it. The thing is that right now we need to focus on our specific things. We need tangibles. I don't care what they're talking about. They ain't talking what we're talking about. The Republicans, they never really been talking black anything. They don't give a fuck about us. They never mention us. They don't even look at us. So we already know where they're at. Democrats always trying to pander and placate, and they oversell fucking nothing. So we're focused on tangibles, black fucking tangibles. The necessity is very real in the field right now. Everything is up for grabs, and we have a chance to get it for us if we focus on just us. That means no more hand holding, no more kumbaya, no more joining in on other causes, no more taking up for other races, buffer classes, the fucking dirty justices. We only do black shit for black people. We only get upset for black causes. We only protest for black fucking injustice. That's it. That's all. We're just focused on being black right now and forever. Okay? That's it. And they can't offer us shit that we can't go get on our own. We need to start doing, it's just I don't want to say it like that, like a preachy type moment. We need to focus on economics, specifically our economics, and how we can build amongst ourselves economically so that we can raise up our own politicians and raise them up and fund them to win elections, versus having to take white money that's dark money, and in essence, it's the devil's money. You know what I mean? So that's what I think we should focus on if we want to get in this political thing. We're going to have to focus on the right thing. What Jussie played yesterday, it sounded like all I heard was grooming. That the, what is it, APAC or whatever, APAC was looking for the Black Caucus, right? Looking for motherfuckers in high school or whatever. So they actively seeking out our children to groom them to be coons and to buck break them, right?
Baby coons.
And so that's all I heard in my black ears was the Black fucking coon caucus. All right, looking for our children who are politically, civically engaged and wanting to do for their people. Like look at Jussie when I'm saying this. When they always talking shit, right? And he's running for office. He wants to do for his motherfucking people, meaning black fucking people, right? And so they're looking at him to groom them to be baby motherfucking Tim Scotts and fucking, you know what I mean, Byron Donalds or whatever. Uncle Jones. Yeah, Uncle Tom's and sucking. They're like, no, man. Like sometimes you just need a little thuggery in the motherfucking office. Like, this is just wrong. All I heard was grooming, and I feel sad in my hands. Yeah, you can. We'll send you a link through the email because we don't want anybody up here, just anybody. We only want black people up here. I got you.
No, well, we got ways of busting fake black profiles.
Yeah,
fake black profile is very easy to bust. I'll tell you about it.
Jussie, you got Kari's email address?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll send you one right now. Get you out there, but you gotta have to talk, Kari. You gotta have to talk. That's the only way you gotta. I got stuff set up. All right. Well, yeah. Go ahead. We're gonna send you a link or whatever. I can't do it from this side. What?
It's email.
It's I'll look it up right now. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I think that right now focusing on black tangibles is the best thing we can do right now.
I see the first letter of it.
Let me look.
All right, go ahead, Shabaka. Go ahead, Shabaka. What are your thoughts on this?
Okay, what it is that you got fake black profiles out there. Number one is going out there manipulating the black voters. Number one, it's very easy to bust a fake black profile, you look for keywords, okay? And excuse the expression, ladies. If you see a black profile using the term cunt, you know that's not a black person.
No, that's white people.
We don't use that term.
That's how white people talk.
All right, hold on.
The second indicator.
Yes, hold on. I just sent it to Jussie, and we gotta do a lot. Like we had to go around it about because we get motherfuckers up here trying to do stupid shit.
Hey, win lose.
Yeah, he coming up.
Also too.
I want to share shortly about this. So, what are your thoughts on what Scott, Brandon Scott, was talking about in regards to black women?
Okay. What it is. Okay. All right. Well, first place, I can see his point to a point where black women contributed greatly, you know, to our cause of liberation.
Okay. Tell me sent it email.
We sent it to you right now. Check your email. Car. Go ahead. Go ahead, Shabaka. Shabaka just faded off into the distance.
Okay. All righty. And that, you know, contribution not too much to the development of the United States, but of the world as a whole. And this is why you would always hear me mention Queen Nzinga, Queen Hatshepsut, Queen Amina of Zazzau, which is modern day Nigeria. Okay. And all the other queens down through history. Okay. But what it is that Hollywood, which is nothing more on the puppet strings of Washington, D.C., to push a certain agenda of us hating ourselves, of our men going up here being effeminized, shoving ketchup up their ass, talking about they having menstrual cycles. And then also...
Let's see. Is there any more?
Yeah, a little bit.
Go ahead, Shabaka. We're listening.
Okay, and then also too is to thoroughly, another thing in the American ethos is to thoroughly destroy the black family unit, and this is why they made it a point to get the black male out of the household in the late 1960s and in the 70s, is because what's happening up is that a lot of our young men are coming up, okay, for the last 40 years without a positive black male role model in the household. You see what I mean? This is why they got mass incarceration of us going into prison, to get the black male out of the household. And this is why I respect his brother. I forgot his name, and when I come across his name, I'm going to mention him because this is a brother who's going out to the neighborhood, showing a young man who's like 11, 12, 13 years old, showing them basic carpentry skills, basic drywalling skills, auto mechanics, how to change brakes on the car, how to tune the car up. You see what I'm saying? To maintain, you know, maintenance on the vehicle. You see, and what have you. Hey, what's up, brother? Yeah, okay. Oh, brother Kyrie, how you be? How you be? All right. Okay, you got to unmute your microphone, sir.
You muted, brother.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I don't know why Jussie looks so.
Oh no! Just I'm on the game, so I'm trying to get off the game real quick so I can get on the news. That's why I'm trying to. My bad.
Oh, it's all good. It's all good. It's all good. Thank you for joining us. So once
I'll be on in a
again.
second.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Okay. And then the thing is this is why you got to keep the black male in the household. You see what I'm saying? Because you even have a lot of black males who get involved with women that have sons and their biological father may be gone, may be incarcerated. And then you got a lot of his brothers scattered up.
You sound like you far away.
I'm back.
Okay.
Yeah, Shabaka sound like he just walking off in the distance, just lecturing us and going to the bathroom.
Okay, what about now? It's just, hold on. Let me get off this Bluetooth. Yeah, this raggedy motherfucker shit.
He all fading into the black, literally.
Yeah, hold on.
We can always tell what Shabaka doing in the back, using rolling up, smoking, cooking, fucking sweeping the floor, wrapping presents, doing the most, typing. going off and reading shit.
Flushing the toilet.
Flushing.
He says this is dedicated to the dump.
Okay, can you all hear me now?
That's bad if you're going to the bathroom while you're doing this show. That's
Okay,
really
is
bad.
that better? Yeah, I
Tell
gotta put the headset on. And then also too, is that another thing that I was saying is that you got to look at the media image of what they've been projecting of us, y'all, about for the last 40 years, Brother Che, for y'all's generation, Brother Kahari. Okay, it's because, see, they're not going to show you films about our strong figures like Malcolm X or Huey P. Newton or Muhammad Ali or some of the ancient African kings like Mansa Musa, and the list goes on from King Shaka. You know, the king said, why? Oh, you know what I'm saying? To Haile Selassie. They say, oh, okay, brother dropped off.
He'll be back.
He right
game. He was playing
Oh,
game.
okay. All righty. See, so they're not going to show us that, but you damn sure show a nigga out here wearing a dress like Billy Porter, which is sick. Oh, and by the way, Brother Che, you know Billy Porter's white lover kicked him to the curb, right?
Yeah, we covered that last
I told
year.
you about that divesting, man. That really goes good for us.
Okay, he's
And
back.
from what I understand, that Billy Porter is out there living in a tent in a cardboard box off of Hollywood Boulevard.
Serves him right for all that fucking ass kissing he was
Right.
Yeah, so he might give you an autograph or something.
Okay, so the sisters ain't going for it no more. Brandon Scott. They're not gonna keep caping for the Democrats.
Right.
It's the unification, man. This is prime time for us. Like, this is prime time. Like, you know, the white bitches done threw up the motherfucking closed the door on the motherfucking
Oh my God!
on the cold papusa shit. You know what I mean? So
God,
like
that
that's cool.
Stupid.
Shit, that serves they. Hey man, go get your brother. Go get your baby back and get two. Fuck it, everybody's out there. You know what I mean? I think that's a good sign. Like, this is a time for us to build, man. I'm looking at this in a positive way. Like,
Well, see, Lady Che.
Look at it positively.
Okay, now, Lady Che, you got a point right there. There's an old saying, one man's garbage can's another man's estate. So what that means is that in any situation, you take what is useful, you leave what is useless, the concept of Sankofa. And I would debate with Joe Gibson, Sarge, any other, hater that we got on our platform. Huh?
Yeah, me, Kai.
Not that tether anchor baby Joe Gibson.
We should debunk that in 30 minutes or less. Everybody gonna call us insane.
We should have just left his ass in Italy to deal.
I'm on my mic. That's why. But I'm back though. I'm about to.
Yes, sir. You're sounding good, brother. You're sounding good, brother.
Yeah, I'm about to put it on the OBS, so it can show everybody.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, please do. And also too, Brother Kahari, get with us. Okay. Get with us on Tuesday night. Okay, I'm getting background. I'm getting feedback.
Yeah, Carter, you gotta make sure that you're doing extra shit. We can hear that. Okay, cool. All right, go ahead, Shabaka. What you say real quick before I ask Jussie one question? Jussie, did you put for TD Media Group where you talk about old boy the mayor?
We already did that.
No, but the new one that he did today.
We did that last week.
The new one that he did today.
That's the same thing. No, I didn't put that in this one.
Oh, okay.
We already covered it.
Okay, cool. All right, bet. All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
So therefore now down there, I think this was in the great state of Florida. The subject matter getting ready to bring up here with TD Media Group about Laken Riley's killer was denied a fair trial.
Shabaka.
Uh-huh.
If you had anything else to say about the last topic, which was Baltimore mayor falsely claims that Black women are carrying the nation on their backs.
Okay, all right, yeah, I could sum that up real simple. He's a hand-picked puppet, and he's being told what to say. They wind him up, like you do a toy soldier, you wind him up, and this motherfucker will regurgitate any damn thing they tell him, just like London Bridge, just like Karen Brass, just like Uncle Tom Bradley of Los Angeles, just like Kamala Harris, just like Barack Obama. They wind these fools up, you know, with their program in there. You see what I mean? And what have you? Just like when Obama went over there to Kenya and insulted President Kenyatta of Kenya, and the president told him, "Hey, man, you got to shake the spot, man. You know, you take that shit to San Francisco, New York, London, man, but you're not bringing that bullshit here." And he told him in a respectful way, but that was the crux of the matter. And then, of course, as we know, the head of state of Ethiopia told Barack and Michelle when he was on Air Force One, "Man, don't even bother landing here. We're not going with that bullshit. You know, don't even bother landing. That is some Eurocentric bullshit." Okay.
We have a sister city in Ethiopia called Axum.
Is that right? Oh yeah, I've seen that there and Pony Express land.
Broncos.
Hey man, that restaurant go hard as fuck. The Axum restaurant, but Ethiopian grub, man, that shit go hard as hell in there, and it's so nice. And it's always empty. There's like nobody ever there, but it's like I think that's perfect. It's like there's casual people come in to get their little orders and shit. Me and my best friend from South Africa go there. We used to go in there all the time and just order plates and shit, and we eating and stuff. And man, that food goes so hard.
Okay,
like a lot of African food go hard.
Yeah, I have some Ethiopian food.
Ghanaian food goes hard. Fucking South African food goes hard. Motherfucking
this is Zania, Lady Che.
Yeah, Zania, Lady Che.
Okay, whatever. It's Zania. Goes hard as a motherfucker. Like the food is just good, like good. So I mean, me and my best friend been friends like damn near my whole life, like 32 years. Yeah. So like with like the other day when we was on the show, I was talking to the fella in the chat. I was like, I couldn't go there. They don't have nothing. I don't have no familiar. Michael. Yeah, I don't have no familiar line there. So I could go on a passport to South Africa to the family house because to take me there, I can live in the family house with the family is a big thing. You know what I mean? They don't just let anybody in the house. So, yeah, I was like, I could go there, but I don't want to. Like, honestly, to visit, yeah, but not to live. Yeah, not to live. I got aspirations. If I wanted to relocate, I'd probably relocate to some of these abandoned. I like tropics.
Okay, but as you know, Lady Che, Mad Dr. D's daughter, April, went to Zania, and then we did ask her, okay, and we did ask her, did she feel an ancestral connection? And she said very much so. Also, to brother, brother Kahari, I just sent you an email, man, to your email address right here, sir.
He's muted. I think he's still trying to work out the sound.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All righty. Okay, but I'm just letting him know that I just sent the brother an email to establish the email correspondence with him. Okay, but what it is, though, ladies and gentlemen.
I can hear you.
Okay, brother Kahari, I just sent you an email, man, you know, to your Gmail address.
Yeah, you can hear us.
Okay. All right, and you should have it, you know, to open up an email correspondence with you. Yes, sir. Okay, noted. Thank you, sir. Okay, all right, but I just want to... Okay, hold on, Brother Chad. I got one last sentence to say, then we're moving on. Okay, so it's quite essential that we try to establish contact with like-minded, conscious individuals on the continent. To quote you, Brother Che, not these fucking tethers.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
All right, moving right along.
All right, so disgraceful. MSNBC insinuates Laken Riley's killer was denied a fair trial. Oh my God.
They just keep digging their own grave.
No, that motherfucker got a fair trial and they gave his ass the goddamn death penalty and fuck that son of a bitch.
You get no argument from me, but brother Chris, TV Media Group, trying to give us the update on this.
for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button and subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. And most importantly, please follow me on Telegram at TD, known as MSNBC. Why are we speaking about MSNBC today? Well, let's take a look at this very angry tweet by Joe Rogan. As you can see here, the tweet reads, "What the F is this ish?" Now, what is he so mad about? Because you can see MSNBC is in his tweet here. Well, this is what he's mad about, and a lot of other people as well, including myself. Look at this disgusting headline by MSNBC. Laken Riley's killer never stood a chance. Really? Laken Riley's killer never stood a chance? And then look at the sentence beneath it. For all the political controversy surrounding Jose Ibarra, the outcome of this trial was never in doubt. So you're insinuating here that some way, somehow, the trial was somewhat unfair to Jose Ibarra, the killer of Laken Riley, by having a headline like this stating Laken Riley's killer never stood a chance given all of the political controversy surrounding the situation that occurred. Now, since then, MSNBC has gone on to change the headline, right, to "The guilt of Laken Riley's killer was never in doubt," but it's too late already because we know what you meant and we see what you are trying to do. Maybe any other news network could have gotten away with making a headline like that and saying, we just weren't thinking. But when it comes to MSNBC, we know who they are and we know how disgusting the network is, which is why I always refer to them as a parody news network. Now, once again, that article title reads here, where they changed it and updated, "The guilt of Laken Riley's killer was never in doubt." But when you read the sentence beneath, they slightly altered it to read as such. For all the political controversies surrounding Jose Ibarra, the case against him was always a simple one. But once again, it's too late. We already know what you meant, right? We already know what you meant. Now, something as disgusting as this isn't necessarily exclusive to MSNBC, because once again, they are who they are in terms of their hateful rhetoric that comes from that parody news network. But I want you to take a moment to listen to what this ABC news anchor had to say concerning the killing of Laken Riley and how he doesn't put the responsibility of her death on the Biden administration, which is where it belongs, because they intentionally created a migrant crisis that allowed Ibarra to come into the country. No, of course he doesn't do that. Who does he blame for the death of Laken Riley? He is going to insinuate that it's Donald Trump's fault, because of course everything is Donald Trump's fault. You wake up in the morning and stub your toe on the side of the bed, it's Donald Trump's fault. You break your favorite coffee mug while washing the dishes, it's Donald Trump's fault. You catch a flat tire on your way to work, guess whose fault it is? Of course, it's Donald Trump's fault. Everything is Donald Trump's fault, apparently including the killing of Laken Riley. Let's get into this disgusting clip right here.
Is Blue Chew okay to use these days?
Yeah. Sure.
So taking Chew.
This death of Laken Riley and the subsequent trial has essentially been a massive political lightning rod here in this country. And you said it there yourself, the president-elect campaigning on the death of Laken Riley and pointing to the current administration, saying that their laws and what they're calling failed policies contributed to Laken Riley's death. I want to remind you that Ibarra entered this country illegally in 2022, according to law enforcement officials, and he was paroled and released for further processing by ICE. And since that time he entered the country, he was arrested another time. Law enforcement officers saying that he was arrested in 2023 in New York City and charged with acting in a manner to injure a child less than 17, as well as a motor vehicle violation. But it's important to note that although there is very little evidence indicating a connection between immigration and violent crime, this is still something the President-elect Trump several Republicans on the Hill wanted to essentially plant their flag on and point that to the current Biden administration. And we saw that even as early as President Biden's latest State of the Union address, where Georgia Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene infamously interrupted President Biden, forcing him to acknowledge the death of Laken Riley, something that President Biden did by holding up a pin in her during that State of the Union. But it is important to note that all of this vitriol that we're hearing from Republicans and President-elect Trump regarding the policies of the Biden administration, it's important to know that President-elect Trump did force Republicans to essentially tank a bipartisan border security bill that both sides of the aisle said would have essentially addressed border security and immigration issues, Kira.
If you want to understand why the legacy mainstream media press is dying the way that it is, and why people are flocking over to podcasts and YouTube channels like this, is because the way in which they continue to intentionally misguide the American people by outright lying to you, if not at the least misrepresenting and manipulating the facts of what actually happened and what's actually going on concerning the migrant crisis and why people like Jose Ibarra were able to come into the country. The migrant crisis, as I've said numerous times over, because it is an irrefutable fact, was created intentionally by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. I'm not going to say anything more from this point on. I'm just going to let Joe Biden speak for himself.
Mr. Vice President, under the Trump administration, asylum has virtually ended. ICE detention centers are practically empty. Your new plan calls for reversing President Trump's harsh plan. But won't that restart a brand new border crisis? I mean, what would you do with all those people in camps now waiting in Mexico?
It will if we don't do it well. If we don't reach out to the communities that are willing to, the charitable communities that will come in and help, and in addition to us spending millions of dollars providing for access for judges, access for asylum folks to be on the border, to move quickly. Because if we just say, okay, all done, I've withdrawn the order, you're going to have a crisis on the other side of the border as well.
I rest my case. What are we even talking about here right now? What are we even talking about here right now? The border was secure under Donald Trump. When Biden and Harris got into office, they literally created the migrant crisis, knowing that it would be chaos. And here you have Joe Biden in the flesh acknowledging that he knew it would be chaos if we don't do it right. They knew they weren't doing anything right, but they did it anyway. And it's led to the loss of life of so many people who should still be here but aren't, because of the mess that this man and Kamala Harris created, to which they would proceed to lie to you, Harris, Biden, and Alejandro Mayorkas, telling you for at least 2 years straight that the border was secure. And then after 2 years of lying to you, saying that the border was secure when it clearly wasn't, they would go on to lie to you and say, well, there's nothing we can do about it until we get the bipartisan bill passed. But then on election year, surprise, surprise, with executive action, Joe Biden essentially more or less closed the border, to which crossings dropped dramatically, meaning he could have always done this because he always had the executive power to close the border, but chose not to. Instead, they chose to lie to you and tell you that the border was secure when it wasn't. But once again, when in doubt, blame Donald Trump, right? And that's what you saw here with the man on ABC. And that's why these legacy media outlets are failing miserably. These people are disgusting, manipulative liars. You have MSNBC insinuating that an illegal immigrant murderer didn't receive a fair trial. And then that's followed up with an ABC News anchor insinuating that Laken Riley was murdered because of Donald Trump's negligence, when he's not the one who was in office. Biden and Harris were the ones that were in office, who literally created the migrant crisis, as Joe Biden just admitted to which they proceeded to lie to you to say there was nothing they can do about it until it was election year. And now here we are, and here they are with blood on their hands, but trying to pass it off to Donald Trump. Once again, I rest my case, and with all that being said, that does it for today's news. Please make sure you hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you're new.
I did unmute Jussie. Can I go for Shabaka goes?
Yeah, go ahead, Laken.
All right, real quick. What is that? Oh, my fault. All right. This is gonna sound real controversial, but I'm gonna say this: I have no motherfucking feelings whatsoever about Miss 6 o'clock at all. Like, first of all, you got bumped off or whatever. You know that join the fucking club, right? And the club, thoughts and prayers, I guess. You know what I mean? No feelings. Let's talk about why. Let's talk about that trial and they got whatever the sentence was. Justice before any fucking black people get justice when their loved ones are killed by anybody. That trial was super motherfucking quick, and yeah, he got dealt what he got dealt. He shouldn't have did it, but he did it, and that's that. I had no feelings. In fact, I was like, oh, why? It reminded me of the one of the Trump rallies where I like to talk shit about the chicken girl, where she's like. Call my mama. That one, right? Yeah. But she was talking about nobody said, Miss 6 o'clock's name and shit. First of all, like, I can't feel nothing because that's a white girl, but not a black issue. And I was like, I kept wondering why I could care less about this name as long as I heard it every time it was da-da-da-da-da and da-da-da-da-da. And I was like, yeah, whatever, because I could care less, right? And I knew there was a reason for it. And then I watched the video right now. Like, I went it was quick. It was like, what, a year maybe? Like, when did he do it? It was quick. Earlier this year. Then he goes to trial. It was like sometime last year. It was quick. It was fucking quick before any black person sees a trial for the injustices going on in their lives, for a death in their family or whatever. It was quick. It was fucking quick. So I can't feel nothing. I was like shoulder shrugging. I have no motherfucking feelings like about it. Like, I could care less. Did he got what was the sentence? Let this
motherfucker go.
Yeah,
he had already been charged with several crimes before he did this.
Right. I mean, look what's happening in the Jordan Neely case. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I just can't. I was like, why are we even? And then I remembered why I didn't want to listen or look at anything. It was because A, she was white, B, she was white, and C, she was white. And that's just that. You know what I mean? I had no feelings as, I guess, thoughts and prayers. I don't know. But I had no feelings about it because, like, made me mad that shit got done quicker than when somebody loses their family member to an atrocity, done at the hands of motherfucking either white police or fucking anybody white. You know what I mean? I just couldn't get down with it. So it sounded controversial, but I don't care. Like, so he's gonna spend how long in jail? How long what was the sentence?
He's supposed to be getting life.
Yeah.
He's going like 25 years, but they're going to deport his ass back to where he wasn't from.
Yeah, so, he's going to deport himself, and he's an illegal immigrant. He killed somebody.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Several other crimes before that.
Right.
The moral of the story was he shouldn't have even been let out the first time to even be able to do this shit.
Right, and he's a little nationwide traveler, so So I just don't give a fuck. the fact that for them to say that he didn't get a just trial. I mean, he lucky he got a trial.
Right. Let you have tried some shit like that in his country.
Right.
You wouldn't have even made it to court.
You wouldn't. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah. So that's it. I didn't have no feelings about it. Go ahead.
All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on this? Shabaka, you're muted.
Okay, my thoughts on this here, man, you know, is the dude, man, when he did this shit, okay, then the migrant practices was intended to undermine Black people in America. Dr. Claude Anderson told us this more than 10 years ago. And I just found out that YouTube tore down my channel.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, Shabaka.
Yeah, they tore it down. And I'm trying to recover it. And but they tore it down. See, this is the problem, people, with this social media bullshit, okay, is because they got these robots in here. They got this prepackaged bullshit in here. And they look at us at any time that we talk about something, you know, that is quote unquote militant or pro-Black or pro-Pan-Africanism.
You
know,
take my channel down. It says,
yeah.
Oh, your channel has been temporarily taken down. You have till 2029 to appeal.
Till 2029 to appeal. Oh boy, it's just incredible, man. The bullshit that they come up with, man.
That's stupid.
Yeah.
You gonna wait that long?
Bullshit that they come up with. You know what I'm saying? And now, here's what they got up here, people trying to share. Look what they got for you. Showtime on YouTube, Paramount on YouTube, ESPN on YouTube. You see what I'm saying?
Well, I had this channel for 12 years, man. Longer.
Yeah, but they ain't got not shit up here. You know,
I'm cool.
You know, how to get my damn channel back.
29? You couldn't appeal it in 5 minutes or nothing.
No, it's just
Yeah, in Hollywood.
You got a little time to think about it. Of us doing this fuck shit. He's like, you had a little time to think about us doing this fuck shit to you, whether or not you want to appeal
it.
it.
I just couldn't believe it. I said, I gotta take a picture of this.
Yeah. Then they got this co-pilot shit in here.
They're dumb as hell.
That all, bitch. And look at all this bullshit that they got in here.
Yeah,
Jake Paul.
Space, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on what MSNBC was talking about this illegal?
They wonder why.
Okay, well, the solution, as I've always said, is for us to become self-sufficient. You see what I mean? That's it. All we got to do, Black family, is become self-sufficient, turn our backs on these other groups, okay? Because, see, they need us more than we need them, but they want us to believe that we need them more than they need us, when in actuality, it's the other way around. See?
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Just like what these bastards just did with my YouTube channel.
Yes,
I cannot find that one fucking video of mine up here. And the damn things has been up there for more than 10 years.
You should be able to think about it. They should have sent you a message saying you can appeal this
till 2029.
I said, yep.
Man, I'll be old and feeble-minded by then.
First of all,
okay,
like that's
so,
you really need that long to think about whether or not you're gonna appeal the fuckery.
No, well, see, that's just that. Well, see, Lady Che, that's that bullshit. You see what I'm saying?
That's stupid as hell.
Okay, but if you got bullshit up there with Jake Paul, and what's the fool's name? Jussie Smollett.
Oh my God! Don't even start with
right
that shit, Shabaka. Oh my God! I'm gonna start about the Mike Tyson Jake Paul thing.
Okay,
oh
that
my God!
Was
Don't even start, man. That shit will make it irate up in here.
Oh yeah, that was
I'm
bullshit.
covered on the RBA.
I really wish
That was bullshit. Because see, what it is that Mike Tyson was perhaps one of the greatest heavyweight champions that there was. Okay, so they want to tarnish his image. See, anything about black people doing anything great, they want to tarnish it. Why do you think Napoleon shot the nose off the Sphinx, which is really their Hermarket, but they commonly refer to it as the Sphinx? Why do you think a lot of the artifacts yeah, exactly. So this Eurocentric shit, this anti-blackness has been in existence ever since the damn Roman days. Oh, and by the way, I'm not going to see the movie Hannibal. I'm not going to see Gladiator 2.
Gladiator 2.
Yeah, I'm boycotting it. Fuck Hollywood.
Because Denzel fucked it up, huh?
No, because it's full of shit. Okay, because what they don't want to let it be known is that after Hannibal got finished with Octavius Caesar, the Roman Empire was doomed. That's the part they don't want to show you. No bullshit. And I said it, and I approve of the goddamn message.
It's my fault.
I sent you the picture.
Oh no, I was like, dude, when they took my Facebook and my shit, I was like, well, I can't. I don't have the fortitude because I think this is tedious light work to keep fucking creating these little channels and spaces and shit.
Now they're cracking down on that. They take your page out, you try to set up another one. They're like, nope.
Right. They know it's you. I know it's you trying to be somebody else. I'm like, nah, man, I'm cool. Let's go ahead and keep that. I'm sad that I can't share things to Facebook sometimes. But then I'm not.
I'm kind of glad I'm not on it no more.
Are you really, man? I thought you'd be upset.
It's a lot less stressful.
Yeah. For sure, because Jussie was getting into these little arguments on a daily basis. On a daily basis, somebody was calling him a coon or some shit like that. He was arguing with black people on a daily basis.
Kamala Hindu Bad Wench Harris.
That shit was hilarious. And that's what they were calling him a coon, but he was fighting with people every day. Every day, and he's mad. He's like, fuck him. I don't know why Jussie fighting with people is so amusing right now, but God, it was pretty funny. He's like, fuck him, I guess I'm defriending him. I was like, damn, what they do? And he called me a coon. I was like, well, that'll do it. But after deciphering Jussie talk for like 15 minutes.
For not supporting a Brahmin Hindu.
Right, and not going along with the fuckery of that she's a black woman and he should get behind it. I was like, you know who you're talking to? This is stupid. You're dumb. You should know he's going to give you that work.
You already did your thoughts on it.
Kari, what are your thoughts?
Did you get your sound worked out?
Is it good?
Yep.
Sounds like it, yeah. Yeah.
My thoughts about the Gladiator.
No, about this. About this.
About the Laken Riley.
Yeah.
I feel like, to be honest, it was all a setup, man, and I feel like with the migrant crisis, I feel like they planned for that to happen.
Oh, yeah.
So that way they can get black people to like lose their jobs. Because I was at school the other day, and I go to school for construction. I do architect for a little bit, and basically me and this white dude, we was talking. He was telling me, he was like, "Boy, you better be happy that Trump win, because if Ma would have won, man, she would took all the jobs from y'all." And I was like, "Yeah," and yeah, man, like basically they just trying to like take everything from us, man. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like as people, man, like we really gotta just, you know what I'm saying, hold our own, man. And we gotta just stop trying to help other people too. Because every time it's a riot with other people and stuff, like let's say like the Asian dude that got killed on the bus or whatever, right? We gonna be the ones go there and justice for them. But when it comes to us, they not gonna do the same for us. So I feel like we gotta just handle our own problems ourselves, you know. Because at the end of the day, man, like no group, no race, whatever it is, they not gonna really. They may say they care for you, but deep down they still got anti-blackness in them, man. It'll just show when it needs to show, you know. So yeah, man, that's how I feel about it. I just feel like it's all set up to be against us at the end of the day. And I just hope that we all just like wake up to it and adjust and focus on us. Because at the end of the day, man, like we are $1 trillion people. You know what I'm saying? And if we just put our money together, we can be, you know, we won't have to really rely on the government. You know, we can just do it ourselves. But the problem is that I think a lot of folks are not thinking far. They're just thinking, oh man, like if I can just finesse the system, whatever, I can get by. But really, if you can just finesse the system and work with your people, you can get way further because now you become self-sufficient. You know, so that's how I look at it. So,
it's basically you only raced it like my sister used to say, really do real shit, right? And we only raced it kindly to each other without any real ask for back. We don't really expect it to be returned when you give, you know, when we do right. And I'm so sorry. Hold up. We got an incense blowing. It smells really good, but my lungs are really weak. What I say is like we're the only ones that are always. We can take care of ourselves. We don't need nobody. We can protect ourselves. We can educate ourselves. We can heal ourselves. We the only race of fucking people that can do that with each other, for each other, kindly, and without really too much expectation. Now we will get in that ass when you fucking take it for granted, and you're disrespecting the the process. You know what I mean? You kindly get in that ass and let you get some understanding of how that's wrong. But 90% of the time, when we give to, like, for example, like if I give my sister $40 out the cup, that's because I gave her $40 out the cup. I don't really think that she give me money, and then I'm like, I can't, because in my mind I feel like I gotta give it back. That's that. It's hard for me to accept anything because of the way I was raised in the ugliness that was raised. So I had to learn what I'm about to say right now. I had to learn it because I was raised with the expectation of reciprocation, which is an ugly thing. The thing is like if like I do you a favor, I expect a favor. You know what I mean? And that's an ugly way of thinking. But we're the only people. And this is after this. We're the only people that can do for each other. We can build each other up. We can promote each other. We can pass the word on to each other about what we dig, what we think is cool, what we think is dope, what we like. We're the only fucking people that can do that for each other. It just sucks that we were so whitewashed, programmed into this ugliness. You know that we couldn't elevate each other, and because we're a fear of any kind of build that we do will get destroyed. Any kind of thing we do. If we build a business, somebody will come destroy it or try to gentrify us, or try to make it fail. If we do this or do that, we're outnumbered by AI, or you know what I mean. So it sucks that we have all these strategic barriers that are by design. And in my opinion, and this is just my opinion only, sometimes going back to the basic fundamentals of us will help us get better to take care of ourselves right now, currently, because right now the message is very clear. FBA, Black people in America, are just doing for Black people in America right now. And it's kind of picking up. You see how Africans in Africa are only doing for Africa. you dig?
That's
So
neocolonialism, Lady Che.
yeah, so it's spreading like a fucking virus, and that's good because the ultimate enemy is racial white supremacy. So I think that we as a fucking people just need to go back to the building blocks of us, of taking care of each other, of fucking listening to each other, talking to each other, because we as a fucking people are ashamed to discuss anything that isn't what do you use a topic of discord or something like that. We're ashamed to have different thoughts. We're ashamed to express ourselves. We're ashamed, men especially. Topic of dialogue. Thank you, Jussie. I couldn't think right there. Topic of dialogue. We're if it's not popular, you know what I mean. So we're ashamed. The brothers especially don't have outlets to discuss stressful situations they got going on in their lives, like in the form of therapy, because it's shaming. They shamed for it. They shamed for any type of emotional outburst, because the stress has gotten to a buildup of uncontrollable fucking circumstances. Like, for example, did you see the brother that was on a stabbing spree? Yeah. Right? For like 3 days? Yep. It was a brother, right? And he was stabbing the fuck out of motherfuckers in Chinatown, right? Yeah. I'm just sorry. I don't know why that was funny to me, right? But that was a level. I bet you. Yeah. I bet you $50. Gentleman's bet, right? $50.
What happened, Shabaka?
They hacked my goddamn YouTube account.
They hacked it?
They hacked it.
Who did? Shit. You know why? You know why Shabaka?
I'm telling you, they hacked it.
No, real shit. No, I'm saying that he probably went on this stabbing spree. You know what I mean? Like, because he was stressed out. A lot of this shit happens because motherfuckers can't express themselves. And it's once in a while. Like today, I watched a case where a brother got shot. His kid got kidnapped by his ex-girlfriend. It wasn't even her kid, right? And it was a sister, right? But the whole conversation was about the little boy being returned and not about the brother who got shot. He got shot and his kid got taken, and it wasn't even by the mother. You dig? It was an ex-girlfriend that took the kid, who tried to take the kid before. But the family was like, thank you, Jesus, praise Jesus, blah, blah, blah. We're going to go make them nuggets and mustard. Because what about your son? Right. What about your son? He got shot in his own motherfucking house. Worried about your son. Like, yeah, your grandson back, cool. Good, that's good. That bitch shouldn't have took him anyway. But what about your son? A black man, he got capped. Like, he got shot in his own house. Is he dead? Do we know? They didn't cover it. But
okay,
this
not
is
to
the
cut
type
your
of shit we
wisdom,
gotta
Lady
talk
Chat.
about.
Okay,
That's
I recovered it. Okay,
Go
I
ahead,
recovered the
Shabaka.
YouTube channel. I'm sorry, not to cut you. Okay, I recovered it. Okay.
Look at you celebrating.
Yeah, but they put some bullshit on it. Boy, these motherfuckers is good. Bitches, these motherfuckers.
That's all I gotta say on that about topic.
All right, Kavari,
Go
you
ahead.
got something you want to say about this?
Yeah, brother Kyle.
Oh, so basically, I want to say like what you were saying earlier about like a lot of men like to express themselves. Me, like, I struggle. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a confessor. I struggle with like working with black people because not to stereotype, but I'm just be real. I struggle working with black people because of like what I went through with black people. Like black people betray people, they hurt people,
right?
And so like it's kind of hard for me to work on my own, but I'm just trying to like go through the process because I'm still dealing with the trauma. I'm still working through my trauma as well. So I'm just trying to figure out like how can I like get over it. Because I don't know like how to really deal with this type of trauma. But
I think
at the
that's
same time,
that I want to say the
Say
niggerish
you're
part of
echoing,
us.
Lady J.
That is I go on mute, Kari, because for some reason you're echoing. I think that's the biggest part of us that we got to get rid of, or at least redirect, because it has made it difficult. But that's by design, brother. Like Neely Fuller Jr. has expressed that several times. That's by design. That is a thing that was put in us. Like, you know what I mean? That's a design to keep us apart, keep us fighting with each other, keep us separated, keep us that's how we end up going to jail. It's a whole bunch of things. It's off code, but it's not. It's from them. You know what I mean? And that's why it's hard to work. Like, man, I swear, sometimes I'll be feeling what you're saying. I'll be like, man, I wish that it wasn't like I pray for us to do better. We got to do better. Like today, me and Jussie, I was on somebody, and I was like, this is not how I think. Like, the ratchet roguish shit it's played out, and now you're recovering from fucking trauma, from a played out a fucking a thing that was instilled in us, that it was supposed to be the thing, the tightness. It was cool to be this and that, but in reality, no, it's just an ingrained fucking programming. It's a set of programming they put in us to keep us apart, to keep us dysfunctional, to keep us not in the home, to keep us not providers, to keep us separated, to keep us for them to exploit black women, for black women to think they don't need men, for men to think that.
Well, you got to thank Hollywood for all that shit, Lady J.
It's all
That's
programming.
that Hollywood shit.
Yeah, it's programming. It's programming, and then
No, that's exactly what it is.
It's programming, yeah. And so while you deal with your traumas, you gotta think you're not the only brother that has to go through all that. Like, I look at Jussie sometimes, and when I was on this platform earlier, and the brother said some wild ass shit, and I got off of it because I don't co-sign to some of the ratchetness, right? So I got off of that, and then Jussie said some wild shit to me, and I said, look, I said nobody can speak to what you got to go, what you have to deal with currently in this situation. Look at what you have to do. With, like, you're taking care of someone right now, you're like running two households. You're taking care of someone right now that is so fucking sick that can't take care of herself right this fucking second. So why would you listen to some off-brand say some wild ass shit, not to you, but just about or around a situation? Why would you listen to that? He don't know what you have to go through on a day-to-day basis, or what you have to deal with to not only to do public service for our people, get on all these platforms to support FBA movements and whatnot, but at home, when you're here, what you have to deal with right now is, I'm too fucking sick to even go from one room to the next. You dig? So how can you let some other motherfucking brother tell you what you can't do or what you're not doing because he's on some other shit? He don't know your life. He don't know what you have to deal with. He don't know what type of man you are. It takes a strong motherfucker to fucking take care of another motherfucker that he loves. And not, not everybody can do it. So he takes 4 years of somebody taking care of 4 years. I've outlived my time base. So he's been with me for that long. And for what? You know what I mean? I do the best I can with what I can. You think? So I was like, why would you even let somebody tell me anything about you? You see, I shut that shit down because that isn't what it is. Because in my mind, it takes a strong motherfucker to take care of his wife, and or a woman to take care of her husband when they're where they can't do for themselves, versus other strangers doing that. Because I'm a type of person, I don't believe it. I've already been there, done that. So I will not have a stranger come in this motherfucking house to do anything for me. When I was so sick and I had to be in a facility, they violate us. They violate black people, and they don't talk about it. They let them get sicker. They fucking violate them. And And me being biracial, mixed, whatever the fuck you want to call it, being black first day, I simply say there will never be another time where another stranger will ever do anything for me when they didn't have a fucking grievance with me to do some disrespectful shit to me. So I don't want that. But he is a strong man to be at his age trying to run for politics, try to de-educate the fucking coons here in our own fucking city about fucking blackness and everything, try to fucking be black first instead of these other identity fucking politics and whatever else, and to fucking do for the city, take care of the elders, fucking run a fucking garden, you know what I mean, and fucking activate the city in our own little level, our own little ways, and fucking come here and spend 3 days or fucking week to take care of me, because I can't do it right now. So that right there shows ultimate fucking straight. So I don't know what he got going on, because like any fucking black man, you stuff it and you don't tell nobody because you don't know how to do it. And they don't teach you, they don't teach us how to talk to you. They only teach us how to be, it's programmed into us to be disrespectful to you.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
You know? It's programmed into us to be disrespectful, like, why you ain't talking to me? What the fuck you got going on? Blah, blah, blah. It's programmed in us to be ratchet and disrespectful, not knowing that you got shit going on. Like that topic was like was something stupid about, it was something stupid. And I was like, men got ebbs and flows. And they got shit they got going on. You know what I mean? And nobody talks to men. Nobody asks men what's going on with them. Nobody asks black people, period, what the fuck they got going on in their life. Simple as that. They don't ask. Nobody asks. They just assume. So, but a motherfucker can make an assumption about Jussie is like the most off base thing, because look what he has to fucking deal with. Do you see what I'm saying? And nobody knows, because we don't talk about it, because it's nobody's motherfucking business. You dig? So what you're dealing with, yeah, I can see you not wanting to be around our people when they do roguish fucking raggedy ass shit and they make us look bad because we're trying to fucking evolve. They have to come out of that program state of mind. The only way they're going to get out that program state of mind is by coming into a re-educated, codified fucking thought process like we're on. Yet to see anything aside from the new black media give quality fucking educated fucking topics, dude. And from not the legacy media, not white folks, not any other ethnicity, but the new black media give quality motherfucking educated, right line fucking thinking process. Go ahead.
Celebrate Black.
Oh God, go ahead. Just can you? Yeah, go ahead, Kari. If you last thing before we get to the next topic.
Yeah, fuck the commercials.
No, y'all good. Let's get it.
All right.
Yes, sir.
All right. So the next topic is Jussie Smollett. So if you don't know, his conviction was overturned. And Tariq's going to give us the insane reason why it was overturned.
Okay, but he's got 31 minutes that he's got to talk about this, Brother Che.
It's a Twitter space.
Oh.
Is it going to be quick?
Yeah.
Because they know the hammer's going to drop. And, you know, the World War III talk.
Nigerians.
So y'all get ready to tap in on that. Start raising your hand early if you want to get the calls in early, ladies and gentlemen.
He's gay.
A lot of stuff we're going to touch on. First thing we got to touch on. Y'all boy Biden on his way out the door. Biden is damn near going scorched earth. Biden, they've relaxed even more laws to let a lot of the illegals come over. They've relaxed the laws even more so that a lot of the migrants who come over, they don't even have to go through no real processing. I mean, he's just throwing open the floodgates. And also people keep talking about the conflict going on with Russia and, you know, the World War III talk. It's like Biden is tooting that ass up to everybody on his way out the door. He is really going scorched earth, him and this administration. It's going to be very interesting in January. And I hope we make it to January, because the Democrats are very salty, family. We got to understand. Biden has already been salty because his own party threw him to the wayside and put Kamala in place, and she failed. So everybody's pointing fingers at each other on the Democrat side. There's a lot of infighting going on over there. People are mad about that money they threw away, that gave all that money to the Democratic shills who pissed it off and didn't make it do what it do with that money. So it's a lot going on over there on the Democratic side. And while all the chaos is going on, you got dementia-ass Biden, no telling what he's going to authorize. So we got to keep our eye on these folks. We got to keep our eye on them, because it's going to be very interesting in these next couple of months. Remember, they were talking about possibly trying to get Biden to step down so that Kamala can be president for the next couple of months. They're just saying anything. They're desperate. They don't know what to do. It's all over the damn place. But I can't wait till they get the hell up out of there. And also another thing they're doing, they're flooding, from what I understand, the Biden administration, they're appointing a lot of these Democratic judges, these liberal judges all over the place before Trump can get in office. So, they're trying to prepare, because they know that Trump is going to go on a revenge spree. Right. And Trump, when he gets in office, all of those people who put them little goofy charges on him, it's going to be revenge time.
Oh, yeah, they going down.
So I saw, what's the chick in New York, Letitia James? That was the prosecutor who the white Democrats got to put those charges on Trump. I saw somewhere it was her in Sharpton in a church having some preacher.
Fuck Al Sharpton, man. Man, don't even mention that punk ass motherfucker, man. Fuck Al Sharpton.
Sharpton. Letitia James in Sharpton was sitting up there in a church somewhere, and there was some preacher rebuking some spirits and trying to put a protection spirit on them, because they know the hammer's gonna drop. That Letitia James, she's shaking in her damn boots. And it's about to get very interesting. It's going to get very, very interesting.
Ugly, Tariq. It's getting ready to get very, very ugly.
Y'all saw your girl, Ellen DeGeneres, speaking of Trump. She said because Trump won, she's moving to the UK somewhere, right? Didn't she move to the UK? She said she ain't never coming back. So she done packed up her strap-ons, got her a nice trusted stud or whatever she did, and just left.
Right.
But some people are saying that she might have left because she was at them Diddy parties. She don't want her name coming up in the documents. But yeah, people are crashing out. People are like, some of these entertainers are all talking about they're leaving Twitter and going to that Blue Sky app, and I ain't touching that Blue Sky app, because that Blue Sky app, that's supposed to be an alternative to Twitter, but it's Democrat friendly. And I've already seen some brothers and sisters that been banned over there. If you start asking questions about the Democrats and talking about Kamala and all of that, they're banning people already. That's why I ain't messing with that. Yeah, that's exactly what that site is for. It's going to be an echo chamber for Democrat thought. And if you go against the grain, they're just going to censor you. And damn that. I'm cool on that. Excuse me. Oh, man, we got a lot of people in here. Shout out to everybody in here. Speaking of Democrat shills, y'all boy Jussie Smollett, they dropped the charges on they reversed the case or something like that for Jussie, right? Your boy Jussie out there in Illinois, they just reversed the case. So they dropped the case. Let me let y'all know exactly what they did. Let me let y'all know exactly what they did.
At least I know,
so I can be right and exact with my reporting. Let me tell you exactly what they did. Hold on. So basically, yeah, his conviction was overturned. They overturned his conviction when he did that hate crime hoax. They overturned it. And well, the reason why they did it, listen, this is my conjecture. That whole thing, and I said this when it happened, That was orchestrated by the Democrats, in my opinion.
Safe bet.
That whole hoax, that was something from the top. They orchestrated that, and Jussie was going to be the quote-unquote fall guy. They didn't expect it. You know, they didn't expect the hoax to be unraveled. But I think that was orchestrated by the DNC, because what happened, a lot of folks don't remember, when that hoax went down and Jussie was running around talking about he was attacked in a homophobic and racist attack, and oh, he's the gay Tupac and he's going to stand up to it. A lot of these left-wing organizations started making a lot of money real quickly. They started throwing up their donation buttons and saying, hey, this is how serious LGBT hate crimes are. Give us money. And then they started immediately throwing in legislation. They started using that Jussie Smollett thing to say, okay, the Civil Rights Act, that needs to apply to LGBT. A lot of y'all forgot that. They were doing that real quick, like immediately. They started pushing a lot of legislation, like, see, this is why the LGBT needs civil rights. We need civil rights protection. So they started pushing a lot of left-wing policies, because I think they knew it was going to blow up, and later on it did. But that week when things were going down, they just kept pushing these policies real quickly. I said, okay, this is coming from the top. This is a finesse that's coming from the top.
I bet you really wish you didn't have to
Watch
watch this ad right now. Let me show you how to block it.
Watch the commercial.
And they were trying to drop the charges. Remember the Kim, what's her name? Kim Fox? They weren't going to put charges on them. But what happened was they found some special prosecutor. When the Kim Fox woman wouldn't do what the right-wingers wanted to do, they went and found some other prosecutor. They dusted off somebody else and said, oh, no, we're going to put some charges on them. See, when it comes to other groups, here's the thing. When other groups are aggrieved and there's not justice on one tier, oh, they have different tiers of justice for everybody else. If you wrong somebody who's not black, if a judge don't do what they want them to do, they're going to find a special judge. If a prosecutor don't do something, they'll find a special prosecutor.
Right.
With us, when something happens to us, if the prosecutor don't do nothing, everybody just throw their hands up. Oh my God, well, we tried. I mean, damn, the law's the law. You know, we might not like it, but it's the law we have. So yeah, the cop just walked in your house and shot you 20 times, and the prosecutor and the grand jury didn't want to do nothing. So, hey, man, you know, that's the law. You know, we're in a country of laws, and sometimes it doesn't go in our favor. We get that. Now, if the law don't go in somebody else's favor, oh, no, we're going to get another person to enforce it. Oh, no, we're going to get another prosecutor. We're going to get a special judge. We got a special secret committee who can oversee misconduct from that prosecutor. They know how to dig up different tiers of justice when it comes to other groups. Just like with these immigrants, man. Look how they're protecting these immigrant groups. Now that Trump and those guys are talking about rounding up these illegals, these cities are coming out of the woodworks. These mayors and governors are popping up talking about sanctuary cities, LA. They're like, this is going to be a sanctuary city. They're going to go against the federal government. None of that, well, the law is the law. We just got to respect it. No, they were like, no. The police out here like, we're not going to enforce none of that stuff. We're not going to do anything. We're not going to help the government.
The police are policy enforcers. They're not
We're
law
going to make this a
enforcement
sanctuary
officials.
city.
They are policy
Policy enforcers.
Well, these folks go out of their way
And they need to be enforcing this
look out for
policy.
other groups and protect other groups. Don't let these people, black family, especially FBA family, don't let these people tell you what they cannot do. Don't ever let them play that game. That's why I'm glad we let the Democrats crash and burn. Don't let nobody tell you what they cannot do. They can do anything. They can produce justice. They just don't want to produce justice for the most part when it comes to us, because anti-black racism has become so damn normalized. All right. And speaking of that, There was did y'all see this Jaguar car ad? It was a Jaguar ad, and a lot of the right wingers are complaining about it. It was basically they didn't even show a car in the ad. They just showed a bunch of these non-binary models, quote unquote. They showed some white trans, some African transgender, and non-binary. Many of them look non-FBA, but it was a lot of white people and a couple of non-FBA, non-binary people in this ad. And they're running around talking about, oh, look at this, oh, this woke ad. Oh, this woke ad, and the director is a DEI proponent, and he's a supporter of Black Lives Matter, and woke. I don't like that because, see, this is what I don't like, and this is why I don't like that DEI stuff. I don't mind them getting that DEI stuff out the paint because that ad is supposed to represent diversity, equity, inclusion. Ain't no FBAs in this ad. There are no foundational Black Americans in this. Is a bunch of white trans, a couple of Asian, Hispanic, and some non-FBA Black folks in there. But we get the negativity. See, all of the benefits go to other people. See, this is why we got to change the game. The benefits go to other people with all that DEI stuff, but the negative stigma gets thrown on us, and we ain't getting nothing. We as foundational Black Americans, we have to bear the negative ass stigma for all of these other people benefiting from these DEI programs. It's just like affirmative action. Black folks were stigmatized because of affirmative action, but for the most part, affirmative action was helping Asians, whites, Latinos. So you go to some of these corporate workplaces, there are no foundational Black Americans in there. Yep. They got all types of LGBT, Latin, fake Native American, all of these people under affirmative action, white women under affirmative action, Arabs under affirmative action, tethers under affirmative action, and then the finger is wagged at us. Oh, you're getting jobs that you don't even deserve. Oh, you're getting unearned benefits. Oh, you're getting these. And we're like, hell, if you're gonna criticize me, where's the job and the money? All we're doing is getting the criticism. We don't benefit from none of that stuff. Yeah, it's a very interesting dynamic. Let's get on. What's your name? Reeg? I don't know what your name is. What's your name, brother? Your name is Reeg something.
All right. What are your thoughts on Jussie Smollett's conviction being overturned?
That is bullshit, and what it is that okay, Kahari, you said 3:00. You out? Yeah, I hear you, man. Yeah, that's a few more minutes.
No,
yeah.
Not what it's saying, Shabaka, and that's the common misconception. When you think of America, you think of white folks, and that's not the case. America was created by Black people, Black indigenous people. There was no America until we built America, and we were already here before the transatlantic slave trade. So it's just, it makes no sense when you say, if you call yourself an American, it's telling the slave traders who own my family, I am their nigga, I am nobody's nigga, period. No.
I said that, yes. I made that statement, yes.
Shit. Try to claim credit for it, and now that we're trying to reclaim our shit, we got motherfuckers. You ain't no American, when the definition of American was a copper-colored person. That only applies to us, no other group of people.
Well, the only thing I can say about that is this. Out of my years of getting stopped by the Los Angeles Police Department, the suspect is described as a male Negro. Now, I'm not saying that the generations after me are not making any progress. I'm just referring to information of the era that I had came up in. And then also, too, Brother Che, that clip I got up there, that YouTube clip, that has something to do with sanitation, man, and you'll get a kick out of it.
I remember the video, Shabaki. Brother Kahari has to leave in like a couple of minutes, so.
Oh, okay, Brother Kahari.
Before he leaves.
Okay, Brother Kahari, please give us a call tomorrow night on Shabaka's.
Oh, I ain't got your. Oh yeah, Y'all got my number. I ain't got y'all number.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna put the phone number, man, to the show in the chat room. Okay.
Which is. Yeah, just text in there real quick. I'll shoot you a text. I'll lock you in.
Yes, sir. Okay. All right. Yeah, that is a phone number to the podcast right there.
All right.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, Shabaka.
I'll go ahead and finish.
Huh?
Did you have more to say about the Jussie Smollett conviction?
Okay. Yeah. It's some bullshit, man. You know what I'm saying? And it's pretty much. I'd have to say that Mr. Smollett made his own self look bad with that bullshit. But I don't think they should have overturned his conviction. Now, they probably overturned his conviction because with that being Illinois, Chicago, it's all crooked. So he probably went in there and greased a few palms. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the only thing that's the first thing that's coming to my mind.
Yeah. Okay, I have something to say real fast. And then I gotta back up the machine. I feel like this. During that case, Cuz was wrong because like he was like not making enough money on the show or whatever. I think that's how it was supposedly going down. He like wasn't getting very much roles on the Empire show or some shit like that, some crazy shit.
Right.
And so he was trying to, drum up some press for himself. So I think that's why he did it. I think that was
right.
I think, remember, and then he had these two Nigerians come up there in his house. He plotted it out, but these were people that he was romantically involved with at least once or twice, right? Some shit like that.
Yeah.
And it, I didn't really think that it should have been a real case because it just sounded like some motherfucker that was desperate. He was not getting as much. He wasn't getting as much roles. His character kind of went down. Right.
That holds a whole lot of water.
It wasn't like they did a whole bunch of the police did a whole bunch of shit to look. It was like during the middle of like a cyclonic motherfucking winter storm. It hadn't happened in New York, right? It hadn't happened in New York. Chicago, yeah. It was some sort of storm that was like
it was a polar vortex.
Polar vortex, right? And so it just didn't make any sense. The whole thing didn't make any sense. And there was this question after question. And then I would say that if we want to look at everything, I would say that maybe Tariq is onto something about the Democrats, having some sort of play, or some sort of involvement. It seems that if you think about it, Democratic nonsense is always afoot. We like to say it's white people too, but I feel like he might be onto something right there, where it's either one or the other with some sort of distracting ass fucking topic.
So it was the Illinois Supreme Court that overturned it.
I think that when he was like he was going to jail, he was all cocky and weird. He was just a real goofy energy.
Yeah.
Then he got overturned. I'm not surprised, but I am surprised. But I'm not surprised. You know what I mean? It doesn't surprise me that some weird goofy shit might happen to this dude, but it's not gonna guarantee him any roles because look what happens when this type of weird shit happens to black folk. Like let's look at Jonathan Majors as another case like that.
Yeah.
So some bad publicity or some bad press, you pretty much burnt yourself in the market. So I think that Tariq might be onto something when he says that Democratic mischief was afoot either before or after. He might be onto something. He might be onto something where he's saying, that Biden's scorched earth. He might be onto something. And these are things I think that are I try not to think about because they're really distracting from our main goals. You know what I mean? So I think he might be onto something though when he said that. There you go. I'm going back up. Just go ahead.
Yeah, so Smollett was sentenced to 150 days in jail, 6 of which he served before he was freed pending appeal, and was ordered to pay $130,000 in restitution. Chicago officials are pursuing reimbursement for that amount and police overtime through a civil case. So there's no civil case to follow.
Right. So basically, what the civil case means, Brother Chaz, you already know. Instead of him doing jail time, they'll just get off into his pocket.
Yeah, but he already served jail time for this.
Okay.
2019.
Right. Yeah. And so then
convicted in 2021.
Okay. Was he convicted of a felony or a misdemeanor?
After Cook County State Attorney's office dropped the initial 16 counts of disorderly misconduct or misconduct.
Right.
The backlash was swift, and then Mayor Rahm Emanuel calling it a whitewash of justice. Webb was appointed special prosecutor and a grand jury restored charges, leading to Smollett 2021 conviction on 5 counts of disorderly conduct.
Hell, man, that's a couple of weekends disorderly conduct, man. That ain't shit.
Yeah.
Or it shouldn't be. Hell, I've seen motherfuckers with disorderly conduct, man, get booked in and released and go to court, and that damn judge is giving some community service bullshit, man, and that'll be it.
Yeah, remember he paid the 2 actors to do it.
Yeah.
Each.
Yeah.
So
which means is he committed fraud on the court. If I'm right about that.
Yeah, so he has to forfeit his $10,000 bond, and he has to perform community service.
Okay. All righty.
All right, so moving along, if nobody else has nothing else to say about this.
Okay, wait a minute. Okay, I'm communicating with Brother Kahari. All right.
We're in Chicago. Chicago residents go off on Mayor Brandon Johnson.
As well as they should.
To pay for the migrants.
As well as they should go off on his ass.
I agree, Spucker. I agree.
And I mean, and the part that is so sad is that, I mean, man, it's kind of like the norm for these black politicians, except you, to go up here, serve everybody else's interest, except ours.
Yeah.
It's just a fucking ridiculous. To quote Ricky Ricardo on I Love Lucy. It's just a fucking ridiculous.
Hold on, y'all. I gotta find this video again. I think it's some TV media group. That I had put it in this queue for some reason.
Say, man, how do you get that up there? The YouTube page up there on this.
How do I get the what? Oh, just type in the search bar.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just sharing the screen, that's all.
Okay, Kahari, I got your message, sir. And keep in mind, man, that like page we got up there, it goes off the hook now, Brother Kahari.
Oh, you know what? It might have been Uncle Phil. I think it was Uncle Phil. No, I think about it. Yeah, it was Uncle Phil.
Boy, they sure do. Yeah, okay, yeah. I had it, Brother Kahari, but they tore me down from it. So please give me instructions on how to rebuild it.
Yeah, that's the one thing I miss about Facebook.
Yeah. Okay, all right, Brother Kahari, got you, sir. Okay, gotcha. Now, see, this is what we need. You see how Phil Scott is up there, folks?
Yeah.
I still look like that. Shabaka.
Yeah, our pages look like that.
Our pictures look like that, even with Shabaka's Black Experience and Grand Rising with the chains. It looked like that.
Oh, okay,
Like if
brother.
you type in Frontline Black News on your shit right now, you'll be able to pull it up like that.
Okay, yeah, brother Kahari, yeah, call anytime, sir. You know what I'm saying? Because I know you.
Did Jussie put
Okay, it's called thumbnail. Man, take down that Pony Express picture, man.
Never, Shabaka.
Wait, it's either that or he's wearing the orange polo. Which one do you have to? Which evil do we have to look at there now?
Gator fans' faces.
Okay,
Y'all,
man.
get the broom out for y'all.
Man, well, basketball season is coming up, and the damn late show.
Season, Shabaka.
Okay.
So good.
Oh my God. Look, I don't want to talk about it no more. He's just going to throw me in on that. He'll throw me in on that because we come from California, from Raiders and Lakers, and you get shitted on.
California natives.
You know what? Fuck you, cuz. You know, our California swag go hard. We are the best at dragging motherfuckers. We are not off-brand from California. California does not produce off-brand individuals.
Lady Che, California produces crazy ass people, whack ass Class B to Class Z movies, raggedy ass porn where they got black women up there ghetto gagging, excuse the expression. I'm just being real.
Horrible video from California. Let me play this horrible video from California.
Leave him alone. Why you always do that? I just tell let Shabaka live, man. Let Shabaka live.
Bathroom. And they got the fucking audacity to overcharge.
That's at the BART station.
In California.
And I'm just looking at this nasty ass motherfucking bathroom, and they got the fucking audacity to overcharge us to ride this raggedy piece of shit.
The sub-captains in fucking Russian, German.
That bathroom looks like horrible.
Yeah, it does look horrible.
I would not try to take a pee in there at all. I'll fucking hold it till I go home. Fuck it.
All right, so I found the video.
Okay, brother Che, I got a quick question for you. Not getting off point. Hey man, do you have brother Kahari's personal phone number?
Yeah, he had emailed us. We've been corresponding him on email.
Okay, give him. Okay, please. Okay, please give him my 516 number. You know, send it to him privately. Do you hear me there, brother Kahari? Because see, up here on this here is gone public. What we got here in the chat room. Huh?
Jesus, he's been putting everything in the private chat. Okay, just put the number in the private chat, Shabaka.
Okay, this is in the private chat, right?
You had it. They should.
All right, hold on. Okay. All right. Okay, brother Kahari, I'm putting it in the private chat. Okay. All right, because he wants to call me tomorrow before the podcast. Okay, which is fine. Okay.
I don't answer the phone. My phone is allegedly broken.
Yeah, it's not answer the phone.
The phone is on.
I don't know who's worse, you or Pops, when it comes to that. Neither one of y'all want to answer the goddamn phone. It's like, why do y'all
who is that?
Emergency and listen to music. That's what we got a phone for. Emergencies and looking for listen to music and occasionally emergencies. Okay, that's it. That's all the phone is good for nowadays. And like I swear to God, right now if I turn on this camera as sick as I am and I point it down, that motherfucking phone is underneath a purse with paperwork in it that I gotta go through. Okay, it is probably dead, but Jussie's occupying every plug I got right now for all his electronics.
So you got a whole.
He just got me like reduced to one plug and one light. That's it. He comes over, you just take over the whole motherfucking space and then leave for 4 days and it leave me on like, oh my God, Jussie, God damn it, you broke my stove. You just be fucking up, dude. You just be fucking up all of it. Like one plug,
already sorting out.
and I'm like, hey, one plug and no hope. Okay, one plug, no hope.
So you need this one plug. The plug goes.
He got 8 plugs to himself, and 2 of them got double chargers, double USB ports on them, and he's just running every amount of electricity to his little devices, like and they're all malfunctioning all at the same time. Then he leaves me
Now,
the
who is that?
cords and in history, and he says they're mine, but them cords are stripped to the bare knuckles. They stripped to the white meat. It's stripped to the white meat, and he says it works.
It's the only cord that works for your phone.
I'm at risk of catching my own house on fire.
I need a cord. I can't
No, I
charge the
don't.
phone.
As a matter of fact,
the same phone she don't answer, y'all.
I refuse to answer that motherfucking phone because I was like, I really don't answer that phone. I don't look at shit, and Jussie will be mysteriously wondering why a text will come out of nowhere, Like lately, I went to sending them emails, just like this is how I get a hold of you now. Like, and I don't even check that.
Video call me on Facebook Messenger no more.
I can't just call him and yell at him or anything. I don't yell at him, but call him and just give him like, why would you do this? All right then. All right. My fingers. All right. Now I just don't answer the phone and I send like 2-word emails like city council ? Unbox relationship therapy ? What are we doing? Are you coming over? Be realistic ? Yeah. No, fuck that phone, man. That phone is snitching on me. It goes on and off, like literally on and off. Turns itself on, it turns itself off. Literally, it's device for snitching. You can't convince me otherwise. I'm sitting there looking at it. Me and Jussie ain't touched it. That motherfucker just going off. It just powered on the phone.
What do you need?
It asked me that by my government name, Brandy Marie. What can I assist you with today? I said, not a motherfucking thing. Not an ask for your motherfucking assistance. Like, where the fuck you just gonna talk to me out of nowhere? Brandy Marie, what can I assist you with? Like, you can assist me by powering the fuck off. And it does. It just shuts off. It's not even a special phone like that. It's a janky ass fucking phone. It's just there for the necessity. It don't even take pictures. It don't do shit. But it just has a mind of its own.
Is it a Obama phone?
Yeah, I think
yes,
it is
sir.
Obama.
Oh well, that explains everything.
It's a device for stitching.
Shit, that explains everything. I had one of them damn Obama phones, man. Yeah, and the next time I cross the Bay Bridge, I'm gonna launch it into the Bay too.
They had the nerve. I was trying to get a new phone. They had the nerve to tell me I had to pay $35 for a phone like on the Obama plan or whatever. I call it an Obama phone. But,
Let me tell you, you might as well go get you a track phone.
$35, cuz I might as well start a fucking thing with T-Mobile. I'll just add one to my Xfinity account. Fuck you mean? You ain't trying to play okie dokie with me because I think you just on a hustle. I told dude just like that. He's under the little tent. I said, I think you on a hustle. Just save that for the migrants, cuz. Like I told him just like that. Save that for the migrants, cuz. Like that. Yeah. I walked out and rolled off. Yeah.
All right, so getting to Chicago, where we just were with Jussie Smollett, Chicago residents go off on Mayor Brandon Johnson for trying to tax them to pay for the migrants. Great news.
Oh, that's great news.
Great news. I hope they let him have it.
Well, tonight the podcast, ladies and gentlemen, the brothers and sisters in Chicago has had enough, and they're continuing to put pressure on Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson. Now, the group is called Chicago Red. They all got together because they're sick and tired of the Democrats, and they are pushing the Republican Party. Now, we know Chicago has been a deep blue city for a very, very long time, but the migrant crisis has started to change that. So I want you to check out what the brothers and sisters said to Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson, the one who's just basically turned his back on the black community.
Good afternoon.
I want to know,
How does it feel that Trump is in office right now? You see the Mayor Brandon Johnson? You underestimate us. You underestimate the black people, and you underestimate Chicago Red. We're the thorn in your side, and we're going to be the thorn on everybody else in this council member side too. If you don't stop what you're doing, we're going to take matters in our own hand, and we're going to stop it. You know that Trump had pulled 45% of the voter in the state of Illinois, 37 in the city of Chicago. That's the statistic. That means that Illinois is turning purple. We're going to turn red.
Y'all can bird dog me all y'all want, but if it's relationship over duty, then y'all don't serve the blue. And you can smirk all you want.
Mr. Sims, direct your attention towards me, please.
You a criminal. Why do I got to address you? The feds need to address you. DOJ need to address you, and hopefully Donald Trump will address you. Because you're going to protect the undocumented. Why you going to allow for the citizens in Chicago to suffer under your, 33%? I see Joe Lopez cooked that 3% up a long time ago. Y'all called it a circuit breaker. Y'all been talked about it. Remember, before you came in here and gave that jovial speech, you need to be inspected. You ain't that creep over there.
Acting like, you just gonna bully everybody. You got people, officers whose families don't even want you to come to the funeral.
The hell with the commercial.
Fuck the goddamn commercial. Fuck the pack. Fuck the Buccaneers. Hey, that's the only right team to have.
You just like a schoolyard bully. That at some point, and you might not know nothing about it because you grew up in Elgin.
Oh.
But those of us who grew up on the south side and west side of Chicago, we all know at some point that bully gets cornered in the alley, and everybody come at him, and he ain't gonna have nobody to help him.
Okay,
that's you. That's you.
Hey, win, lose.
Keep thinking you ain't gonna abide by what the president of the United States said. Everybody know better than that. I see you, Anna Valencia, in your red. You know what it is. This is the second time you showed up in city council in red. You know what it is. Yeah. So you and the rest of them that know what time it is, y'all come on. You leave that loser where he is. He's a loser. He's a loser. No, me and Zoe, we ain't doing nothing for nobody except for ourselves. We got you, loser.
It's 14% rating is what you appear to have, Brandon Johnson, across the United States, or how they see you. But 14% rating. Now, I'm going to talk about all those known donations of $11.5 million that came from places like the CTU, the SEIU, the American Federation of Teachers, Illinois Federation of Teachers, and then someone got the nerve to get on there and talk about cutting their pensions. What about our real estate? Because, see, we paid for these properties for a purpose and not for you to go touching it with $300 million that you want to siphon out of the citizens' pockets. Get rid of the illegals, and that'll take your money right back. Start it off with that.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson recently submitted a budget, and this budget increased property taxes and other fees throughout the city. And the residents were very upset about that, because they're like, why in the world do we have to pay more money because of these migrants that y'all allowing to be here in this city? Y'all don't want to keep Chicago a sanctuary city. Why should we have to pay for it? It needs to come out of your back pocket, Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson, not the people that didn't ask for any of that. But the way it is, and that's just what people need to understand. If you vote for the Democrat Party, that's what you're going to get, okay? You got J.B. Pritzker up there. He's up here saying that he's going to stand in the way of Trump getting the migrants out of the state of Illinois, right? Talking about, they got to come through him, like who he's supposed to be, right? Yeah. And I hope they put criminal charges on these governors or mayors and try to stop ICE from doing their job, because these people don't belong here, right? We have enough issues and problems in America, but definitely issues and problems in Chicago. There are brothers and sisters who's homeless, brothers and sisters that need jobs. And they being here is taking up jobs, it's taking up resources, and they need to go back to their homeland and work on their own issues and problems over there.
Right.
You can't just be no economic migrants, and that's who they are. They're economic migrants. They're not fleeing a war. There's no war in Venezuela, or that's a lot of them coming from. There's no war in Venezuela where they could, no, And if you seek asylum, you're supposed to seek asylum on the countries closest to you. Not pass up all those Latin American countries to say, I want to be up here in the United States of America. No, that's not the way it works. Because if it was up to me, I say deport them all, because they should be going to the first country that's by their country, not the United States of America. The only person that can claim asylum here, only countries, would be Canada and Mexico. But if it's not Canada and Mexico, then no, not whatsoever. These people have been gaming the system, and the Democrat Party has been helping them to game the system. And this is why a lot of Black Americans are saying, no, and hell no, you're not going to sit up here and make us pay for these migrants. That's not right. This is why Trump got elected, because of the immigration deal. And people are expecting Trump on day one to start mass deportations.
Mexico.
And you think those in Chicago not down mass deportations? That's why you even got brothers and sisters on X talking about, hey, man, it's the number of ICE. Look, let me tell you something. If ICE would start giving out rewards, say, hey, if you turn so many of them in, we'll give you a reward, man. Please, everybody be calling ICE and saying something nice. Say, hey, they over there. You know what I'm saying? And once again, I'm going to repeat this again. CNN and MSNBC and all those other ones, they're going to be trying to say, oh, look, this is horrible. He's breaking up families. But like Tom Homan said, when he was a police officer and he had to arrest somebody, arrest a father for doing wrong, that separated him from his family. Everybody in jail right now is separated from their family. How many dudes in jail right now got kids, got girlfriend, well, had girlfriends, or wife, or mama, or somebody, right? And yet they're separated. Thanksgiving next week. There's a lot of brothers that's locked down right now that's going to be separated from their family on Thanksgiving. They're going to have to be having Thanksgiving, whatever kind of meal they're going to have, in prison. So if we got people separated from their families right here in the United States that's in prison, then surely everybody else, but Tom Homan said he's not going to separate them. He said they can go together. And hey, I said, hey, I like that. They can go together. Yeah. You can't come to another country, do whatever the hell you want to do. That's just not the way that works. You have to follow the laws of that particular country. And if you have to enter a certain way, like any country I've ever been to, I follow the laws of that country and get my visa or whatever else that I need. I can't break the laws. And you can't either. So yes, it's time for them to go. Trust me, all y'all in Chicago, y'all need to be registered to vote and vote out Brandon Johnson, which I believe he's going to be voted out. I don't see nobody voting him back in. But y'all, you can't be just get rid of Brandon Johnson and put in another Democrat, because that's going to be continue the problem. Y'all need to get not only Brandon Johnson out, but y'all need to get all the Democrats out of Chicago politics and try something different. And I really believe they will do that this time. But let's see what happens.
No, that ain't gonna.
Because I would hate for them to get rid of Brandon Johnson and put another Democrat in his place. No, God said, man, y'all about to have the same problem all over again. You could have just kept Brandon Johnson. That was the case. But Brandon Johnson is really messed up. He's really messed up. I would not want to be a mayor and everybody pissed off at me that much, because something that I can do to prevent these issues and problems. I'll let the voters sit up here and vote they want Sanctuary City or not. Get rid of Sanctuary City and say, hey, you ain't Sanctuary no more. Y'all got to go, because y'all draining our pockets. That's not going to work. How you going to come up here and live off of us? You don't even put into nothing in Chicago. But shout out to my brothers and sisters in Chicago. Like I said, I love Chicago. It's a great city. A lot of good Black people up there in Chicago. Y'all keep standing on business in Chicago. You got to.
Fuck the commercial. Now, let me say this here, Brother Chad, and then I'm going to hang it up and sign off for tonight. Okay, first place, as we all know, Chicago was discovered and developed by a Black man by the name of Jean-Baptiste DuSable. And over there by the Chicago River, when you go down on Lower Wacker Drive, which is right by the Wrigley building, they got the plaque up there. Yeah. Okay, now, the thing is that Chicago, Detroit, Cleveland, and New York City as well, too, when we had the Great Migration out of the South, you know, Chicago was one of the first places to go. And same thing with Detroit. So what happened was, as you got an influx there,
and St. Louis.
Yeah, and the STL, but keep in mind that the STL was still considered the South because Missouri was a slave state. Okay.
Yes, slave state, yeah.
Okay. Now, you had the Ebony magazine that came from Chicago. You had a lot of other great black businesses that came out of Chicago as well too. You had a lot of movie actors and recording artists that came out of Chicago. Authors too, Lorraine Hansberry. Okay, let me see, Jerry Butler. Okay, Sam Cooke.
Yep.
Okay, let me see. Okay, I'm gonna see. This is what happens when you get old.
Ida B. Wells.
Huh?
Ida B. Wells.
Yeah, Ida B. Wells, Curtis Mayfield. Yeah, and the Impressions.
Yep.
Okay, the Emotions.
Yep.
Maurice White from Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Yep.
Okay. And then Chicago, like Harlem, they did have a renaissance. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. And I'm trying to remember the author who wrote the book called Black Boy. Richard Wright. Yeah.
Richard Wright, yeah.
Yeah. He was up out of there. You see what I'm saying? Chicago was racist city USA. Just like Dr. King had said.
In the United States.
Yes, sir. Because as Dr. King said when he went through Marquette Park, okay, he got hit in the head with a brick.
That was Cicero. Yeah, he said that was a Cicero.
No, sir, that was Marquette Park. Okay.
No, Cicero, Shabaka. He was in Cicero, Illinois, when he said he had never seen mobs like this, even in the South.
Yeah, he said it was the most racist place he's ever been out of all his years of living in the South. And then when he went and saw Mayor Daley, as we already had stated, that Mayor Daley told him, well, Rev, you're doing this here at your own risk because Chicago has certain traditions. It was the home of Al Capone for many years, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Say, but however, you did have a lot of black business start there in Chicago as well too. But we got to get a stronghold and pool our resources. And like you said, get rid of these goddamn tethers. You see what I'm saying? And then on top of it, being a diasporic African, we got to reunify the African diaspora.
I can't relate to that because my
it's an uphill battle.
Been in Africa in over 500 years.
Okay, but sir,
because we've been here for thousands of years.
Okay, but sir, Julius Lumima had reached out to us, and you saw what they did with him.
Yeah.
Also, too, Patrice Lumumba had reached out to us. You saw what they did to him. But however, you are right, is that these tethers has got to get their fucking minds right on it as well, too. Like the broad who said, I'm just coming here to take. And what their black asses don't realize, just like the sister that went off on that dude in Nigeria who said that if he was to took his black ass down there to Montgomery and Durham, Raleigh, North Carolina in 1963, they would have been beating his ass also, which is a fact, you see. So it's an uphill battle, Brother Che. I might not be here, man, to see it, but if it does happen, that'll be a very, very beautiful thing. Because if we sit up here and talking about we all the same with our oppressor, brother, then we might as well quit calling ourselves black revolutionaries. We might as well start calling ourselves integrationalists. The cave broad. Oh, well, I got a black husband. The cave bitch. Well, I got a bed wench and all that. What the fuck that mean? What that mean?
I mean, you got a nigga slave. That's what it means.
Well, look, man, I'm going to give you a call tomorrow, man. You know what I'm saying? Before the show, because I'm going over here to this sign, okay? And I'll post it up on your wall.
Okay, Shabaka, thanks for joining us.
All right, thanks for having me. Okay, see y'all tomorrow on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced tomorrow, where our man Brother Yanga will be our guest host.
Yes.
All right. Okay, appreciate y'all. Okay, so and later for them ponies, man.
Bronco.
Put them
Goddamn
in a
Bronco.
barn, man.
No, we gonna put y'all at the hole of the ship where y'all belong.
Man, well, the Raiders is garbage. The Raiders is garbage. Okay, so the ship got stranded in the sand, man, and they got to refit the ship. It's gonna take them about 2 seasons to do it. You know what I mean? First thing they need to
rebuilding, Shabaka. Y'all been rebuilding for 40 years.
now let me see. Hold on. When was the last time we had a winning season?
That's a good question. When is the last time?
Well, I know it's been a minute, but it ain't been no damn 40 years. Shit. Ain't been no damn 40 years. I know that, but I do know it's been a minute.
It's been 40 years since y'all won the Super Bowl.
Well, that is true. Actually, the Raiders did give Los Angeles their last Super. Wait a minute. No, it was them stinking ass Rams. Yeah. Didn't them bastards win a Super Bowl within the last 4 years? The Lambs.
I think they did. Yeah.
Boy, that's sad news. That's sad news. That's bad news. Bad news. Bad news. They need to disband that Rams organization. And
well, on the bright side, the Chargers lost.
Huh?
The Chargers lost.
Well, that's great news.
I know that is great news.
Yeah, and then the ponies is gonna lose.
No, the Broncos.
No, God forbid, but you know who I look to win the Super Bowl?
Don't say KC.
No, Detroit. Or probably KC will probably be their victims. And the Raiders, they got to play KC Sunday, so they already lost that fucking game. Only a fucking idiot would bet on the Raiders, man, playing KC the way they play.
Damn, I'm gonna have to root for y'all on Sunday. Hilarious.
Yeah. And I think, wait a minute, Brother Che. In 2 weeks, the regular season is over, right? Then that's when they start the playoff rounds.
No, we just barely halfway through the season.
Halfway through the season, this is wait a minute. November, wait a minute, December. Playoff rounds start in December, Brother Che.
Oh, Shabaka, they start in January.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, they start playing the Super Bowl in February now. Okay. Yeah, you got a point. Okay. Yeah, damn, boy. See, this is how a motherfucker know he's getting old, man.
They added an extra week.
Yeah. That's what I mean by how a motherfucker know he's getting old, man. Can't even keep up with the times and shit. Boy. Maybe it's time for me to start taking Geritol and all that bullshit. You know. All right. Well, anyway, I'm out. Okay, Brother Che, I'll give you a call tomorrow.
Okay, Shabaka. Have a good night.
You too, sir. All right. Okay, Lady Che.
All right, you got this. Talk to you off.
Okay. All right. I'm gone. Okay.
Che, what are your thoughts on Chicago giving Brandon Johnson the work?
That's a typical city council meeting. I wish they're not lying. They're tired of that motherfucker. Yeah, wish the motherfuckers here felt the same way about our mayor. But he's looking like the good old white boy. I think that they are absolutely right.
Go to jail behind the mic.
They are absolutely right about what they've been saying. They're absolutely right about their economics and what they're talking about. They're thoroughly right. They're not wrong. They should be telling them off. I like the way the brother said, "Talk to you, you're a criminal."
Yeah.
That was good. The other lady called him a loser. That was good.
Yeah.
And I like it all. I like it all. I think it's all good. They're doing the right thing. He should come out and really he don't give a fuck about his own people, and he knows it. We know it. It's evident.
You know, if you could put other races in front of your own people, and you're the mayor, then you know you really don't give a fuck about your own people, and you sure as fuck don't take benign neglect seriously. And they're
No, he
tired.
does take it seriously.
They are
He
tired.
does take malign neglect seriously.
Who?
Johnston.
How?
That's exactly what he's implementing is malign neglect.
Yeah, I mean, like he's not like what I meant to say. That he's not trying to stop it. That's what I meant to say. So I think that they're right. I think they're right. I think they should keep up that work, and they heavy pressure. They're doing the right thing, and maybe they need a little bit more help getting some stuff passed around him. So somebody knows how to do that. They should reach out to them and help them write some initiatives or amendments or whatever it takes. Um, because they're tired and it's clear, and they're right. They're right. They're not wrong in any way, shape, or form. I think they're on the right side of things, and they're not doing selfless acts. They're doing what's right for the fucking black people there, and that's what needs to be. That's what needs to be fucking said. Um, the thing about the real quick, the thing about um the mayor's standing at the borders and shit. You know, they didn't have none of this shit in their chest for blocking off. Remember, I said that they should stand at the borders of our state and not let this shit happen, right? For the people to come in like that. But they didn't have that. This is another. Exactly they let them in here. They gave them the route. You know what I mean? So this is all by design, and the people are getting upset. You know, the people have every chance to get them out, and when to actually uh, flip it, flip the thing. It's gonna cause some writing, some initiative writing or amendments, and you know what I mean. I can't think of the process right now because I'm sick, but it's gonna take us doing the. It's gonna take us to do the work to get them to like over here in our state. I was talking about maybe you should stop this sanctuary city shit. Maybe you should hard pause it. Stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
And there's a little process that got to happen. So I can't really think of that right now because I'm really sick. But there's a process that has to happen that we got to do it, and then just try to keep submitting it until it gets approved. Because right now, the mayor, the governor, are really doing whatever the fuck they think they can get away with. You know, under their guidelines that were set prior to, you know, and it's going to come back and bite them in the ass, like we're seeing in our state. And we're seeing in our state, for example, old Holman or whatever the fuck his name is.
Yeah, Tom Holman is.
He said, seriously, he gonna cut the funding over here and let that be a reality check for these motherfuckers that are wanting to be all inclusive for everybody but the people that actually live in their state. You know what I mean? So these are serious things that are going to have serious consequences in this next 4-year administration. So it's all fun and games until fucking Daddy Trumpy get in there, and he ain't playing. And that ICE dude is not playing. He's not playing. He said, "You and your babies can go back." He don't care. He don't care. And if we know anything, they is always serious about deporting shit during the Trump administration. So I just want to say that. Go ahead. I gotta get back
Shout
up.
out to the Black Chicagoans for standing up against Johnson and all this fuckery trying to tax them to pay for their migrants.
Yeah.
So moving along, Dr. Cornel West got interviewed by Jesse Jackson's son, Jesse Jackson Jr.
Able to take my eyes off my husband's pants and not one trick. What happened afterward was unbelievable. I thought it would be just
seminary student at Chicago Theological Seminary, where I met Dr. West nearly 40 years ago at Democracy Matters in 2004. During his career, he's held professorships and fellowships at Harvard, at Yale, at Union Theological Seminary, Princeton University, Dartmouth College, Pepperdine University, University of Paris in Saint Denis, and that's every college that I applied to and never got in. Doc, you gotta let me know if I missed anything by applying. I wasted more time applying, probably a whole semester.
You're so kind.
Just trying to follow you. Also, we're going to be joined by John Nichols, liberal progressive American journalist and author. He's the national affairs correspondent for The Nation and associate editor of the Capital Times. He has books authored and co-authored by Nichols include The Genius of Impeachment and The Death and Life of American Journalism. Nichols holds master's degrees from Columbia University Graduate School of Journalism and a bachelor's degree from the University of Wisconsin Parkside. Dr. West, I've enjoyed my time here in Los Angeles, and at the beginning of every program, I try to lay out the historical framework for our listeners from 1619 to the present. I put an emphasis on the present because the last three shows we've gone from 1619 to the present, so that any questions that come in, any answers that might be given are in the context of the fact that the present is the sum of all of this history.
Absolutely.
Our knowledge and what we choose to do with that history in the present matters. Absolutely. With that said, Dr. West, I wanted to begin in this brief segment with a part of a sermon by Martin Luther King Jr. because before I leave Los Angeles, I want to have this show on the question of character. In chapter 1 of Strength to Love, Dr. King entitled a sermon, A Tough Mind and a Tender Heart. He relied upon scripture in Matthew 10:16 for his exegesis. Be ye therefore wise as a serpent and harmless as a dove. King began, a French philosopher said, no man is strong unless he bears within his character antithesis strongly marked. The strong man holds in a living blend of strongly marked opposites. Not ordinarily do men achieve this balance of opposites. The idealists are not usually realistic, and the realists are not usually idealistic. The militant are not generally known to be passive, nor the passive to be militant. Seldom are the humble self-assertive or the self-assertive humble. But life at its very best is a creative synthesis of opposites in fruitful harmony. The philosopher Hegel said that the truth is neither found in the thesis nor the antithesis, but in an emergent synthesis, which reconciles the two. King went on to write, Jesus recognized the need for blending opposites. He knew his disciples would face a difficult and a hostile world, where they would confront the recalcitrance of political officials and the intransigence of protectors of the old order. He knew they would meet cold and arrogant men whose hearts had been hardened by the long winter of traditionalism. So he said to them, behold, I send you forth as sheep in the midst of wolves. And he gave them a formula for action. Be ye therefore wise as a serpent and harmless as a dove. Dr. King says it's pretty difficult to imagine a single person having simultaneously the characteristics of the serpent and the dove, but this is what Jesus expects. King concluded, we must combine the toughness of the serpent and the softness of the dove, a tough mind and a tender heart. You ran for commander-in-chief of the army and militia and the repriever partner, blending the character traits of David and Jesus. In essence, it all came together in your campaign of love. Share with us what you learned on that campaign across our great nation.
Well, my dear brother, you know, every time I set eyes on you, I just feel better and I live longer because there's something in your spirit that always inspires me. It's got much to do with your daddy and your mama. And your mama told me in my campaign, she said, you are representing the historic position of Black people in terms of our struggle for freedom. And that meant the world to me, because it's rooted in just what you said. What Martin is saying here is you have to have a spiritual maturity. And spiritual maturity is always based on integrity, honesty, decency, and most importantly, courage. No place for cowards. Courage to tell the truth. Courage to cut against the grain, to be in the world but not of the world. Courage to be self-critical, but most importantly, courage to sacrifice and take a risk. And of course, my campaign was nothing but just a moment in the movement of the great Black people who, at our best, have been mature. Now, what's the opposite of mature? Sentimental on the one hand and cynicism on the other. We've never been a sentimental people because we can't. Sentimentalism means you cheaply optimistic. But we never been thoroughly cynical, because cynical means you just give in to gangsters. You give up, you cave in, and you sell out. Somehow you got to get that. Now, Martin talks about it in a Hegelian sense of antithesis and thesis, but we want to talk about it in the jazz sense.
Okay.
It's a composite of the dissonance and the resonance, so that the blue notes and the black notes go hand in hand with the white notes and the C chord. And what that means is you open to the unpredictability of the future, but you're aware of the radical evil in the present, predicated on a denial of the suffering of the past. Slavery, Jim Crow, Jane Crow, self-hatred, hatred from white supremacists, hatred from lukewarm folk. And how do you respond? With tremendous maturity, resilience, resistance. And the country needs that, because the country is wrestling with the death thrones of an empire. It's very clear. You look at what's happening right now, especially in the last 2 weeks or so, that the empire is in such a decay, spiritual decay and moral decline. It's undeniable. And if we don't have what Martin talked about, spiritual maturity that speaks to the racism, the poverty, the militarism, and the materialism, we're going to lose everything, including our precious children of all colors.
I want to allow John Nichols to come into our conversation right now. John, welcome to KBLA Talk 1580. I have as a surprise guest Dr. Cornel West. John, you covered this campaign. You've covered a dozen presidential campaigns over the last 30 or 40 years of national politics.
Too many years. Yeah.
John, we're talking about character at the very top of the nation and its leadership. A lot is going on. We're looking at first-timers being appointed by a president-elect who seems to be running roughshod over the House, over the Senate, and over the traditional norms that we've come to expect. We've seen his 4-year presidency, his 4-year exile from the presidency, and there's lots of concern that there may not be an ounce of character in this next administration. Your thoughts, John?
Well, we're in a chaotic moment at the beginning of a new administration. The biggest mistake people make in such a moment is to assume they can explain it all, right? That they can tell you everything that's going to happen, that we're seers, that we know where this is going to go. The thing we have to understand is that Donald Trump doesn't know where he's going. What he knows is he has power, maybe more power than he's ever had. And yet he doesn't know who to trust. It's a narrow circle, and some of the people he trusts have already fallen apart. Matt Gaetz will not be the attorney general, etc. It looks like his defense secretary may fall apart as well. You may lose others along the way. And even his Republican allies in the Senate are telling him, well, there's some things we're just not going to do. And so this is going to be a defining period. What that means is those who want it to be better need to be alive right now. They need to be filled with energy. And I just loved what Dr. West was saying there about, this you can't be cynical, nor can you be irrational or naive. You have to have all of these thoughtful approaches to what's going on, because we have much more ability to define this moment, partially because of the chaos that tends to surround Donald Trump, than we often have at a transition point. And so we need to step up. We need to educate, innovate, organize, be engaged. And I know that's hard because we've just had the most busy, demanding, overwhelming period this last year. I mean, it's too much, right? It's more than people can handle, except, of course, people have handled much worse. So my answer to your question is that I think this is a time with an opening, and it's an opening for us if we are wise enough to listen to people like Dr. West. And I know Dr. West, just who I've known, by the way, almost all those 40 years. Dr. West just ran a campaign for the presidency, and he didn't get elected, as best I can tell. I know they're still counting votes in California, but it looks like he may not have pulled this one off.
John, let me use this opportunity to
way of
continue
putting
this
it, my dear
conversation.
brother John.
While we laugh
love you,
through the
love
break.
you, love you. You
I'm Jesse
tell us.
Jackson Jr. on KBLA 1580 Talk.
Okay.
He's the real deal. In real time. You're listening to Areva Martin in real time on KBLA Talk 1580. Are you an entrepreneur looking to take your business to new heights? KBLA Talk 1580 is your partner in success. Every day, we celebrate and elevate Black-owned businesses across our community. Our KBLA SMB Marketplace currently features
Ain't no smiling faces. No, lying to the
Races. Yeah, this is Jesse Jackson Jr. on KBLA 1580 AM, KBLA Talk 1580. I'm joined by my special guests, Dr. Cornel West and John Nichols. And John, just before the break, we were having a conversation about character. I'd like to let Dr. West come in when you finish your thought and deal with this question of moral authority at the center of our government and what the absence of it could mean for the next 4 years. John, finish your thought.
Well, I love the wonders of radio, because I felt like I was really in the middle of one of my best spots ever.
And then the sponsors show up.
And I thought, well, you left enough pain in there a little bit. But
I apologize. Somebody has to pay the bill.
No. Don't you apologize at all. Let me begin with this core point and then finish the thought. Number one, core point. Congressman Jackson, I am so thrilled that you're doing this. Because I've known you forever, and I know your character, and I know your genius, and I am so delighted that you're stepping out in this way and hosting this show.
Just grateful that Tavis would give me this opportunity. I appreciate you, John.
You know Tavis. You know that he does give those opportunities. That's why he's such a great man. So let me just finish the thought here. What I was saying before at the break is that Dr. West, depending on the last vote counts out of California, may not have prevailed in the presidential race. But I'm going to ask Dr. West a question here, superseding the host role for a moment. Dr. West, do you know what W.E.B. Du Bois' last political campaign was?
As I recall, he ran for senator in New York City.
You are so smart. And oh my gosh, you're probably the only person that knows that.
Vico Marcantonio was his campaign manager, who was one of the great legal minds, Italian brother who represented East Harlem. Wonderful coming together of ebony and ivory.
So true. Now I know that there probably you and I are the two people that know that.
He got 4% too. He got 4%.
Yeah, he did very well. Yeah. And he was ran on the American Labor Party line. It was a third-party run.
That's right.
He was running against Dulles, if you can believe it, I believe. And so, anyways, he ran that campaign, and he did not win. He didn't go to the U.S. Senate. I don't think he ever thought he was going to go to the U.S. Senate. And yet, after he finished that campain, no one in their right mind would say, oh, well, he didn't win, so I guess we'll consign him to the sidelines, right? We won't listen to that person. Wrong. Of course, we listened to him more. We recognized that here was somebody who was willing to step into the arena, as difficult as it was, to raise moral issues at that point, at the very beginning of the worst moments of McCarthyism, right? Here he stepped up, did what he needed to do. It was a moral act of saying, I'm not going to the sidelines. I'm putting myself right in the middle of this. I'll take the hits. I'll take the criticism, because there needs to be a North Star, right? Somebody's got to come in here and say, here are some things that we must stand on, we must believe in. And this year, you went out and did that. Your voice going forward is going to be an incredibly important voice. And it is because you chose in that difficult place. And I know many people criticize you, and I understand that. I think you even understood the criticism.
Oh, absolutely.
But I think you also felt there was a need. And as I go forward, I'm going to be looking and listening for the people who have been willing to be those North Star folks, right? As difficult as it's been. Because now you're going to see a very interesting thing happen. A lot of people who were very cautious about, criticizing the Biden administration on something like Gaza or something like that, you're going to suddenly see a lot of them be much more open to saying and doing the right thing. Isn't that interesting how that happens in politics? And so I do think we are at a point of an opening. And the last thing I'll say on this is, yesterday in the United States Senate, we saw 19 U.S. senators stand up and say that they wanted to block at least some arms sales to Israel. And so we're realizing in this very narrow period since the election, that things are already moving. All I need in this period is for those moral voices, those character voices, keep speaking.
Let me allow
Keep speaking loudly.
Let me allow Dr. West to come in on that point and this question of moral authority.
No, I think Brother John is hitting the nail on the head. He'd already started with his powerful piece in the nation, one of the most substantive responses to what's going on at this historical moment. But for him to invoke Du Bois, who was 84 years old, he had just had handcuffs put on him. They were trying to take him to jail just a year and a half before he actually ran. He ended up marrying Sister Graham, his wife, who I actually took a course from at Harvard in 1971. He said, I want to be an example to the younger generation so that they don't think that selling out is normal and natural. I want to exemplify what it means to be a truth teller and a justice seeker, even though I'm living under house arrest along with my friend Paul Robeson at Walnut Street 4645 in Philadelphia, living under house arrest. Why? Because they try to tell the truth in light of precious, poor, and working people, no matter what color, gender, sexual orientation, but they both began on the chocolate side of town. Yes, it's a beautiful thing to see those 19 senators stand up. I salute Brother Bernie Sanders, who I have a deep love for, even when I critically engage him, because he's been courageous. Now, it took him a while to move on ceasefire, but he has been on fire ever since. That's a beautiful thing. But we have to, in our own ways as cracked vessels, because I'm a Christian, I'm just trying to love my crooked neighbor with my crooked heart. That's all I'm trying to do. Just bear witness.
Oh, yeah.
And that means then I have no monopoly on truth, beauty, goodness, or the holy, but I have a sense of what the truth is. I have a sense of what's beautiful. I have a sense of what is good, and I certainly have a sense of what is holy, and I'm willing to live and die for that. And we're living now at a moment where you have to have folk who are on fire enough that they're willing to pay a cost and bear a burden to tell the truth, tied to something bigger than them, but with style and a smile. You got to have fun in what you're doing. No matter how dim and grim and dark things are, you ought to have a joy that the world can't take away, because the world didn't give it to you. Something deeper gave it to you, filtered through your mama and your daddy, filtered through your music, filtered through your friends and your faith, whatever faith it is, secular or religious, because we live in such low grade times spiritually and morally. That's why moral authority is so crucial.
I just want to add before we come forward that I had no idea that W.E.B. Du Bois ran for Senate. I mean, I've read most of his work. I've studied him all of my life at nearly 60 years old. But there is something to be said that Dr. West said about courage, the courage really to step out of the academy. We got a lot of brothers and sisters who are sitting in their study and they're critiquing, they're analyzing. but they're not putting their names on the line and meeting people in the ghetto, meeting people in the barrio, meeting people who are one side of the Gaza question, meeting our Jewish American brothers and sisters for peace, meeting the rural and red counties. There's something to be said about taking the philosophy out of the classroom and letting the word dwell amongst the people. I'm Jussie Jackson Jr. When we come forward, we'll continue this conversation on KBLA Talk 1580.
Hey, yo. This is the dirty little secret of adult film stars. I thought it would just be a quickie, but my husband went wild on me for 2
Hey, yo, piano. All right. Up here, but did you know that when it snows, my eyes become alive and the light that you shine can't be seen? I compare you to a kiss from a rose on the grave. Ooh, the more I get of you, stranger.
This is Jussie Jackson Jr. at KBLA Talk 1580. I'm here with the great Dr. Cornel West, great John Nichols, and I want to thank both of them because I learned something today that W.E.B. Du Bois in his 80s ran for the Senate, that he did not leave his philosophy, his thinking, and his writings in a classroom. We have all of these professors talking, everybody on MSNBC running their mouths on CNN. Everybody got an opinion, but they don't run. They don't test their opinion in Iowa, in New Hampshire, in South Carolina. Jussie Jackson in 84. We celebrated him in 2024 at the convention, not because he ran, but because he didn't quit. He keeps running. And so another kudos to you, Dr. West, for running for the presidency of the United States because your legacy is no longer just the classroom. When the nation needed your voice, you stood up, and you've got to keep running. John Nichols, tell me about these public intellectuals and what they mean over time to our struggle.
Well, they mean everything, right? And remember, a public intellectual, that's a great term, right? Because I know that with Dr. West, we're talking about somebody who's got all the degrees, right? Who's gone to all the great colleges and taught at most of them. But I've known public intellectuals who worked at gas stations and who worked in cafes and worked in, never got out of being union organizers. And yet they read everything that I've read, everything that probably most of us have read. They could engage in any of these conversations better than most of us could. So a public intellectual isn't necessarily just somebody with a degree, but a public intellectual is someone who is willing to step up, use whatever prominence they've got in whatever circumstance they are in to clarify the issues that are in play. And I have seen so many brilliant people do that in so many different settings. What is special is when someone of the prominence of a W.E.B. Du Bois or of a Cornel West steps up in a very difficult time when things aren't being said and says them. That's what happened in 1950 in that Senate race, because it was the dawn of McCarthyism, and somebody had to come up and say, this is going to be very bad for this country. It's not bad, for black people or for Jews or for, labor organizers or civil rights activists. It's bad for everybody. It's going to be a very, very difficult time, and somebody has to push back. We have to show us how to push back. And you know where he got most of his votes when Du Bois ran? Where he got most of his votes was in the black neighborhoods and the Jewish neighborhoods. Because these are folks who I think had clarity about what was coming. They needed somebody to say the truth. Now, Dr. West has just run a campaign. And if it was a campaign for votes, just for votes, well, it did as well as it did. But if it was a campaign for ideas, which is the same thing as Du Bois, then I would say Dr. West's campaign was quite successful.
Absolutely.
And quite significant because, again, he had a whole range of issues he talked about. He and I were together in the spring at Reverend Barber's great gathering at Yale, talking about Christian nationalism and all of these issues and all the complexities of our battle for faith in the public sphere. But his issue that he came back to again and again, and here I am talking about him when he's right here on the show, so I'll hand it over in a moment, was Gaza, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it was something that needed to be talked about.
Absolutely.
And I do believe that the fact that not just Dr. West, but all sorts of activists, the Uncommitted movement and other folks, they kept that flag flying in that very difficult time. Took a lot of hits for it, took a lot of criticism. But now as we see 1/5 of the U.S. Senate, for the first time in history, say that we need to hold back arms sales to Israel in order to end the carnage in Gaza, but also to move us toward a peace that is good for Israelis and for Palestinians. I mean, this is an incredible breakthrough moment. It's not everything we need. It's a million miles from where we need to be. But boy, we can actually see that we are moving. And I have to give credit to those public intellectuals who stood up when everybody else was trying to silence that conversation.
That public intellectual has a name, Dr. Cornel West.
Well, no, I think of Gerald Horn, and I think of Bell Hooks in the past, and I think of course, W.B. Du Bois. But for me, it's really, it's Curtis Mayfield, it's Nina Simone.
Yes.
You see, these are folk who willing to give up their careers, agents telling them, quit writing those songs about loving these black people and loving these poor people and loving these working people. They say, no, I'm like Paul Robeson. I'm going to somehow say what's in my soul. And if I don't say something, the rocks are going to cry out. Something inside of me that won't allow me to hold my peace. That's what we need. We need that fire. And Brother John got the same fire. Remember he was the MC for Brother Jussie gathering in Chicago?
Absolutely.
Wasn't that a historic moment?
Thank you very much for honoring Reverend
Brother
John along with the Nation magazine.
Nichols, man, it was a beautiful, beautiful thing. All those various voices, and even allowed me to speak. He hadn't even planned to do that, but for what? Because the anthem of black people.
Why did I allow you to speak?
Let me.
You were going to say something.
Let me just add something though, because I am concerned, Dr. West, and I know we just have before we come forward, we have about another minute and a half. Sister Harris run one serious campaign, right, in a very, very truncated and short period of time. She's now on vacation in Hawaii. She's long needed some rest. There's about 60 days left. We got about 40 judges. We need to get through the Senate before the Biden administration ends. We got tens of thousands of people who need to be pardoned before they leave office in a lot of categories, but some very specific categories as well.
With Mumia Abu Jamal, but okay, go ahead.
I can start with myself.
The finger of God is working.
Don't leave me out.
The finger of God at the deepest level.
I just say all of that to say that we need Sister Harris now more than ever. She has this party. This party does not belong to O'Malley. They talk about giving it to O'Malley or to Rahm Emanuel. These are people who are from the past now trying to inherit what has occurred in this process because of the joy that Kamala Harris brought to the campaign, because of the love that Dr. West has brought to the electorate against the cynicism and the kind of the neo-fascist gangster isms that we saw from the Republicans. Now, John, is a critical organizing opportunity for us, and we need Sister Harris back on the field. Just like Jesse Jackson in 84 and 88, she's earned the Democratic Party, and she ought to offer some leadership and some directions. When we come forward, we'll come back with Dr. West, John Nichols, and your host, Jesse Jackson Jr., KBLA Talk 1580.
Baby, I can pay you to a kiss from a rose on the grave. Ooh, the more I get of you, the stranger it feels. Now that your rose is in bloom.
Oh, you like Dr. Pepper Zero Sugar?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh yeah, the interview's almost over. That was this commercial.
You're listening to Areva Martin in real time on KBLA Talk 1580.
What happens when neuropathy takes over and your feet start to feel numb, tingly, or burn? You're dealing with serious nerve damage, and if left untreated, it could lead to the loss of a limb. The good news is you can prevent all this from happening to you thanks to a new discovery, so pay attention. A Nobel Prize-winning nerve specialist recently proved that the true cause of nerve pain is a dangerous sticky plaque clogging, overloading.
Too strong. Too black. Too strong.
Yo, Chuck, these honey drippers are still front on us. Show them that we can do this, cause we always do this. Yeah, boy.
Bass, how low can you go? Death row? What a brother know. Once again, that gives the incredible rhyme animal, the uncannibal feeble enemy #1. 5 said freeze, and I got numb. Can I tell them that I really never had a gun? But it's the wax that the Terminator X spun. Now they got me in the cell, so my records they sell. Cause a brother like me said, well, Farrakhan's a prophet, and I think you want to listen to what they can say to you. What you ought to do is follow for now. Tell the people, make a miracle, keep up the lyrical. Black is back, all in, we're gonna win. Check it out. Yeah, come on. Here we go again.
This is Jesse Jackson Jr. on KBLA Talk 1580. I'm glad you're forward with us. We're with Dr. Cornel West and John Nichols for our final 2 segments for this hour. Dr. West, what's next? What can Joe Biden do at this hour to challenge the glass ceiling and bring about some real change in the last 60 days?
But he's got to listen to the spirit of public enemy. It says we don't need to be on anybody's plantation. We got to make breaks with anybody who's tied and has allegiance to powers that be. Don't just fight the powers that be. You have to be able to break in such a way that you can raise your voice. That's what Tavis has done.
Mm-hmm.
KBLA 1580. Free voices.
That's right.
Now, if Sister Harris, let's say, if she would have come back, take over for 60 days, Biden pulls back, she need a thick injection of courage because you have to push back the billionaires, push back the lobbies, and say we're going to focus on poverty. We're going to have an arms embargo to make sure our Palestinian brothers and sisters are treated with dignity and with sanctity like any other people, no matter who they are, and leave a legacy that would be qualitatively different than what it looks like at the moment. But you have to break from the plantation. We need a Harriet Tubman ethic.
And a Harriet Tubman moment.
Moment and ethic. We come with moral authority. And what did Harriet say when she went down there 19 times and pulled so many of those precious enslaved Africans? She said, I would be able to bring more than they were slaves. We got too many black leaders today that want to move on the plantation. Even when they move up on the plantation, they confuse that with being on the Underground Railroad. It's qualitatively different when you break from the plantation. That's what it is to be free. That's what we hear in the music of PE. You see, you don't have a funk like that unless you breaking from the plantation of prevailing musical modes of expression. And of course, that flows out of the gospels, it flows out of blues, it flows out of jazz, it flows out of rhythm and blues. If we had politicians that were 1/10 as free from the plantation as our great musicians have been, we black folk would be so much better off.
I see Kamala Harris pardoning tens of thousands of people in 60 days.
Isn't that something?
I see Kamala Harris with her own presidential library. I see my daughter and our children, particularly our young ladies, I see them stop crying and not giving up on America because Kamala could be president of the United States, even for a very short period of time, to inspire people to help organize the Democratic Party when Joe Biden and this administration does come to an end. I see her peacefully transferring power. I want to see the picture of her transferring power to Donald Trump. I mean, I want him to acknowledge in his inaugural address, President Kamala Harris, and let that be the moment that the country comes together, because I doubt it very seriously, John Nichols, if Donald Trump can bring the country together unless we create the moment for him that allows the country to come together on its own. John Nichols?
Yeah, look, Donald Trump has not shown a great tendency to bring people together. And I think one thing that's important to recognize as we're having this conversation is that we're still counting votes. Now, that may not be a compliment to America. I'm not sure. We take a long time to count our ballots. And one of the things that people lost sight of is that on election night, it looked like Kamala Harris got beat by a lot, that it was a real wipeout. You know what's happened since election night is that Donald Trump's percentage of the overall vote, that's all the votes cast, has fallen below 50%. Kamala Harris's total has kept going up, so that she's now only about 1.5 points behind him. It's actually one of the closest presidential races in history.
That's your latest article, isn't it, John?
Not a landslide. It is.
That's your latest article right now, isn't it?
Important. Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. I think it's important that people know that this was a close election, and we ought to take some reality from that. When you talk about uniting the country, what you have to realize is, well, if it was a very close election, then Donald Trump doesn't have overwhelming mandate. He has a responsibility. That can be brought home by Kamala Harris stepping up, by seeing more of her, by talking about these realities. Now, I don't know where she's headed. She may be governor of California before we know it. She may be heading someplace else politically. I understand all the challenges here, but one thing I will tell you that Dr. West is right about. We talked about musicians, and you were just, playing some elements of all sorts of different music here that is great, but I keep going back to that Curtis Mayfield, people get ready, right?
Yeah.
When we ask people, this is what's needed right now, we need leadership to do all the things you're talking about. Do some pardons, do some, effort to protect the Palestinian people, do some poverty relief. All these things can be done. 60 days is not a long time. Remember, it was in the aftermath of the 1960 presidential election that Dwight Eisenhower identified the military-industrial complex. You can do big things, right? Dwight Eisenhower stood down for the presidency by saying, hey, I just want to remind you, there's a military-industrial complex out there, and you better figure out how to respond to it. That was a huge contribution. So when I talk about people get ready, what I am saying is that in this period, there is a responsibility to talk about what's coming, where we're headed. And I would argue there is also a responsibility to help people understand that this is a divided nation. And that division is so close, right? 1.5 points for the first black woman to run for president of the United States, having given 107 days in which to build a campaign, right? A very, very small, very narrow window. And she got to that point. And so we should talk about all this. We should also finally, I would argue, recognize that if our message is people get ready, the closing message of the Biden-Harris administration, or perhaps the Harris administration, whatever it is, the closing message ought to be, I'm not leaving you.
That's correct.
I'm not.
I think that's right.
Out of here. I'm going to be here. People get ready because there is a train a coming, and we're all going to be on it together. I'm not throwing you off. I'm not going to some, resort and forget about everybody else. I'm going to be there for you. Boy, I can tell you, that would be a redemptive message, and one that I think a tremendous number of Americans would respond to.
John, I want to give.
Paying your bills on time raises your credit score, right? Wrong. In fact, this is one of the 3 major credit score lies you're being.
Yeah.
I want to give the final 3 minutes of the program to Dr. West to close out, but I do want to say this about men and women who paid their debt to society. It is an insult. It remains an insult that presidents of the United States pardon turkeys and don't pardon and forgive people. Around the Thanksgiving table this year and every year at this time, it ought to be some men and women who have paid their debt to society, having the opportunity to restore their lives and give them a new life in the only country in human history so conceived. Dr. West, in your closing remarks, we've got about 2.5 minutes or so. Where do we go from here? How do we get there? And take us there with love.
Well, we started talking about maturity, and maturity requires not just getting rich and not just growing old, but it requires growing up. The American empire in many ways is distinctive among the 70 empires in the history of the species. We're number 68 because we moved from perceived innocence to corruption without a mediating stage of maturity. And maturity is about ripeness is all. That's what Shakespeare says in King Lear. What is ripeness? Ripeness is readying yourself. It's the 6th chapter of Ephesians, putting on the whole armor. When you put the whole armor on, what you're really about is trying to ensure that the least of these and working peoples of whatever color are at the center. When you talk in your powerful book, The Finger of God, calling for the pardons and so forth, among one element of that text, you're concerned about those catching hell. Howard Thurman called them what? Those with their backs against the wall. That's the legacy of the Fannie Lou Hamers. That's the legacy of the Rabbi Heschels and the Edward Zaids and others. We've got an international court that has just said what? Netanyahu and the head of Hamas, you all must come to terms with war crimes. Well, this is a moral statement. This is a moral statement, and we have to wrestle with that. Then, most importantly for us, it means the U.S. complicity with those war crimes, with that crimes of genocide. What does it mean to have that kind of shadow cast in such a way that we lose whatever moral authority? And moral authority is only gained by being on that love train that Curtis Mayfield was talking about.
My special guests have been John Nichols and Dr. Cornel West. I'm Jussie Jackson Jr., KBLA Talk 1580. We'll come back with our next hour in just a moment.
Hey, yo, Chuck, that illin', we chillin'. Bring the noise. Yo, PE in the house, stop feeling. Hey, yo, Chuck, show what you can do, boy.
Get from in front of me.
All right, let's see what's just on this interview that Jussie Jackson Jr. did.
Man, once he took that left turn to fucking nowhere land with the Kabbalah shit, I was like done listening to what the fuck he had to say.
Yeah.
I think that Cornel West should have said something about reparations.
Right.
And that's it. That's all I gotta say. I think that he like, what the fuck is he talking about? Like, what is the fuck are they talking about? She can't be president for the next 60 days.
Yeah, they've been trying to do that.
And now we now know where the fuck she is. Vacationing in Hawaii. So, and we didn't find out other than obviously a shill telling us. I had so much better hopes that Jussie Jackson Jr. wasn't gonna, I don't know, for some reason I felt like he wasn't gonna take that turn, but when he took that turn, man, he lost me. He's like, he lost me. I was like, oh man, that's it. That's a wrap. If I was in control, I would have shut that off and moved to the next topic. But we didn't do that. So I just was like, oh my God, like, what the hell are you talking about? Like, it was epically a failure. So, and it's kind of disrespectful, really, to talk about her in front of Cornel West when he has expressed on many other interviews his distaste for that broad.
Right.
You know, I'm glad that he didn't fall into that. That's all I gotta say. That's all.
Okay. All right, so moving along, we got the truth behind RFK Jr.'s campaign. One and only Theo Wilson.
Oh my God. Why, Craig? Why?
Involvement with the RFK Jr. campaign.
Jussie fucking parents. No, Craig. No. Yes, so much of a problem. Don't even listen. I fucking stink.
These mushrooms make you feel better. Like a lot better.
All right. Welcome to Savvy Sab's podcast, ladies and gentlemen. I'm your host, Sabrina Salvati. If you're new, I want to let you know that Savvy Sab's podcast is a part of Revolutionary Blackout Network. You can find me there on Thursdays for the Savvy and JB show. And you can find me here on Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and every other Sunday. Shout out to everyone watching on YouTube, Rockfin, and we can go down that timeline. But I want to start from the very beginning. Why did you decide to be a part of the campaign? Was it something about RFK Jr. or was it something about his message that really resonated with you? Why did you decide to join that campaign in particular?
RFK Jr. at the time was the only Democrat at the time who saw medical freedom and Black lives as connected issues. And so it was the summer of 2020. It was George Floyd's summer. All sorts of wild stuff was happening at the Colorado State Capitol. And I got pulled into trying to message the idea of medical freedom to a Black audience. As you know, that's a pretty overwhelmingly white audience. And so I knew that forcing needles into the arms of Black people who have lost bodily autonomy as a matter of history is something that is historically triggering. And I could see at the time that if COVID was going away, it was going with the lockdowns, that vaccines were going to be forced too, which, by the way, they told us was conspiracy theory. And on the Capitol steps, this guy with a scratchy voice stepped up and he connected the dots. I spoke that day, and a brother named Del Bigtree from the High Wire had me on. And in short order, Del Bigtree was pulled into RFK Jr.'s campaign, and he said, we got to diversify the advisors around here. And before I knew it, I was on a plane to Hyannisport at the Kennedy compound. That's how it happened.
That is very interesting. Wow. So I think for those who are not aware, there are some of you that are newer to the channel. So I do just want to explain this. In particular, for myself, RFK Jr. made his campaign announcement here in Boston, Massachusetts. I was there on the ground to cover that. I think I may have been one of the only independent media people there, like, to be honest with you, at that point in time. And there was a lot that he said during that campaign that I thought, or at least during that speech, that I thought, okay, this guy has a great message. The only criticism that I had at that point in time is that he was running through the Democratic Party, right? So I don't support the Democratic Party or the Republican Party. So I said, I wonder if he would be willing to move out of that, which he eventually did. And we'll get to that. But what was really interesting to me is that at that point in time, there was a very diverse group that was there. And that's why I was a little bit confused as to, after the announcement, when it came to the appearances, it did seem like it went from this diverse group that was present at his campaign announcement to all of a sudden, this is the pandemic candidate, right? So he started to resonate with mainly with a large crowd that was critical of the lockdowns, et cetera. And there's nothing wrong with that, but it made me wonder, who was he trying to reach? In the very beginning of the campaign, when he was still a part of the Democratic Party, was there a certain group that he was trying to reach? For example, was he trying to reach Biden voters that were disappointed with Joe Biden? Was he trying to reach non-voters? Who do you think he was trying to appeal to in the very beginning?
Absolutely everybody. He was siloed to the right wing. The left wing wouldn't talk to him. That's the best I can tell you. We had connections to CNN, we had connections to MSNBC, but only Fox News, only Newsmax would put him on. And that is because his stances on the vaccines, his stances on medical freedom had him branded as the crazy, kooky anti-vaxxer Bobby Kennedy Jr. They didn't want to hear about how he had economic policies that were extremely populist and sounded a little Bernie-esque, right? His name made him a threat. The fact that when I told my mother who I was working for, she said he got my vote off name recognition alone, because my mother was old enough to have voted for his father before he was assassinated. She was in California for those little primaries. So they feared him on the left. And this meant that there became a reverberating echo chamber where he was only getting on right-wing media. So this amplified the more right-wing voices within the campaign. He had a coalition of everybody. Dennis Kucinich was on the team, you feel me? There was a lot of people from the left and the right. And in time, because of how we were siloed into the right-wing media ecosphere, those voices began to win out.
So that's really interesting. I did notice that I think he had one appearance on CNN in the beginning, and then they didn't bring him back on. I do remember that.
For sure.
But speaking of media, aside from corporate media, there was also independent media. And I think this is where some people like myself and many of us that are voices on the left, which I consider to be more the true left, we were not a part of that equation. I really would have liked to have seen, and it didn't even have to be me, but I would have liked to have seen RFK Jr. on Katie Halper's show, on The Gray Zone, on he went on to Breaking Points, but Breaking Points has more of a conservative audience for the most part. It seemed like he was not willing to make appearances on those progressive left shows, like Brianna Joy Gray's Bad Faith, for example. She spoke to him on The Hill Rising, but he didn't come onto her show. And I felt like that was a mistake for his campaign, because there was a whole separate coalition of people that I think would have been receptive to at least most of his message. Now, we can get to the Israel-Gaza stuff a little bit.
Okay, let's go, because that's what happened, really.
But it just, to me, it's like he went on to the Jimmy Dore show, but he did not go on to any other left independent media shows. And I want to hear from you, why was that? Was that his decision, or was that the decision of the campaign?
Sabrina, when I first talked to you, I was inside the campaign trying to get him on your show. When I first spoke to you, I know exactly what you're talking about. Forces higher than me compelled him out of the left-wing independent atmosphere. And I really can't call it to this day. But I knew that what I really felt was a real big problem is that if they had to choose who to piss off, if they had to choose who to make angry, they were more comfortable making the left angry than the right. I thought that was a big issue, because numerically speaking, the left is actually bigger than the right. I know it don't seem like it with this past election, but the fact was there's this huge unserved demographic on the left that y'all were reaching out to. And I think that forces higher than me in the campaign stopped that from happening. So what I was resorted to do is I was the first one who got him on The Breakfast Club, that first go around in August of 2023. So I was trying to get him on more urban stations like that, but I was trying to book him on yours, and things just pulled him away. And I think that that momentum toward the right had already begun.
So I think what some of us assumed was the Israel issue. Because when RFK Jr. was on Jimmy Dore's show, he did commit to having a conversation with Max Blumenthal. It was the statement heard around the world. So we all heard it. We were like, okay, great. He's open to having a conversation with Max. But that conversation never happened. And we had to ask, like, why, out of all the people to run away from, why would you run away from someone who's an investigative journalist, who has been to Gaza, who's been to Israel, and hear the other perspective? But then we see RFK Jr. go on to Breaking Points, which they pushed back on him too about that particular issue. So it looked like to us that he just made a decision that he was not interested in trying to appeal to the progressive or socialist left base. And I think, again, that was a mistake, because he could have heard a perspective that maybe could have opened his mind a little bit. I do not know. But I don't understand if he was trying to bring people together, why would you avoid just that one group of people?
Let me tell you, sis, I had it out with him personally over this. And I said to him, and this ain't nothing new. Bobby sees this. He knows it. There was other people in the room. And I said to Bobby, you know that you had the David effect when you challenged Dr. Fauci? I said, right now, Max Blumenthal got the David effect against you. You need to square off with that man. You need to actually go toe-to-toe with him, because, frankly, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is the most rhetorically capable Zionist ideologue I've ever met. I've never seen somebody with the amount of nuanced data recall around the pro-Israel side as him. And the only person that I knew that could actually go toe-to-toe with him like that was Max Blumenthal. I fought to get that going, but rank and file is rank and file. I wasn't high enough, but what I said was, I think he could benefit you. When he went on that show with Shmuley, Rabbi Shmuley, is when the troubles began. And this was before October 7th. I remember this timeline. This was before October 7th. And it seemed like Shmuley was in his ear more than I could be in his ear. You know, it seemed like that contingent was higher up in the rank and file. That's the best I could assess it. Shmuley ended up leaving after his beef with Candace Owens. It was just too destructive. But I remember talking to you. I don't know if you remember this, but I was like, we trying. There was that. So that left-leaning coalition, this was Dennis Kucinich was still there. We were very much advocating for Bob to come across more nuance. We ain't got to say, I was like, look, man, you ain't got to say from the river to the sea. All right. That's what I would say. Palestine will be free. That's what I would say. But you can at least say, we don't want anybody's children dying. You could at least say a ceasefire is consistent with my stance as a pro-peace candidate. You could at least say, I am interested in having a conversation about what peace can look like in a long-term structured sense once the bombs start falling. I thought that was the most sensible thing. And when that wasn't said, a lot of the left-leaning contingent of Bobby Kennedy's campaign began to fall off. I was tempted to leave, but I realized something. If I do leave, who's speaking up for Palestine from within the campaign? You know what I mean? If all of us leave, then, you know, there's nobody for that perspective. And so I said, Bobby gonna have to fire me, but I'm gonna keep speaking up. But I couldn't override the right-leaning contingent that was more focused on advocating the pro-Israel point of view. I couldn't overcome it. But that was the timeline. So you are right.
Yeah. So was the idea like for the campaign to bring together a right coalition and a left coalition and have them meet somewhere in the middle?
Yeah, I think that we saw early on that there was pretty much, and I was able to articulate one of the videos because I was one of the faces of the campaign. There's a loud 15% on the right, loud 15% on the left, right? That's 30% of the population. And super woke, so super MAGA ain't gonna talk to each other, but there's this middle 70%, this practical, you know, conscientious 70% who's willing to hear out the other side. I said, that's your people, Bobby. That's who we should go for. And around this time, to be fair, the Democrats were really obstructing him in, you know, getting into the primaries and trying to have some kind of fair democratic process. At the time, Marianne Williamson was also trying to do the same thing. And that's when the slings and arrows from the Democrats really festered in Bobby's heart in a way that a lot of people don't realize. And it made him emotionally averse to them after a while and began to lean right. But at first he wanted everybody. That has to be made clear. And the left had its role of blocking him from speaking to the left voters.
That's interesting. You brought up the Democratic primary, and that's where I'm going next. Right. The reason I left the Democratic Party is because of these types of games that they play, which is they decide who they're going to give a voice to, and they decide who they feel should be there. Those of us, a lot of us that are a part of this show, a lot of people in the audience, a lot of us came from the Bernie Sanders movement. So we are very familiar. Yeah. So, you know, we're very familiar what the Democratic Party did to Bernie Sanders. So it wasn't surprising to me that they tried to shut out RFK. They tried to shut out Marianne Williamson, also Dean Phillips, who pretty much had the most sensible response, which was Joe Biden should not run again. He's too old. Like, it's just, you know, very principled, which came into light. So I think the question that I have is, going into this process, was RFK aware of what happened to Bernie Sanders in 2016, how the Democratic Party rigged the primary against him? Was he aware of just how cold the Democratic Party can be to those candidates that they feel should not be front and center?
I think he knew intellectually, but he didn't really understand how severe the wall could be. And remember, his last name was supposed to be some kind of golden ticket. I mean, the man is royalty within that establishment. I mean, like, being around Bobby Kennedy is weird because you see that his facial features are on coins and buildings and sculptures. Like holy crap, it's very surreal, right? He's a Kennedy, man, you know? And I think that in his mind that weighed something. I think that in Bobby's mind it was supposed to be like, look, you can do this to those other folks, but they don't have my pedigree, right? At least that's what I think it was. He tried all the legal routes to do it. And if you ask me, that blocking of populist candidates from the populist left within the Democratic Party is the reason why they got their butts whooped. Flat out. That butt whooping been coming for a very, very long time. And now I think they should sit down and think about their life as Bobby is ascended to deconstruct the HHS. You know what I mean? So this is one of those things where I see it. I saw it with Bernie. Shoot, what they did to Bernie was the reason why I sat out in 2016. I sat it out. I was hardcore Bernie bro all the way because I'm a millennial. I saw that his policies would be I would be the target group that they would affect the most. I don't think Bobby expected that. And it really hurt him. Like on an emotional, personal level, it stung him. And we can talk more about that, but just getting to know the man, sleepless nights for Robert F. Kennedy Jr. for that, for sure.
Yeah, it's interesting because those of us that were not a part of the campaign, I feel like we watched all this happen. I like it did, like on a screen. We saw it either on YouTube or we saw it on CNN. And I'm like, oh, they're doing it again. And he was polling very well at that point in time. And even when he left the Democratic Party. So following this timeline, eventually, obviously, the Democratic Party made it almost impossible for RFK and for Marianne Williamson. So he decided to leave the Democratic Party and run as an independent. And I think even more people got behind him at that point and they said, okay, you tried to do it the right way or what they perceived to be the right way. And now you're going to do it as an independent. You had no choice. What are you supposed to do? Right. And to some of us as an independent, we are looking for you to be independent from both of those systems. So we're looking to see that the candidate is not repeating some of the behaviors of the two-party system. The big one I think that jumped out to people is that RFK Jr. had Super PAC. RFK Jr. had, big money coming in. And I think that rubbed some people the wrong way. And then there was the issue of Nicole Shanahan. So, and I want to get your perspective about this. When RFK Jr. Selected Nicole Shanahan to be his running mate, there seemed to be a little bit of a split from RFK supporters. Some people thought it was a great idea, and some people said, oh, no, she's one of the Silicon Valley people. And so some people were not too sure about her. Do you think that Nicole Shanahan was the correct pick for his campaign? And how do you feel about the statement that some people had that she bought her way in?
I had nothing but love for Nicole Shanahan. All my interactions with her were great. I saw her as extremely competent and capable. And while she may have some pluses and minuses other people may have liked, anybody else he would have chosen would have had a mixed bag as well. I didn't think that was the problem. I think that Nicole Shanahan would have been a powerful vice president. She has all the makings of somebody who is a very capable leader. I didn't have a problem with her. There were other things that I heard that, truth be told, after I had my first interaction with her, which was over the phone, I didn't really pay too much attention. Plus, I was knee deep in a whole bunch of other stuff by the time she came on. So we were trying to put out other fires. But Nicole Shanahan wasn't really a large issue within the campaign. From what I could see, she was pretty much beloved by everybody who was left within the campaign.
Okay. Yeah, I was curious about that one. And so even at that point, he was still traveling across the country. He was hosting rallies. From what I saw on video, he had pretty significant turnout. So people were still very excited about him. He was still polling double digits as an independent candidate. And then as time went on, we heard RFK Jr. say that maybe he was interested in running with the Libertarian Party. And I think this also may rub some people the wrong way because we're like, but you're not a libertarian. It was kind of all over the place. And then we noticed also, it seemed like his campaign started to go in a different direction. And he continued to promise people that he would have ballot access on all 50 states, which I didn't believe from the jump because I know how hard it can be for an independent candidate for that to happen. But if he would have ran with the Libertarian Party, obviously that would have been doable. What do you think about that? That decision that RFK made when he went to the Libertarian Party convention and did ask for or did seek the nomination there, and the promise that he made about being on the ballot in all 50 states.
Ballot access was a huge battle within the campaign. It was almost all of the energy that was put into paying people and getting things done. Ballot access was the looming cloud over all of our heads. And, you know, that's something that I felt like RFK did strategically. He does have libertarian leaning viewpoints, obviously. There are things that he has in common with them. But ultimately, that was just about, from what I could see, making sure that he could consolidate enough small parties so that he could have access to all 50 states.
Okay, and I also know the Democratic Party, they continue to try to sue him off the ballot, just as they did Jill Stein and Cornel West and Claudia De La Cruz. They're notorious for doing that. Many of us at that point in time, we said, okay, all of these third party and independent candidates need to pick one person, and they all need to get behind that person. Why do you think that didn't happen?
Israel Gaza. If I could be honest with you, it tore everybody's hearts open. If you were somebody who had Zionist leanings, from your perspective, you saw the rise of anti-Semitism from places that you probably never thought that you would see it coming from on the left. At least that's how they interpreted it. If you're pro-Palestine, you see a genocide in 4K. Like, you see it's on TikTok, it's on Instagram, and you cannot, for the life of you, fathom that somebody could fall on another side of this issue. And it tore the country apart. It tore our hearts apart. And I think that when you look at Cornel West's stance on it, when you look at Jill Stein's stance, Marianne Williams' stance, and then contrast to Bobby's stance on it, it was so hot. It was so right in front. It was so foreground. We couldn't consolidate like that. And let's say there was a coalition that could have, let's say, rallied around Cornel West. There was still such a large group of people around Bobby that it would have split it almost 50-50 if you really look at it from how the votes actually fell between Jill Stein and Bobby. So, yeah, I think that's what did it. If, you know, that's just my perspective.
Yeah, I can see that being the issue. I can see that. So then we move forward, and there's the big announcement from RFK Jr. where he decided that he was going to sort of suspend his campaign. And he announced that if you were in a blue state or a red state and you wanted to support him, that they would try to stay on the ballot there and you could support him in those states. But ultimately what ended up happening is that some of the swing states would not allow him to remove himself from the ballot, of course, because they thought that in its sense would hurt Donald Trump. Donald Trump ended up winning those states anyway, all of the swing states. But RFK Jr. announced that he was going to join with Donald Trump. And this is where I want to hear from you, because we had this conversation on Call-In after this was announced later on that week. And some of the people that called in said that they were RFK supporters and they were not happy about him joining with Donald Trump, that they had no intention to support Donald Trump, that they only wanted to support him. Do you think that was the right idea? And do you support that move that RFK made to suspend his campaign and to join with Donald Trump?
Well, it worked, didn't it? He's where he wanted to be, at least for that suspension. I feel like in principle, it was the absolute wrong move. And I told him that. I fought him tooth and nail. Behind the scenes, Bobby and I went back and forth for days about this. And one of the things I said was, you built this campaign from the personnel resource list of Children's Health Defense Fund, man. And you have created something that is essentially the hammer of Thor. The hammer of Thor can only be wielded by the worthy. Trump is not worthy. You have the good faith of people, that you are a good man, that you have some kind of moral compass, that your integrity can be found, that there is an ideological through line to the things that you stood for across your entire career. And Trump is not worthy of you. That's what I said. Trump is not worthy of you. He is somebody who is, I mean, as malignant narcissist, you know what I'm saying, dictator as you can get from my vantage point. And Bobby's perspective was different. Because I told you, let's go back to those thorns that were in his heart. Joe Biden did not get that man's Secret Service until Donald Trump took a bullet to the ear. Joe Biden has a sculpture of Bobby Kennedy's father in his office. He look at it every single day. Robert Kennedy Sr.'s assassination is who justifies Secret Service protection for candidates on the campaign trail past a certain threshold, and Biden wouldn't give it to the man's son. Say what you want, but ain't none of us got a father named Robert Kennedy Sr. That specifically burned Bobby in a special way. Him being royalty of the Democratic Party, having been blocked in every single turn, made it feel like, okay, who is listening to me? Trump advocated Bobby get Secret Service. After the whole world was shocked by him getting shot or grazed, that's when it happened. And then when he suspended his campaign, they took it back from him. Now, Gavin DeBecker's guys, those security team that he had, they're good, but they're pricey. They're bleeding him out, man. And with that, from Bobby's perspective, he had been betrayed by an institution who his family had helped build, and the only people listening to him were the folks on the right. He was losing money left and right. He should have had the dollars that he would have saved if they gave him Secret Service. And from his perspective, I don't agree with it, but I understand. I don't agree with it, but I understand. The reason why I don't agree with it is because y'all gonna see what Trump does. Y'all gonna see what he does. But I get where Bobby felt that way from his seat, the hottest seat that he could live in was his own. So I see it.
So he went to work with Trump's campaign, but at the same time, there were rumblings that he reached out to Kamala Harris's campaign as well, that he reached out to both campaigns. And I wanted to hear from you if that's necessarily the case. And it's just that Kamala Harris's campaign was not interested.
She did once the Democrats knew that they could obstruct and silence the man, she followed suit. Once they knew that they could turn their back to a Kennedy, then Kamala, she turned her nose up at him. He wanted to talk about what it would look like if perhaps there was a way to create policy that served the agendas of their prospective coalitions in a way that could unite them. And he wasn't looking for a job with them necessarily, at least not to my understanding. But so he reached out to Kamala, but when Trump got shot, that resonated with Bobby in a special way. And I think we know why. That is something that is a special kind of wound for him. Like I told people, they was like, why you at Bobby Kennedy's campaign? I was like, if your uncle and daddy been killed under suspicious circumstances, you'd be a conspiracy theorist too. You wouldn't trust nothing, right? So they had a moment, man. Him and Trump really had a moment. I mean, called him up and they really chatted, man. They really talked and they really built. And perhaps if Kamala didn't have that wall up, there could have been a similar conversation on the other side. But from his perspective, these folks ain't listening and these folks are. And after a while, emotionally, it was very binary for him. I personally think Trump is going to be a disaster, but it was binary for Bob.
So this sounds familiar because this reminds me of the conversation that Ice Cube had with Chris Cuomo on CNN. And I don't know if everybody remembers, but Ice Cube said that he reached out to Donald Trump and he reached out to Joe Biden to talk to both sides about his contract for Black America.
Right.
Ice Cube said that one side agreed to meet, which was Donald Trump, and the other side, which was Joe Biden, said, let's talk after I win, which apparently that never happened anyway. That talk never happened. So it kind of says something about that Biden-Harris administration that they just don't seem to be willing to meet with. I don't know. I don't know. I can't even say but it's just
they feel and exhibit their elitist ideals time and time again when somebody from the grassroots who might speak for the people, because there was a part of Bobby that definitely was populist, and they decided that they knew better. And now they got sat on their pockets. I hope that the donor class of the Democratic Party, I hope that everybody who is the kingmakers, the ones who feel like they know better than the people and the populace, really take a look in the mirror and examine themselves, because they earned this and they've been earning it for a long, long time. And so this is what they get. And of course, democracy will suffer. And of course, our precious, valuable institutions will suffer. Of course, people of color, minority folks will suffer. But it's not just that good men fail and it creates evil men winning. It's the fact that they'll do the wrong thing sometimes. It's not that they won't, it's not that they'll do nothing. It's that they'll fumble the ball. And they fumble the ball off of arrogance. And I hope that they are humbled by this, because there was a lot of red flags that the Democratic Party missed. And I think that this was primarily not Trump winning, but them losing.
That's an interesting point that you bring up there, because were you surprised on election night that Trump won every swing state?
I didn't think it was going to be like that. I thought she was going to get at least, Pennsylvania, because I knew some folks who was really, really working in Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. I thought she was going to at least get that one. But the facts are the facts. When you look at who didn't show up, and they did a comparison between who showed up in 2020 for Biden and who did not show up in 2024 for Harris, and it was young people.
Yep.
What do the young people care about? The young people care about Gaza. Young people care about being able to live. Everybody, I was like, look, man, it boils down to, can I afford groceries and are we going to World War III? You can stop that. You got to vote. Young people got the longest to be on this planet, man. They got the longest to be on this planet. Whatever's happening today, they will live with the fallout for the most extended period of time. Listen to them. And, Kamala Harris sat there and acted as if there's nothing that she could do to stop these babies from dying. Sat there and acted like there was nothing she could do to stop innocent people from being mutilated by fire. Nothing you could do. If I say ceasefire, don't nothing happen. If Sabby Sab says ceasefire, don't nothing happen. If Kamala Harris says ceasefire, the ship with the weapons stops in the middle of the ocean and comes back to our shoreline. And those bombs do not get delivered to Benjamin Netanyahu and the IDF, and people do not die. Period. That's what the young people cared about. And I told my good brother Robert, you need to be speaking at all these college campuses that are having these protests right now. I think your daddy would be there. Speaking up for the young folks, trying to get blood to stop being shed, innocent blood. And it was nothing to say, I believe, hypothetically, you can say something like, I believe Israel has the right to exist, but so do the Palestinians. And October 7th was a horrific incident, but you do not repay blood with blood. I believe Israel's better than that. And until we have a ceasefire, we cannot stand on the moral high ground earned by us, or something like that. Just say that. I wrote it out. Say something like that, right? And go to these kids and say, I care that the police are beating you up. Go to these children and say, I care that you feel like the world is unstable for you. You literally, and I promise to God, in December, we had to do fundraising. And there were so many people that we called that said, man, I love Bobby. I love her. Everything he talks about with the economy, everything he talks about justice. What's up with this Gaza situation? I can't donate. And that's what happened. And like I said, Bobby, see this? We already had this conversation. I ain't saying nothing to you that I have not said to him. And even to the point I was like, can we at least get the debate going with Max? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, can we have that? Like, just to show good faith to those who care deeply about this. People are crying. I was crying every day about that, yo. And I don't really cry like that. You know what I'm saying? Where I'm from, we don't cry like that. But I'm a father and I cried like that over this. You know what I'm saying? It ripped my heart out. And it ripped the heart of the kids out. And they said, if you would allow this to happen to me, I may not show up for you. Yep. And all them college towns in the swing states, them kids stay home.
This is true. Why didn't he go to any of the campus protests to talk to? Why didn't he even at least show up?
We tried to arrange it. My memory is a little sketchy around this one, but I remember something about we tried to arrange that. There was people within the campaign who was trying to bring in more balance to talk to the pro-Palestine side. But ultimately, there was kind of a fear that he would say even more things that would be upsetting to the kids if he had. And, you know, to Bobby's credit, if he don't feel it, he won't say it. If he is not convinced of something, he will not say the thing. And we could not convince him of the things that we wanted said that we knew would bring the kids in and see him as the candidate that they needed. And so I think ultimately it was decided that that would not be the most productive route, simply because of how he actually felt about the issue. And, you know, there was, like I said, myself included, very, very pro ceasefire within the campaign, but we didn't have the weight. We just didn't have the weight.
Speaking of weight, does he understand the weight of some of his words? For example, and I go back to the Breaking Point appearance. He was on Breaking Points, and one of the most famous quotes that a lot of us remember, he said that Palestinians are the most pampered people in the world. After that, did he not have any understanding of what that said to people and what that meant?
Man, listen, you cannot be from the American royal family and call somebody else pampered. That just don't sound like you are self-aware. You know what I mean? It's one of those things where he definitely knew that he said the wrong thing. He definitely knew that he had stepped over the line with that. I think there were people advising him to say certain things that were from the extreme, even extreme for the Zionist perspective, that really cut him off from that group of folks who could have voted for him for that issue. You know what I mean? And with that being said, it was really, really difficult for him to come back from that. But I know that he wished he did not say that for a fact.
The Ergo Smart Base from Tempur-Pedic automatically responds to snoring. So no more hiding under your pillow.
Well, now he has been given an appointment, and I want to get your take on this. This was announced earlier today, or actually late yesterday. It says that Donald Trump picks Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to be his Department of Health and Human Services secretary. Now, some people in Congress are already, I'm sure you heard, are really pushing back on this. They do not want him in this position. But if I remember correctly, I believe this is what he would have wanted, being a part of that Trump campaign. How do you feel about that? Do you think that is a good position for him? And how do you feel about some of the congressmen and women that have spoken out that said, no, we can't have him in that position?
Listen, if all you know of Robert Kennedy is Mr. Brainworm, Mr. Anti-Vaxxer, Miss I put a dead bear in Central Park, if that's all you know, you don't want him nowhere near that stuff. But if you know him as the lawyer, the guy who has sued these organizations up and down, if you know what Bobby has sacrificed to fight for the little guy his entire career, and if you understand that his knowledge of the conflict of interest within the regulatory bodies that are supposed to protect us and these drug manufacturers are the things that are actually killing Americans, you wouldn't actually want anybody else in that role. So if you think he's crazy brainworm man with the dead bear and the anti-vax, I understand why you're scared. But that's a straw man. That is a straw man, and that's a straw man that we were fighting the entire time. I get that you would be afraid if that's who you thought was in charge of that department. However, when you understand that the same regulatory failures that gave us the opioid crisis was the same regulatory environment that we mandated vaccines into, if you understand that Pfizer lost the Baccs lawsuit in 2009 to the $2 and $3 billion, and that they had no business having carte blanche with the vaccines that were mandated into our arms, and that's by anybody's common sense understanding, then you want somebody like Robert F. Kennedy to stop that from happening again, to strengthen the regulatory agencies and make sure that there was some accountability at the highest levels. That's what he really cares about. So once you see past the straw man, you understand that it's probably Trump's best pick. Everybody else is the clown car, but that's Trump's best pick per assignment so far.
It's interesting. Everybody's calling them clown car. So I have two more questions for you, Theo. So you said that the way the Democratic Party treated him really, I guess, got to him. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
I saw Robert suffer at a personal level. When you talk about history and the Kennedy's place in it, it's really interesting. Like when you go to Hyannisport and you kick it with him in the actual Kennedy establishment, what we call historical figures were people around his Thanksgiving and Christmas table. See, it's different for him. And the party that they built, I mean, I'm talking about I didn't know how many generations of Kennedy have been involved in building the Democratic Party. Like since they came over from Ireland, right? They've been involved in the Democratic Party. So he was blood and guts Democrat. It wasn't just the fact.
Yeah, I can see that. Also, there were multiple interviews that, of course, CNN really, they really went to town with this one, reaching out to his family members and interviewing them. And of course, they were not in agreement with his run at all.
I mean, but you got to remember, the Kennedy family is huge. Every time, if you went to a real event with him, there's Kennedys all around. Shrivers all around. And you know it's them because they all got that same face. They all got that same historic face. Even the kids got that face. So there was Kennedys all around. That's just a big family.
Yeah, that's true. But they would pick out the ones that they knew didn't agree with it. But it's funny because Biden ended up dropping out anyway. So that's a whole nother conversation. But the last question I had for you is if there was anything that you could do differently for this campaign, looking back on things, what would you have done differently?
I would have done what I intended to do. I came up with a strategy called sweep the leg. I laid this out to him in Hyannisport. I said, the leg that the Democratic Party stands on is the black vote. I can tell you exactly what they're talking about. The black.
Yeah, you can tell him exactly what they're talking about because we've been talking about it for years, Theo, and we brought it to you when you're on that 7 Generations Black show. No, I'm on mute. So yeah, you already know what the new black media was talking about, and like I said, I think that's the only reason he joined that campaign was to try to get RFK up to code, up to speed with what's happening with the new black media, but he didn't even have him go on any new black media platforms.
Vote is talking about reparations. The black vote is talking about being able to feed their kids. They want something tangible and they want it now and they're not going to wait. They have saved the Democratic Party many times and now they're looking for issues that are specific to them. I said, you can sweep the leg. If you go on urban media right now, so I was trying to get him like literally all over World Star. I got him on Charlemagne the Guy. We got him, some of my team booked him on Vlad TV. You know what I'm saying? Angela Stan King joined. Shout out to Angela. You know what I'm saying? So there was a lot of people that was trying to get him in front of black voters. I wrote the plan, targeted community repair. And what my language is that a community that's targeted for destruction must be targeted for repair. It's like if you have a broken bone, the body is better when that bone is healed, but you must target that bone to heal it. So targeted community repair was one of them things that became a lightning rod. But I still think that they were too concerned about pissing off the right and not concerned enough about pissing off black voters. The next thing is when Israel-Palestine came, I get the knee-jerk reaction to say what he said at the beginning of the conflict, but I truly believe.
Need prescription eyewear fast? iBuyDirect ships hundreds of frames with 2-day delivery. iBuyDirect.com.
If by November of last year, Bobby had been the ceasefire candidate and stood 10 toes down on that, he'd be the president of these United States. And the reason is he wasn't running against 1990. Got the last name. If he had captured that wind, number one, he'd have captured the votes, and number two, he'd have captured that money. When we was doing the next thing is when Israel-Palestine came, I get the knee-jerk reaction to say what he said at the beginning of the conflict, but I truly believe if by November of last year, Bobby had been the ceasefire candidate and stood 10 toes down on that, he'd be the president of these United States. And the reason is he wasn't running against 1992 Bill Clinton. He wasn't running against 1980 Ronald Reagan and 2008 Barack Obama. He was running against two duds, two of the least popular presidential candidates ever. The man already got the last name. If he had captured that wind, number one, he'd have captured the votes, and number two, he'd have captured that money. When we was doing the fundraising calls, so many people said that Israel-Gaza was the deal breaker. I fully believe that Kamala Harris not putting distance between herself and Joe Biden. She was asked flat out, how will you be different from Joe Biden? She said, I ain't gonna be different from Joe Biden. The kids heard that. Dearborn, Michigan heard that. Everybody who cares about, you know what I'm saying, our link between Black America and Palestinians, the Ta-Nehisi Coates gang, they heard that. And so that was the albatross that weighed both of them down. And I believe that if Bobby would have captured that wind, he'd have rode it right to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. That's my honest belief. And I think that history will prove us right.
Theo, thank you so much. What are you up to now? If you want to let people know where they can follow you.
Man, listen, I'm at Theo E.J. Wilson Instagram. And right now, I'm working in the climate space. I found a great passion figuring out how to restore wetlands and ocean pastures. I'm really obsessed right now. I mean, there's something that me and Bobby got in common. I'm from an environmentally polluted neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? I grew up near where that toxic waste was and that dog food factory, and we had jet fuel getting poured on us because we was near the airport. That's where my hood is from. So I'm working in the environmental space right now. I've just got a second wind about that. And stay writing because I'm a poet and a songwriter. So that's where my creative juices are flowing, and that's where a lot of opportunities are going. You know what I mean?
Awesome. Theo, thank you so much for your time. Hey guys, this was a Sabby clip. If you like what you saw, hit that like button and
All right, so now we see Theo each of the girls who made it interview. So much to say about this. I know they take a whole lot to say about it.
Oh, God. Jussie know how I feel about his crush, right? Because it's not a game over here. I just about to go in and with my lung. Go ahead and put that out, Jussie. Go ahead and put that out. Thank you. Let me just say this. If Theo ever sees me in public and he asks me about it, I'm gonna say it right to him. Cause you a sellout. You is the worst. You is like the fucking I can't believe you. I can't believe any of the shit you just said. Like I can't because I know for a fact, and I got the email in my fucking shit where
the Unity Party was the Unity Party was interviewing. I guess sort of. He was asked to see the Unity Party.
Yeah.
And I wanted to get in on an interview, right? So I have like Unity. I feel like I have Unity Party perks and privileges for not being a Unity Party member. Okay, I just bogart my way on this shit. You know what I mean? That's what leadership is. I just be taking over. And to their benefit, they're gonna see great things from me taking over and not joining up on the Unity Party. There's a reason for that. I got trust issues, and it even though we have a black face there's not too many black faces, so I want to see more of that. But there's a whole bunch of things, and they seem to be. Oh, I take that back. Let me stop lying. There's 2 black faces at the Unity Party. I forgot about Tijani, TJ. The Unity Party did pretty well actually this round in elections, so we gotta give them some praise. Really well. It's for what they usually do anyway. So I know for a fact that RFK was trying to stay away from the race questions and dividing race divisional questions, because I had that fire to ask him what. Man, I'm just gonna refer. Guys, I'll say, I just gonna talk hot talk. This broad did not ask the right questions, right? She asking the wrong shit. For like, how long was this interview? Cause almost an hour, and it was like, I didn't hear not one fucking FBA black question. Period. For like the first 45, I tuned out. Started looking at shorts on fucking YouTube because I just couldn't believe, right? So Theo lives in our state. In fact, he a neighborhood Negro. Okay, so I say that because he if you ask me, Theo, I'm gonna tell you you're a house Negro, right? And fucking buck broken. I'm gonna say that to you for real. If you ask me if I said it, I'm gonna tell you I did it.
Yeah, for this and for what he pulled on Jeff.
Okay, so what nobody understood, why she didn't even touch that topic, because like I said, just a little crush and shit. We had the inside. Thank you to we're not gonna mention his name because once in a while he share live clips from shit when shit's going down at the cultural center, so we don't want to ruin that. But black people do black people things when they want us to know shit. You know what I mean? Yeah. And they keep us in the loop. So that's real black shit, real black activity right there. So we're not going to say his name, but the credit was unlimited. Because we decided to go ahead and blow the spot up. That's why Jeff Fard's show was that's why he was getting that boycott work from us when Vicky Dillard was on. Vicky Dillard came, I'm gonna say a shout out to Vicky Dillard, his sister. Yeah. She lives in our state in a finer part of town that I don't live in. Okay, but in the same city, right? So in a better part of the area, which is a good thing. Shout out to the sisters. The Vicky Dillard puts in major motherfucking work. So she had an opportunity. She was an invited guest to the cultural center, the last remaining voice for our last black enclave of Park Hill. Okay, RFK Jr. was there. He was a guest on the Jeff Fard show. Okay, I don't know if that interview went anywhere because we were on the opposition of how he deflected from the questions that was being asked of him by a FBA sister, right? She was bringing up she gave him that work. He was deflecting. He chose to not answer her questions or acknowledge any of the black atrocities that she was bringing up and the black Holocaust that we live in currently. I feel like if I had to put a statement to it, we're in the Mayafa 2024. You know what I mean? If I had to say that, that's what it's like for me. That's what I think it is. So RFK Jr. was here. Now, the angle that we got this video from, okay, showed Theo and running interference, right, with the white folk that was there running RFK. Okay, so he was like their fucking pet, right? Like typical house Negro activity, right? Do the work of the whites. And we saw it from the angle. We saw how Jeff Favre and RFK Jr. and the whole Jeff Favre crew over there of off-brands who don't have a following as big as Sister Vicky Dillard were treating Sister Vicky Dillard. It was so disrespectful. I could not let it go. I could not let it go because not only am I a fan, but that is some knowledge that sister drops on a regular basis. She gives us the facts. She brings the receipts, and she puts in that work, and she's not afraid to get in that ass, right? And so she made a trip from her location down to Park Hill and tried to ask the right FBA questions. Into 5 points, right? Which is just, it's whatever. She made a trip. She came down, and it was so disrespectful. And even Theo did not defend her in any aspect. Okay? Not in one aspect. They, like, what I heard from this interview is that Theo was the black, he's like the motherfucking, when they need the black vote, they go find somebody. Yeah, you're the shill to get the blacks on your side, right? But he wasn't doing the black work, right? He even said his mama said she gave him the vote because of name recognition alone. That right there, family, is like comfort voting and lazy work. This election season. You are not to do none of that lazy work. You were to dig deep and do your fucking thorough research and investigation on your own terms to figure out your own, if that situation was tangible for you or not. Really, okay? If it was tangibly fucking acceptable and agreeable with what we were talking about. That was the fucking homework. That was the assignment. Okay? We shouldn't have had to say it. It should have just been known, right? That was the fucking assignment. Now, what I don't agree with is this motherfucker come out. Okay, so look, Theo, you just a motherfucker to me, okay? Because I don't really give a fuck. I like what you talking about because what I saw, I'm speaking to you. So if you see me in the street and you ask me about it, I'm gonna say it to you because I don't see you like that. You're not on. You don't come to any real big black events. He don't. You know what I mean? He's not like our people that have little businesses and shit we see all the time in the street. You know what I mean? He ain't no Benzel or any of them. You know what I mean? He's just a regular motherfucker to me in my mind. He don't deserve no respect from me. Because now we are the voices of the new black media. Small as it is, we do our part to spread the message far and wide and signal boost whatever the message is from the new black media, not anything else, not anybody else, but what our new black media leaders are talking about. Okay? And what the code says, right? The code is the leader. Excuse me, I'm sorry, my fault. Yeah, you're right, Jussie. The code is the leader, right? So we are the voices and the message boosters of the new black media. We are playing our role. We are doing our work. So it is our job to call out this fucking fuckery. Now, my question with this, okay, look, savvy, what was it? Savvy Sabs. Okay, excuse me, sister. Savvy Sabs. Forgive me. Sick, okay? I just don't agree with this interview because I feel like you didn't ask the right questions for us. You was talking about every other white issue other than what we on. And if you gonna say you are the voice like us and ours, then you have to ask the right fucking questions. Black questions. He, and I quote, said he wanted to stay away from racial dividing divisional questions. Some shit like that. Okay, don't quote me on that. I don't take that back. He said some shit like that directly to me in an email, okay? Because I asked directly on the backside. I just told Jussie this. He couldn't fucking believe I had that in my email, okay? That's because I was doing my work. I'm doing my work. I'm trying to learn. It's all new. I'm just trying to get my place in the world, okay? So I was doing the work of the Unity Party, and we were really interested in Cornel West before. So when they went, RFK Jr. went another way, I was like, shoulder shrug. After seeing that interview, I was like, cause he tried to deflect and go back to his Catholic motherfucking roots and dialogue. I wish we could pull that little section up so I could show you what I'm talking about, because she gave him that work. She asked him black questions. He tried to veer away from it. And if you gonna do the work of the fucking devil, Theo, and try to shimmy this white man around, okay, because he has technical political royalty and legacy, you see where this is getting him. Okay, you didn't do cuz any favors, and he wasn't really looked at. If we looked at him, he didn't come on the new black media. He didn't come on anything. He went to all those other platforms. How can you stand on what he's talking about, where he's gonna be in charge of our medical shit? You know what I mean? Like, are you serious, Theo, Mr. Health Nut? Are you serious? Are you really serious? If that was the case, we should have heard more of that. About how smart he is and how much he did this and how much he did that. And he had a chance every fucking interview to show people what he was about. When he sold out, suspended his campaign, and went and bucked for a job on the Trump shit, that was a wrap on RFK Jr. That was it. Whether he was smart, whether he was supposed to be, he had potential of being somebody at one point for the environment. He had potential. Whatever he did, that was whatever. With her bringing up the vice president choice, I shoulder shrugged on that too. Why? Because it didn't matter. He wasn't gonna talk specifically about black people, black issues, black anything. So this interview was like a waste of my time, because she didn't ask the black questions I wanted her to ask. I wish she would have asked them, because when you have a chance to talk to a broken house Negro about his participation in a campaign that was like largely being funded, he had the bread, he had this, he had all the fucking means to do it, and he still failed. And then, what are you really talking about? What are you really talking about? Yes, they are right. There was a fucking major Democratic fucking shadow of no, they didn't want anybody who was potentially a threat, or what do they call it, spoiler, whatever the fuck they called it. But it wasn't really like you had more of a chance of saying that with Dr. Cornel West, because he touched everything, but his message wasn't being heard. You know what I mean? Like we wanted it to be heard. Like the people that really supported it wanted it to be heard. That's on us. You dig? So now we learned something. But with him, what the fuck? Cuz the Breakfast Club? Who the fuck takes any advice from the Breakfast Club? Charlemagne the fraud is just that. A fucking shill, a coon, and a fucking broken house Negro. That's the pet. And he looks shabby. He looks fucking stupid. He looks dumb for all that motherfucking shilling he did. That's what it did. Did it elevate him? Did it get him anywhere? No, it didn't. Did you waste your motherfucking time backing a white man? Yes. Could you have came and said, hey, Jussie, I know you got a small platform, but you're talking about Black issues. Do you think I could get RFK Jr. over here so he can talk to Black people on your Black platform? Because we have real Black issues. You live in motherfucking Denver, cuz. Denver. When I said Jussie, I was like, he ain't built like this because he has a special type of Negro. You're the same one that supported an off a motherfucking killer. Okay? And it ruined a whole motherfucking community. All right? The same motherfucking one who thought he was big and bad on the fucking mayoral race, but couldn't face a motherfucker in public.
Yeah,
okay? He couldn't face a motherfucker in public because he knew he'd get that motherfucking work. He knew he would. And everybody, look, let me just bring up Terrence Roberts. If you don't know, if you don't believe it, Jussie would drag Terrence from one end of the street to the other. Okay, that's why as many times it came up in contention whether or not he could get that work. He had to lie to get Jussie put out of his own event. Okay, and call the laws and hide behind women's skirts. Okay, and what did Jussie do? He did what I fucking told him to do. Just go and just get your best dress and go by yourself and do what you need to do by yourself. You're not a menace. You're not a threat just because some off-brand slob can't fucking deal with his own motherfucking problems. And he lied to the community. He know what he did, and everybody was complicit, including and not limited to Mike Johnston. So, and that's a separate conversation. You asked me about it, Terrence. You can get this work any motherfucking day. You know it because you see me in many fucking forums. And what you do with your bitches, cuz you turned around and I tailed it out of you. So you already know how we get down. It's a almost given that we're either gonna say something that upset the balance of motherfucking house individuals, right? Because now you're not real to us. You know, you're not a real person to us. That is the fakest bullshit. I don't know how far you got, but this is ridiculous. They'll just sell anybody. They'll just give anybody pressure and anybody a platform to speak on. Because you did yourself a fucking disservice by promoting him on World Star. What do you say? The Breakfast Club and this and that. Because nobody listens to the fucking Breakfast Club. If you hadn't noticed, all motherfucking year we've been clowning that fucking show. We've been talking shit, but you don't know. You don't know, and now you want to get on code. Right. It's too late for you. Right. It's too late. You're out the gates, and we ain't letting you in. Why? Because we took notice. That's the thing of the new Black media. We took notice of you motherfucking off-brands way beforehand, and you can't get in the door. You can't get in the door now. You weren't doing the right thing by your fucking people. You weren't doing the right thing by your people. If you so fucking concerned about your fucking people, Black ass Theo, then you would be concerned by getting behind an actual Black candidate. You weren't. And she don't count. She don't count. Okay? She's not Black. She's not Black first. It doesn't fucking matter. But if you were going on the identity politics, we had a Black candidate with a Black agenda. We could have worked it out. We could have molded him better. That's on us. Fucking whatever. We'll take this little Cornel West L. But secretly, I know we're talking about the right shit. Maybe next time we can mold him better. Okay? But, let me say, but however, because you are a sellout. When you had a chance on this motherfucking show, right? On the fucking community fucking cultural center show, that motherfucking whack ass non-Black show, okay, non-Black show, that we were under the misunderstanding that it was a Black platform. We were. He not. It's like he gonna be at the gates too. He can't come in. You dig? Yep. We're closing off the gates to off-brands, tethers, and fucking motherfuckers that ain't on code. Ain't on code. Seriously, it has to be that way because you'll lie to do whatever you got to do to get your motherfucking way or get your foot in the door. And you'll have this motherfucker out here who doesn't want to have racial conversations It's a problem in America for Black people right now. But he didn't want to have that discussion. So let's get into the clip, Jesse, before I keep going off, because I'm going to go the fuck off some more. God damn.
So this is Sister Vicky Dillard on that
clown
show.
This is ask questions.
Interviewing RFK Jr.
Who's he? Is it next one?
That's Nubis.
Nubis, yeah, that's right.
That is neither cease nor desist, and we have not received reparations. And just up from chattel slavery, convict leasing, and all of these other injustices, and under the heel of Jim Crow, our people went to Germany to fight Hitler to deliver some of the Jews from his hand, only for them to turn around and call some of us anti-Semitic. There is a multi-volume book that talks about the secret relationship between Blacks and Jews, because we know that some of the most damning and devastating effects that we
had
in the background, right interference, trying to tell her, cut the time.
He was telling her
she's saying too much. She's gone too far.
Yeah, and we got the full clips. We got the full video because we special like that. I don't even think it was on the show really, but we got the full thing. She gave him this work. What she's saying is the fucking truth, and how he responds is what happened. So, and nobody want to talk about this except for me. I was adamant and I was outright fucking angry.
Yeah. Well, Anubis had called into TBA that same night because TBA had did a broadcast that same night. I remember him calling in, talking about RFK Jr.
Was he on our side?
Yeah.
Was he
in slavery had to do with members of the Jewish community. This is important to understand. Why am I bringing this up? Because our perspective of the world is unmatched in every way. So when we talk about something being a genocide or something being a problem, I think our opinion should matter and it should be listened to very closely. In terms of reparation, the emphasis should be lineage-based. I am not only a media personality in alternative media, independent media, but I am also a spiritual teacher. I've had supernatural encounters since I was a child. And so the thing that I'm having here, even with you here, sir, is prophetic. It was prophesied years ago. And I must tell you, what I'm saying to you is not even an opinion. It is something that I want you, with respect and great humility, to remember. Let me say this. Indeed, I tremble for my country when I reflect that God is just, that his justice cannot sleep forever, that considering numbers, nature, and natural means only a revolution of the wheel of fortune, listen, and exchange of situations among possible events, that it may become probable for supernatural interference. This was from Thomas Jefferson. He understood that the hell that they brought upon the foundation of Black America, who's responsible for the creation of America, based on our Black blood that was shed on our nightmare, this American dream to which many flee from around the world. He said, and he knew that there was going to be a moment of justice that America would have to pay. Reparations is lineage, should be lineage-based. And so long as we can prove that our ancestors were enslaved, that should be the emphasis, lineage-based reparations. Lineage-based reparations is a debt America owes. It is not you being altruistic or philanthropic. It is owed, and America must pay her debt. And I should say this, when I talked about the interconnection between the spiritual aspect of Thomas Jefferson, he understood that no matter what you try to put forward, whether it's vaccines, whether it's the economy, whether it's the drama between the political parties, it is interconnected to the fact that you've not dealt with the original sin.
At Adventure Dental, Vision, and Orthodontics, we can help navigate your insurance benefits before they expire, so you get the most out of your plan and the best care for your kids. Plus, $0 out of pocket for kids on Medicaid. Schedule an appointment at Adventure today.
So she couldn't see what was going on behind her back. That is the fakest shit ever in motherfucking history. When you got somebody sitting behind you doing these fucking hand gestures and disrespectful shit behind
in every
your
area
back,
in America and around the world, if we don't get justice.
I can't respect
Okay,
that.
did you all see that? It was something else, y'all. Boy, was it something else. Let me tell you. After we finished, do you all know that He refused to take any comments or questions from any of the other folks that were in the invited meeting. His campaign lost their minds, and in some of the clips, you can see them in the background freaking out because of the effectiveness of my questioning and my comments, I should say, to him, because it wasn't really no questions, it was comments, really. Well, of course, he comes from a very strong Kennedy legacy with his uncle having been the former president, and his father was running for president, and both of them, unfortunately, were assassinated here in the United States. There were multiple reasons, I believe, for that, but we're going to leave that alone. Right. And his Kennedy uncle is directly related to the civil rights movement here in the United States, but let's be clear, his family were not some pro-Black people who believed in justice for us. Right. They were humiliated and forced into confronting this notion of civil rights and justice for us after being obstinate, after being against it, after being resistant to it. And as quiet as it's kept, they were also behind coups, particularly in Cuba, the Bay of Pigs, and that whole thing, and some other stuff. Let's leave that alone for now, but I'm saying let's just be clear. We're not dealing with no straight up saints here. Right. So I knew what spiritual energy I was dealing with. And folks have been talking about this for the past several months all over social media on different platforms. I'm not talking about just mine. We clipped up my direct brief address to him. We chopped that up into short clips, but it's been on other folks' social media platforms and other platforms of mine as well. And so it's gotten quite a bit of traction, needless to say. I'm bringing that up, family, because I told him in my exchange that he has a unique opportunity, because really his family failed to do all out what they should have done. And he's against it and was trying to find all kinds of ways around it, which is why we're very clear to specify lineage-based reparations. Now, this is what's so interesting. I also talked to him about the unjust war that's happening with the destruction of the folks in Gaza. We also discussed that as well, because he is in line with the neocons on that as well, which is a very disturbing way of being, considering some of the more positive aspects that he represents, right? Yeah. But when I spoke to him about reparations, I want you all to know that this is a litmus test for everybody in the United States. Mm-hmm. And so far, a majority of them are absolutely failing. And as I told Robert F. Kennedy to his face, I let him know that he had a unique opportunity and he did not change course. And let me tell you something. I don't think it's any wonder that he has since suspended. My premonitions were absolutely accurate. And he could have had the backing of the Black grassroots, which would have given him political energy, political weight, political momentum, and spiritual momentum. And as I told him, I said, the reason why the United States of America is catching hell here in the United States and around the world is because of that reason, first and foremost. And she will continue to experience until she does right by us. Yeah. I can't wait to hear what you have to say about it, beloved.
She played the clip that
I'll tell you something. We're doing big things over here. They can laugh at us all. They can say, Vicky Dillon thinks she is using laptop, a cell phone, and other platforms to get her message out. Maybe we're making a big difference, and don't you ever forget.
I wish we could show that, because I think the part of it is our Facebook pages that got shut down. Yeah. And we can't really pull it up from we was all over it. He responded. He was like, I wanted to go to this unification of I'm a Catholic boy, whoopty wham, and I don't know, whatever fucking nonsense he was spewing. And I was just like, you didn't address anything she just said. It's like she was talking to the air and you were right there. And then all the people jumped in on her. They was there. It should happen in the background behind her, which I find is disrespectful. Yeah. Be a real motherfucker, cuz. Be a real motherfucker and be out loud. Look, Vicky, we're gonna have to wrap this up. You get too spiritual, too black, too empowered, too strong right here. You gotta simmer down for these white folk. At least be a real motherfucker like that. But he wasn't. He was in the back, wrapping it up, whoop-de-wham, blah-de-blah. You know what I mean? She didn't matter. Like nothing she said, and the motherfuckers they had speak after her, minus Anubis, was basic. Yeah, Tay, basic,
Basic as hell.
as fuck. Median, meridian, motherfucking. You know who you is, bitch. Basic, average, as fuck. Don't matter to nobody. Don't got no platform to speak of, really. And you just side pieces to whatever the fuck he talking about. So, Jeff, okay? So, I don't want to hear it. You ain't nobody. None of you was anybody's fucking special to be disrespecting a sister who got a platform way the fuck bigger. They could have, like she said, like Professor Black Truth said, give this motherfucker legitimacy, right? And he didn't do his job. So, whatever the fuck Theo was talking about right there, you did old boy a disservice by not getting him ready for this motherfucking interview to speak to black people. That's it. That's all. You know what I mean? And so I feel like, and every time I see this clip, or every time I see this, the way they did her, I see it as like the audacity of you motherfuckers. Like a sister come from her crib all the way down to sit in your motherfucking stupid ass cultural center to listen to some bullshit, and you can't even show her the motherfucking respect that she deserves and answer her fucking questions. Answer the questions that we want to know. Are you going to do something specifically for us? Are you going to give reparations if you was granted the presidency? Will you, what are you going to do? We don't hear no roundabout bullshit. Do you know what I mean?
He didn't even post it.
That just lets you know right there that like I was looking for something I was on. That just lets you know when you too real, that video gets scrapped. I saw some shit earlier. I was looking to show Jussie about colorism that I was on and some ill treatment. And I was like, hey, I think they took that down. Woo, 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 woo. You know what I mean? And I couldn't believe it. I couldn't fathom. And this is what happens when you say.
And then look who was on Jeff's show 13 days ago.
Right.
Theo Wilson.
Which we don't even know what he was talking about because we don't want to know. But we probably will take a look at it. But I'm just saying, like, cause Theo, if you see me in public, man, if you ever had the audacity to ask me, I'm gonna say exactly what I said. I believe you're a sellout. You're not like us. And I mean that. I don't care if you black. I don't care if you FBA black. You're not on code. You did him a disservice. If he hired you to get out to get black people to vote for him, you didn't do your job. Seriously, you did not do your job. If you put him on the Breakfast Club, you did him a disservice. Simple as that. You know what I mean? Simple as that.
Here it is. This is the response.
I don't think I'm not gonna apologize either, so don't ask me to apologize. I don't apologize for a motherfucking thing. If I said it, I meant it. That's it. That's always been the code.
They both sell out.
And that too. Terrence, you already know how I get down with you, cuz I have to go fix shit because you
with reparations, this resistance that you have.
Bitches,
if that isn't dealt with, you're going to run into problems in more ways than one.
Thank you, Vicki. So let me address a couple of things that you said. One is, I don't think my job is to do what people want me to do. I've never believed that. If that's the kind of leader that people want, then they should not vote for me. I'm going to do what I think is right. And everything.
Fuck y'all talking about my job is to do what people want me to do.
What the fuck are you doing? Because black people want you to do the right thing by them. Seriously.
You're supposed to be a servant of the people. You're supposed to do what the people want. But
now,
everything I do, everything I've done throughout my career has shown that. Nobody liked what I was talking about. Vaccines. The majority of people just did not want that. But I talk about it anyway. I'm going to do what I think is right. And I would point out to you that during the civil rights movement, that the Jews in this country and particularly the leadership of the Jews, were at the forefront of that movement and were embraced by Martin Luther King, were embraced by the other leaders of the movement. 3 Jewish boys, Goodman, Schwerner, and Cheney, were killed in Mississippi. They died so that Black Americans could, first the civil rights movement, many other Jews took great risks and suffered because of for the civil rights movement. In terms of the genocide, I spent 20% of my career working for American Indians who suffered an equivalent genocide of probably 100 million of them were killed. And the rest of them, the remnants of those populations, confined to reservations for 500 years. And all of this land was taken from them. And that also is an original sin of our country. And I've worked on treaty negotiations. I've worked to get them and every form of reparation that I can. I've seen the limitations of some of it. I've seen the effects of cash reparations compared to investment in infrastructure. And I've had a lot of, I've fought for that very hard. And as I said, I believe in the moral case for reparations. What I said to Jeff is that I think politically, although the lineage-based reparations constitutionally would pass muster, I think politically getting that bill through both houses of Congress would be impossible. The only thing people will do is they'll say, let's study it. And that is just a formula for, kicking the can down the road and not doing anything. What I'm doing, what I propose are things that are actually going to help the Black community.
As Montague takes that seat, just and they switch questions, what are your thoughts on mass incarceration and the overpopulation of profit in the prison?
I'm against private prisons, and I would repeal, if it was up to me, I'd repeal not only the 1994 crime bill, which created the super predator provisions, that created mandatory sentencing, that created 3 strikes you're out, but also, which was authored by Joe Biden, but also another bill by Joe Biden, which is the 1986 drug bill, which
I think they're switched. I got everybody going like this. You see them going on there. Do we got a couple of minutes? Like, give us a hard time, a hard stop, or whatever, because.
So let me just say this. The 86 bill was the bill that gave 100 times the sentencing for crack cocaine as for powder cocaine. And those 2 bills together over an 8-year period doubled the number of Black Americans and Black men in prison. And now we have this school to prison pipeline, which is funneling 1 out of every 4 Black men into prison. And once they go to prison and get out, they're punished again. Oh, I'm against private prisons. If it were up to me, I'd repeal both of those acts. I think both of them are counterproductive. I would get rid of, I would expunge the records of everybody who's convicted of a nonviolent drug crime. And I would change the prison so that they do training and training in the trades, training in other areas rather than, I legalize marijuana. And spend
at the federal level.
Yeah, and right now it is illegal at the federal level. It's under Schedule 1, and I would move that so that we can tax it, and then I'd use that tax to build drug rehabilitation facilities around the country, which is one of my primary, that's my kind of Peace Corps moonshot act, to build these farms around the country where kids can go, Black kids, white kids, all Americans, and they can get reintegrated into communities, places where there's no cell phones, no screens, and where you learn to talk to other human beings and heal from chronic disease, have good food, grow their own organic food, and I'll finance that whole thing with taxes on the marijuana. The other thing that I don't want to happen with marijuana, with cannabis sales, I don't want cannabis to be taken over by the tobacco industry or the liquor industry or, the drug industry. I want it to stay in the hands of small entrepreneurs and build, Main Street businesses from it. And so anyway, that's.
I think that legislation was really passed based on the heavy incarceration of marijuana and cannabis. And so now it's good to hear that you're even thinking about that at the federal level. I'm looking at your team, and I really enjoy the conversation because even though it's some people think it's uncomfortable, it's just a conversation, and we're given some great, access to a presidential candidate. So I think you should give a round of applause for that. I mean, what other candidate has sat here for this period of time and has taken every question and has given historical perspective and is trying to, at least give his point of view?
I don't even want to talk about it.
You're a marketer at a streetwear
company.
But you don't know brand influencers are your most...
I done hammered it into Jussie that his words don't matter. Not Jussie's words, but Jeff Bard. The 2 o'clock Jerry Springer hour is now been over for months. Because that fool is just there to bait and to deflect and to distract and to upset. Like people I noticed that we go on certain programs and we might be on certain shows and motherfuckers will intentionally say shit to upset the balance. And I think it's time to draw us out of our natural character to see how buck we gonna be on certain ideas or certain ideologies, certain topics, and we don't ever veer from Black first topics, or Black first ideas or Black first thought, which is upsetting to those that kumbaya, divest, whatever you want to talk, however you want to say it, right, whatever you want to say. It upsets them a great deal. And I think that they intentionally, when they see us come up there, I think that they intentionally do it. And I'm starting to learn that there are people like that. And it really, really is a sadness that if this is how you have to get followers and views by being an off-brand, basic, regular motherfucker, that you got to be so average with your fucking thoughts and all over the place that you're really only entertaining white Democrats and disrespecting your people without you. I don't even want to say you're not cognizant of it. No, you're intentionally doing it. And no matter how much we say it, you can't enter the gates now. You's cut off. Like, I don't care. Like, motherfucker, even if somebody said, "Oh, let him in," no, I would be the first motherfucker with a bullhorn saying no. Why? Because you are an enemy to our people. You're a traitor to your race. You're a traitor to everything that is fucking empowering and Black. And it only is when it's convenient for you to be a word of fucking encouragement and a word of empowerment. When it's convenient, or the cameras are on, or the special motherfucking event, or some sort of whatever that you choose to be Black and empowered, biggity Black and empowered. When in reality, you for everybody other than Black folk.
Okay, you definitely change your name. The master for Raw Muhammad would be changed.
For real. And I feel ashamed. I feel embarrassed. I feel embarrassed because you're supposed to be an elder. And like Jussie gave the speech. She said, "What the youth are seeing is our elder dragging a young black man from his goals of fucking being of service." Yeah. That right there should have hit him in the motherfucking spirit like a spear in the night. Right. You know what I mean? Like real shit. Because when that speech was cultivated, that speech was designed to upset Black people in the room. Yeah. Because you say you want Black leaders and you want this and you want that. Well, then fucking show and prove. Right. When it comes time for our Black spaces, we have a Black round table, right? Allegedly, I think it's and do you think that man allows us really to maneuver? No, every time John Bailey sees me, he has a problem with me. He has a problem with me. He'll give me fucking grief about my motherfucking whip if I want to sit next to Jussie or not. He gives me a fucking problem. He always trying to like, what you say? I said, you heard me. Yeah, you know, like, you heard me. You know what I said. And you don't let me get the mic so I can really say it. Because you think Jussie loud? You don't even know how loud I could really fucking be. Like, and really upsetting to your soul, because as light as I am, don't let the shade deflect the motherfucking message. I only am invested in us, which means Black first. Everybody else can eat a dick, hold their own nuts, sit it down, don't ask for help, you're not getting any tangibles, and you won't get in the fucking gates of the B1 brigade if you wanted to. You can't buy your way in. You can't ask for a fucking reprieve. There's no pardons given. You're fucked. Fucked. And Theo, you did that. When you got on this lady's show and you said this and you said that, you did that, man. If you were supposed to go out there and cultivate the Black vote, you didn't do your job. Right. Because Vicky Dillard showed that he was not invested in anything he was saying. And if you got to refer to the $5 Indian and talk about how much, talk about reparations for them and everybody else, then you didn't listen to a fucking thing she said. Yeah. And she said we was in a Black Holocaust and we were paying the Black tax and all this other good stuff. And he didn't fucking acknowledge it in that manner. And he said immediately that wouldn't get passed and it would go to equity study or racial study or whatever. And that's like kick down the motherfucking field, which is correct. So you didn't offer a reasonable solution to go around that fucking problem. Right. So, Mr. I want to be the president. Now he he about to be in the cabinet, right? Yeah. So what he gonna do for Black people now? Can anybody ask that fucking question? What he gonna do for Black people on a Trump candidacy in a Trump cabinet, and you supposed to be doing whatever healthcare, whatever the fuck you're supposed to do, whatever he's gonna do? How are you gonna take care of Black folk in the United States now that you're in the cabinet under the presidency? What kind of shit are you gonna do? Are you gonna get in the ear of Mr. Trump and see if we can do reparation? Are you gonna do anything for fucking Black people? RFK Jr. Is old boy motherfucking Theo gonna be advising motherfucking RFK at this point on what he should do for Black people? No. I said it like, come on, no. Right? Because that's how punk and bitch made motherfuckers are. And he sold out when he jumped over there and begged for a motherfucking job. So I don't have no respect. I don't have no respect for your team that was at the cultural center trying to wrap shit up, and the people there, except for Montague and Anubis, everybody else can eat a dick twice. Montague and not Montague does amazing motherfucking work, and I think he really helped me. The urban herbologist, yeah. You know what I mean? So, and Anubis, shit. Other than that, that's the gun club. That's the gun club, yeah. So, and I, man, I knew I could go over there if something was cracking off, and I really needed help. You know what I mean? And the brothers has always been nice to me in there. So I'm just gonna say this, Theo, that interview you just showed what little you did for our people. And even if you live in our city and you a city motherfucker like us, and you live in the you were in the most polluted area, right? The area I'm always talking about not building on, right? In that motherfucking polluted ass motherfucking area, even if that's the case, you are an off-brand for not taking care of, from pushing this man to do or speak to Black issues. He said he wouldn't. Once he said he wouldn't speak to race-dividing questions, I didn't want to talk to him after that. That was the end of my communication, because I have race-dividing questions. And I would have got to the business just like Vicky Dillard did. I would have got to the fucking business. Like, what are you going to do specifically for? And I mean specific, I want to hear about foundational Black American issues. Right. Well, Black in America with issues that's been going on ever deal with it. It's here. And now that you won't deal with it, kiss the motherfucking ring. Fuck you, Democrats. And now you got to work harder to get fucking black people to even pay attention to your motherfucking nonsense. And you hold your own nuts. That's that. Like, that's just that. Hold your motherfucking nuts. Like, I can't believe he did that. I can't believe it. Like, shout out to the sister for talking to him. I didn't agree with the interview only for the simple fact that I felt like, why the fuck do we have to care about anything? Why do we have to bring up Bernie Sanders and all this extra shit? None of that shit really matters to 2024. That was just shit that the Democrats kept throwing out there. I did not want to hear it. I didn't care. I could care less. I wanted to hear her ask that man about black issues. That's all I wanted to hear. That's all I was hoping to hear. And I was saddened in my heart that didn't happen as much as I would have liked. I was really saddened in my heart. And it really just bring up the fact, the only reason I brought up that shit is because he didn't keep it real. He could have said he had RFK on the cultural center. He didn't even bring that up because that shit was a sham. That was a shit show. That was a disgrace. So he didn't even do that. So and to show, make matters worse, Jussie just showed it. That video ain't up there.
Nope.
Why? Because she was speaking truth. Yep. That's it. I can't do it. I gotta stop. Go ahead, Jussie.
All right, I gotta move to the last two topics of the night.
Yes, sir.
On this way too long.
I can't help it. I was mad.
So in other news, Susan Lorincz, the one that killed the sister in Florida, her neighbor, as a matter of fact, has been sentenced to 25 years in prison. Great news. Great news.
Who killed her Ocala neighbor will serve 25 years in prison. Susan Lorincz was arrested in June of 2023 in the shooting death of 35-year-old A.J. Owens.
News 6's Catherine Silver heard from the victim's family as that sentence came down.
Susan Lorincz spent 10 minutes talking about the trauma in her life and how she was terrified that night before she read a 2-minute statement apologizing to Adjika Owens' children and family. Lorincz broke down into tears immediately after she finished speaking. It was an emotional hearing for everyone in the courtroom. The neighborhood feud between Owens and Lorincz was well documented, and after a confrontation between their children who were playing outside, the dispute turned deadly. Lorincz shot and killed A.J. Owens through a locked front door. Owens' mother says she felt like she could finally exhale once the judge announced the sentence. Right after the hearing, she spoke about the grief and the trauma her 4 grandchildren live with without their mother.
When this all happened, they were 3, 7, 9, and 12. Very young to even understand the gravity of what has happened, the long-term effects of what has happened. They're living in the right now, and right now they don't have a mother.
I so wish I could go back and change things so that she was still here. I would trade my life so that she could be here.
When the judge read his sentence, he said this shooting never needed to happen, and he believes that Susan Lorincz acted more out of anger than out of fear. He gave her a 25-year sentence. The maximum she could have faced was 30. Owens' family says it is still considerable, and they are pleased. In Ocala, I'm Catherine Silver, getting results, News 6.
Is that anti-black racism? That's anti-black racism right there. Like, the bitch they go to the page and she prayed her life. Yeah, you don't do that in there.
Ladies and gentlemen, Susan Lorincz received her sentence today, and she will be serving 25 years behind bars for taking out and unaliving Adjika Owens, also known as A.J. Owens. back in 2023. And I think we all remember this incident where
Look at the
she
picture.
shot through the door.
There's jealousy.
Well, the family did give their impact statements. And Susan Lorincz, for the first time, got up and she gave a statement too. She did the usual apology. I wish I didn't do what I did, that kind of stuff. But I will show you that on the video. But the family seems to be satisfied. I don't believe this woman should ever get out for what she did. She needs to serve the remainder of her life behind bars. But 25 years to someone like her is probably like a life sentence. Number one, I believe she's in her mid-50s. And you tack on 25 years, there's a good chance she won't be coming out on 2 feet at all. I'm going to go ahead and play a video, and I'll be right back with the rest of my commentary.
Marion County, within the last hour, a judge sentenced Susan Lorincz to 25 years in prison for shooting and killing her neighbor in Ocala. This all happened in 2023 after a confrontation over A.J. Owens' kids playing in Lorinz's yard. Tonight, the victim's family says they can finally start healing.
West 2's Christina Watkins just spoke with Owens' mom. And Christina, she calls this justice. What else did she have to say?
Summer and Stu, the family hugged and they cried as the judge sentenced Susan Lorincz to more than 20 years behind bars. The judge in this case called the shooting, quote, completely unnecessary and said they felt like Lorincz acted solely out of anger instead of fear. Today's hearing lasted more than 3 hours. It was very emotional in this courtroom behind me. The deadly shooting happened on June 2nd of 2023. That deadly encounter right in their Ocala neighborhood. During that hearing today, Owen's mother spoke extensively about her 4 grandchildren, who she says are 3, 7, 9, and 12. She's now raising them since their mother is gone. Owen's mom said even though the judge did not give Lorincz the maximum sentence of 30 years, she says 25 years is justice.
This shooting, this killing, this death of a mother, a daughter, a friend should have never happened. But we got justice today. And now we truly can forge ahead on a journey of true healing. It has taken over my life. Every hour of the day.
So that was A.J. Owens' mom just minutes ago. After she gave that first impact statement today in court, the defense called 5 people to speak for Lorincz, including 2 friends, a pastor, her sister, and a psychologist. We also heard from Lorincz herself for the first time since detectives interrogated her, and she offered this apology to the victim's family.
First and foremost, I am so sorry that I took AJ's life. I never intended to kill her. I so wish I could go back and change things so that she was still here. I would trade my life so that she could be here. If it were possible. I know that you have all suffered from her loss, and I have prayed for you and your family during this time so that you can, that God could help you. Nothing I can do will change the outcome. I can only tell you I have cried and I feel horrible for my actions.
Trust me, baby, you can talk. With yourself, you can talk, right?
So we asked the Owens family if they accepted that apology. They said they felt like it was a last effort for Lorincz to save herself. Now, in a statement we got from the state attorney here, Bill Gladson, he said in part, quote, the outcome of the trial reflects our commitment to justice and the integrity of our legal system. Lorincz and her attorneys now have 30 days to appeal the sentencing. We're live tonight from Ocala. Christina Watkins, West 2 News.
Okay, so yeah, it looked like the family seemed to be satisfied with the verdict. I'm sure they are. And it's such a pity. She had young children, 4 young children. Wow, that her mother is now raising. And, they will never get to be around their mother again because of this woman. And the only thing that kind of disappointed me, all of the racism that people around said, she, was screaming the N-word and all that to children. She shouldn't have been talking to children like that. You don't talk to children. You got a problem with children, you go talk to the adults. And that right there tells me this woman, she don't have no good character. She is a villain. And now she's being treated like a villain by remaining behind bars. I mean, 25 is not enough for what she did, but in her case, it may be a life sentence for her because of where she is now in her life, age-wise. And, it's a shame that this woman ran amok in that neighborhood. Out of all the neighbors on the street, not one person had a decent thing to say about this woman. Not one person. I mean, that is really very telling right there. She was just evil, pure evil. Well, she'll have plenty of time behind bars to always think about the reason why she was there. She took a mother of 4, and the mother was coming to confront her over the way she was talking to children. Now, they keep saying, the kids were in a lot that Susan Lorincz owned. She didn't own that lot. She was a renter. She didn't own any property, and that all came out last year around the time she was arrested. It came out that she did not own any property in that neighborhood that she lived in. She just rented there. That was it. And it also came out, girl here was broke. She didn't have any money. And that's why she could not get out on bond. She could not do anything because she didn't have any money. And apparently nobody came to help her out. So she was virtually stuck behind bars with no help. And, and also, I don't even think her family showed up in court. I saw A.J. Owens' family there, but I didn't see her, Susan Lawrence. I didn't see anybody there for her. It says, well, then you end up locked up and nobody is there for you. Y'all, please tell me what you think. If the family's happy, then I'm happy for them. I hope they got the civil suit coming because, even if you can't get the money, keep that on her. If she gets out, anything she gets goes to the family. So definitely slap that civil suit on her. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the notification bell, and I'll see you on.
Definitely don't listen to long black news. This is great news. I don't think 25 years is long enough. It's echoing. Black children, black people, everywhere.
You're echoing.
I know.
You can go on mute. It's open.
All right, what are your thoughts, lady?
Oh no, go carry on with your thoughts.
Pretty much it.
It's a lot of anti-black racism and hate right there. She should have got the max. What she did, I guess, if you count 5 years off, she ain't getting out. There shouldn't be a let out. What she did was she shot a cowardless act is to shoot a motherfucker through the door. That means that sister was not trying to have an interaction with her. The door was closed. And I don't know much about this case, but to see a bullet hole through the door means only one thing to me. That sister was not trying to have a dialogue, and she was trying to stay away from that white lady. And instead, that white lady took it to the maximum level, and shot that sister through the door. That's a coward. That's a coward. You didn't have to do that. You didn't have to even go to that extent. You just them. You know what I mean? This is why anti-black crime bill needs to be fucking devised, because that's an act of terrorism. That is an act of terrorism. We can only imagine what that sister had to live through before that even happened.
That's missing all the neighbors on the block.
Right. So, this is horrible. Like, they really don't think about anybody else before they do any kind of shit like this. They don't think about the impact of children or anything. So, another reason why we should not be thinking about them and their fucking issues. Should worry about keeping us and protecting ourselves. And it's not even an apology. Like, or like 3 hours of this broad crying is not a fucking. You're not. So she wasn't sorry, and even if she was, she's like, I wish I could take that day with. Well, you can't. You can't. You did a cowardly fucking act of fucking terrorism, and you shot a woman through the door. Like, you're just as bad as the police, So no, look at no fucking love here. Get no fucking no acceptance of your white tears at all. Like, shoulder shrug. You know what I mean? Yeah, go ahead and serve that time.
She took the panties up when he said, "This is where woke ghosts die." So she thought she was gonna get away with killing a black woman and terrorizing some black children.
No, she an immature fucking cockazoid that didn't deserve what she got. And if the world was a fair place, they'd be giving her, the sisters in jail would be giving her that work. If it was a real fair place, but it's pretty sure, judging by the way that sister looks, she's not getting that work in there. So
she's going to PC. She's going to PC up immediately.
Like, I don't understand how they can just. The world has changed. You just don't get it. Like, I don't get it. But this is why. Again, with this black crime bill needs to happen. This is why.
They're not even attempt no goddamn appeal. They need to rot in a damn box.
Yeah, for sure. Like, for sure. And again, like, now that RFK Jr. is in there under the cabinet, is he gonna do what he said about repeal? You know what I mean? In the repealing of certain things, is he? And I got questions. Which is probably no. It's probably a no. So yeah, go ahead. Exactly. Go ahead.
All right, so the last topic for the night is, where do we go from here, Black family, Black Grassroots family? Where do we go from here? Professor Baccs is going to give us an update on that. What comes next for the Black Grassroots?
Even with public still scrambling to try to catch up with and digest the political earthquake caused by the black voter boycott of 2024, as Black people, we have to make sure that we don't lose focus. There's those expecting us to slow down with the orange man about to retake office, but we're not, because our political demands are the new normal, and they're not reliant on whomever's in the White House. Bootlicks operate that way because they lack the character or the initiative to take their fate in their own hands, and they prefer to wait to see which one of their masses is going to feed them. It's been 4 long years waiting for people to learn a lesson that should have been learned in 2012, but hopefully we've begun the process of turning the corner. This is about getting in the driver's seat. That's what comes next, and that means we take the lead in our own affairs instead of waiting to get led around. You can't run free if you're handcuffed to somebody else. So when it comes to our next move, we better start thinking about how it is we can get people who we can trust, people that we chose, into those political offices. Take a look at the utter fiasco that happened in California regarding reparations. A whole lot of those old, decrepit sellout Negroes were exposed. But that's only part of the solution. Once you've identified who the sellouts are, they have to be removed from those places and replaced with individuals that you have chosen, individuals who aren't going to break bad on you. If you actually think that you're going to have Black empowerment without actively working to make sure that we get people that we can trust into positions of authority, then you have not been paying attention to the Black media's message for the last 15 years. Disengaging from both of the major parties was simply step one. It was meant to begin the process of getting Black people to start acting in their own interest, as opposed to sitting back and waiting to see what options, quote unquote, are going to be put in front of them by the dominant society. The entire reason that reparations was even an issue is precisely because the Black grassroots made it a point to elbow our way into the conversation. We got people into those rooms. Nobody was sitting back begging, and hopefully we can get some of these pork chop preachers to speak up for us. Maybe some of them will be moved by conscience. Instead, you had the Black grassroots who said, no, we're going to be taking charge. And that is the kind of spirit that's required. For 15 years, I've been saying that we would need to give rise to a generation forged of iron, one that would take a hard-nosed approach to our power, an uncompromising approach. Yes, it is crucial that we call out the anti-Black racism that we have to contend with, and the perpetrators of it, and the collaborators. But what is also required is that at some point, we're going to have to start taking enemy ground. That's the reason why getting Black folks to disengage from both the major parties was important. You're not going to be able to do that as long as you got Black folks who are still sitting here with split loyalties, or Negroes whose entire power base, such as it is, relies on them being either in the pocket of the Democrats or, for a precious few, in the pocket of the Republicans. Well, that idea is doomed to failure from the very beginning, because it doesn't matter what pocket you're in, since both pockets are attached to the same white supremacist pants. There have been a ton of political movements in the United States. Many of them have made a lot of fanfare, but ultimately didn't go very far, like, say, Occupy Wall Street. That's largely because you had a bunch of white yuppies who were out there complaining about their economic lot in life. Never mind the fact that in most cases, either their parents or people very close to their families have been the policymakers. So they're complaining about what their folks have been doing in the first place. In our case, we have far greater clarity than that. But we have to start putting action behind that clarity now. You'll often have individuals who call themselves trolling the Black media, and they always want to go into people's comment sections or on people's social media, commenting on their videos and saying, you guys don't offer solutions. First of all, these are the very individuals who are the shills and the bootlicks that we keep talking about. So, of course, what they're really saying is, you're not offering to validate what I need to get a job from Democrat politician XYZ, or to get a consulting gig from so-and-so over here. That's what they're really saying. Can you give me a solution to being a professional bootlick? And the answer is no, I'm not going to feed a bootlick. And as far as answers goes, Black people have always known what the answer is, but we've been consistently inconsistent about it. Look, we can complain about organizations like, say, AIPAC as much as you want, but you got to give AIPAC credit for one thing and one thing only. They are crystal clear about what it is that they want. They know exactly what their mission is. And that is, as we see in documentaries like The Lobby USA, to extract as much money and resources out of the United States government as possible. That's their agenda, and they are laser focused on it. As far as they're concerned, as long as the United States is around, their job is to make sure they get as many billion-dollar checks as they can get. Now, I know that there's going to be the usual suspects who say, well, you can't make an apples-to-apples comparison between Black people and the Jewish community. I didn't say that there was one. What I am saying is they at least are clear to themselves about what it is that they want and how they intend to go about getting it. And you don't see them trying to farm out their political power to anybody else. In fact, nobody else does that except for the Black community. That's the major thing that has to be changed. I'm sure you probably noticed in the last few years, there's been a lot of people from outside the Black community who have called themselves trying to run for political office in the Black community. People who we don't know, people we've never met, people who do no business with us, and in many cases, lots of them are immigrants, so they come from countries that practice open, blatant, and often violent anti-Black racism. And what happens is they pretend to make nice with us, at least until they think they can get their hands on that political office, and then afterwards, they're doing nothing but giving patronage, jobs, and contracts to their own friends and families. Whenever they're in front of Black people, they'll go ahead and give a couple of MLK quotes because there's always a few soft-headed Negroes who go for that. But at the end of the day, they're looking out for their own interests, not the Black communities. So since nobody else is looking out for the Black community other than us, we have to take a hard-nosed approach to that. And what that means is, instead of waiting to see if somebody else is going to come along, why don't we go ahead and take care of things ourselves? Power is far too important and far too precious to be left up to chance. In every arena of the society and every field of life, the only way that you're able to win in a competitive situation is to get off your butt and get into the game. And truth be told, that's actually the only way to win, period. Nothing's going to fall into your lap. You can be as righteous as you want to be, but unless you're prepared to put action behind your righteousness, all it is nothing more than empty piety. We got to breathe life into the righteousness by putting it with power. And as we all ought to know by now, power is never given. It must be taken. And we should have pride in that. Because as I've always told you, when we fight, we win. We shouldn't be scared to compete or looking around for somebody else to do it. This is our task, and we should glory in it. And don't let anybody tell you that we can judge our progress by what the white media says. We don't do that. We won't be letting white media coverage dictate what we do. We are not looking to them for approval, and we're not even looking to them for validation or to signal boost us. We know that they hear us and they fear us. And now we're going to give them a reason to quake in their boots. Because as we've made progress disengaging from both of the major parties, what goes unsaid is a lot of black folks, especially the under 50 crowd, long stopped listening to these white media outlets. That's the reason why when the Democrats went down, you had MSNBC's ratings absolutely crater. Rachel Maddow happens to be feeling the heat right now. She's taking about a 20% pay cut over there. So what it seems is their golden girl apparently has feet of clay that they've noticed. And David Zaslav, who apparently is supposed to be running things more or less, this guy's talking about going ahead and taking MSNBC and CNBC and spinning those guys off into their own thing, which means that if things like Joe Scarborough and his little shrew, Mika Brzezinski, were so eager to do that 180-degree turnaround so fast it made everybody's head spin, at the end of the day, these people are all creatures of self-interest. All they care about is keeping their own heads above water. And that's another reason why we don't follow the white media. More often than not, these guys are doing nothing but reporting their own personal biases. That's the reason why they get so many of these calls wrong, whether it's America's misadventures in the Middle East or whether it's the latest election. They always seem to get it wrong, but that's okay. They know their job isn't to get it right. They understand that their job is basically to be comfort food for whatever lost souls might actually watch their drivel. And what goes unsaid is the big service that they provide for white supremacy is making sure that the most potentially disruptive element of the society is kept in check. Do you think it's some sort of coincidence that whenever you look at these so-called cable news networks and such, you notice in all their shows, they're usually going to make sure that they got some black person on the panel at some place. They may not have any Hispanics or Asians or what have you, but they're going to make sure that they got a black person there. Why? We are the political disruptors. That's why. We're the ones who could potentially disrupt this whole little con game. You got a lot of people right now who are sitting back very anxious to see what it is that our next move is going to be. What's going to happen with the black grassroots next? Are they going to be waiting for a better Democrat candidate to come along, waiting for a few scraps from the table? Or have they finally figured out that they're going to have to build their own table? Our discipline and focus during this year's presidential election was good, but we're far from through. In fact, we're only getting started. Up until now, the message of true black empowerment has only been coming from the grassroots, only from people who have been mostly online. What's required next is for this message to be coming out of the mouths of elected officials. That change, though, will have to come from us. It certainly won't be coming from anyone else. When Congress had that reparations farce a few years back, that was an attempt on their part to hijack the entire conversation by holding a show hearing, which was meant to do nothing more than certify in the public mind that reparations doesn't need to be cash. That's what everybody was saying loudly and clearly. And you've seen the white media and their loyal bootlicks like the NAACP all echo that exact same sentiment. Cash reparations does not need to exist. Reparations can be a lot of things just as long as it's not cash. They've all been saying that. People who are supposed to be from different organizations, not even knowing each other, and yet they're all saying the exact same thing about this issue, completely the opposite of what they say for everyone else. Just in case you ever doubted whether we're up against an organized offense, now you know. Well, what did we do about Congress's phony reparations hearing? Did we beg and plead? No. We shut their noise down, not by trying to argue with the Democrats or beg them to let us play in their sandbox, but by pushing our own agenda on our own. And we've seen which one had the greater impact. The next step that we're about to embark upon is going to be crucial. Nobody's going to do it for us. So while the shills and bootlicks are desperately trying to find out who the next presidential contender might be so that they can beg for a job or audition for a consulting gig, when they talk about being a consultant, that means they're applying to be cheerleaders for this or that candidate. Well, the political parties tend to be pretty slow on the uptake. They usually don't figure out that some consultant isn't able to actually help them win an election until it's years down the line. Placing all of your hopes in a political party doing everything for you is like waiting for a politician to spoon feed you your meals. There's always a 1 in a billion chance that one of them might do it, but there's a far greater chance that you'll actually get fed if you choose to do it yourself. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Michael Somners, Black Voltron Reloaded, TJ, Nikki James, and Zachariah Williams. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Now more than ever, Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Goddamn right. Thank you, Professor Blacc, for his fine wisdom right there. And that's what we're on. That is what we're on over here in this space. I want to say that whatever he just said, and then some. We did elbow our way everywhere. Here in Denver, at least, is what I can speak to, because we didn't get to move around, and we don't, I'm kind of okay with having a little platform. Jussie and Chewbacca aren't, but I am. You know what I mean? I'm okay with it because I just am. I'm scared, actually, of getting bigger and bigger and bigger. That's just me, okay? But I'm not afraid to give these motherfuckers that work. And I can say only to what's going on here in our city that we elbowed and pushed our way and our words as much as we could throughout the city on a B1 Black agenda codified process. And we were not holding back. We were unapologetic, and we didn't regret a motherfucking thing. In fact, I think we doubled down in certain aspects, and it was probably controversial to them, to them. However, who gives a fuck what they think? So, we subscribe to what he said in all aspects, I believe. I am very elated by that, and it gives me encouragement to continue on this fight that we're at. We are at war, Black family. We are at war, and there's not to forget the fact that it is us and us alone in this motherfucking war. They are going to have to miss us, and no amount of begging is going to get us to return. So they can try as they want, but it's not going to work because we can't go back. We can't go back. So we are going forward, and forward means no. Forward means no, and forward means tangibles. And what we're demanding is a demand. Fucking cut the check. Do what you're supposed to, and offer tangibles for foundational Black American freedmen, etc., to that point. You know what I mean? We don't have to keep itemizing it and debating and tearing it and adding to it. The code is the leader. The line has been set. The words have been set. And now it is in our hands and the hands of the universe to make our fucking needs and demands met. And I am elated to do so. We're at war, and that's that. It's Black first. It's FBA against everybody. Take it how you want to, and we are at war. And we know what that means. We are at war. So till you do us better, you can expect to get the cold shoulder shrug, that turn the face and not look at you, to turn our back on you, to not listen to what you're saying. Until you do right, you will get the the black cold shoulder, which is the worst place you want to be at, is when black people shut you out. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that when you're in trouble with black people, it is a cold, cruel world, and winter is here. Everyone knows, from your family to when you're a child to when you're growing up to when you're in work processes. Everybody knows, as black people in the Americas, that when black people turn their back and you have officially fucked up to a point of no return, it is a cold, cruel world to get back in the graces of black people. It takes forever. And a lot of black people hold grudges and will bring it up every fucking time you fucking say something. And what about this? We'll come back with. And what about that? And what about that? And what about this benign neglect? And what about? And there's no amount of begging that'll be to get you right. You had your chance. You fucked up.
Yeah.
So that's all I gotta say.
House District 8. Y'all fucked up. So thank y'all for tapping in to season 4, episode 35, part 3 of Frontline Black News. We will be back tomorrow for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Well, actually today now. For Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced with our guest, our cousin Ganga, will be joining us. So make sure y'all call in. The call in number is 516-418-5996. And in the meantime, make sure y'all like and subscribe to all our platforms, Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook. The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook, and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook and Twitter, now X.com. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separations, and black empowerment. Chain Crewman and Lady Che signing out from the Mile High Income and Illegal Migrant Flooded City.
Stay black, stay dangerous.
Sundown town known as the Royal Colorado. Peace.
Peace.